Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Richest Wizard and Married Fleur. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
The street is quiet enough to hear a pin drop. A cat's tail flicks on a garden wall. A street lamp hums. On the front step of number 4, a bundle sleeps, breath fogging in the November air. Dumbledore raises his wand. A hard metallic clack breaks the night. Then another. Armored boots on tarmac. The air shivers. Pop, pop, pop as wardbreakers apparate in a tight ring around the garden. Bronze-studded gauntlets. Leather satchels of rune plates. Goblin helms without plumes. Only etched marks of clan and charter. At their center strides a narrow, iron-boned goblin with ink-black eyes and a signet of hammered silver. He doesn't bow. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, he says, voice like a chisel on stone. Stand away from the child. Dumbledore's jaw tightens. Griphook, High Clan Auditor of Vault Compliance. The goblin replies. Gringotts acts today under the Fiduciary Charter of 1637, Clause 7, and the Peveril Conservatorship Treaties as reaffirmed in 1870. You will not place the heir of an ancient house on a muggle doorstep. McGonagall's breath clouds beside the hedge. Albus. What is this? Hagrid clutches the motorbike helmet to his chest. Professor? Dumbledore lowers his wand a fraction. Eyes on the ring of goblins and the layered runes now glowing faintly at their feet. You have no authority over warding decisions made for the greater good. Griphook taps a steel nail against a parchment seal. The wax bears 3 crests. Potter, Peveril, Gringotts. The seal flares dull red. We have authority over assets and heirs when dereliction of duty is evident. Produce your guardianship writ. Dumbledore says nothing. Produce the will, Griphook says. A second goblin steps forward with a lead-lined case. The locks hiss. Within. An old wand-signed scroll, ribboned and stamped. McGonagall recognizes the Potter crest and covers her mouth. Griphook reads, crisp and unhurried. Executor. Arcturus Black, deceased. Alternate Executor. Gringotts Custodial Office. Guardian. Sirius Orion Black. Alternates. Frank and Alice Longbottom. He lifts his gaze. There is no mention of Toonie Dudley, though we salute her continued commitment to overcooked casseroles. Hagrid chokes out. Sirius betrayed him, unproven as of this hour, Griphook replies. The will names him. More to the point, Headmaster, you suppressed this document in the Ministry Registry 31 hours ago under a temporary injunction citing national security. You did not inform the bank. That violates our charter. Dumbledore's eyes flash. The child must be kept where blood wards will. Griphook cuts him off with a lifted palm. Blood wards require willing caretakers and a home not actively hostile to magic. We have tested this residence. He gestures. 2 wardbreakers set a kidney-shaped stone on the step. It vibrates high and thin. Household Intent Index. Malign toward the arcane. The aunt's vow, recorded 10 years ago at her registry wedding, to never have that unnaturalness in my home, creates a repulsion field. You would anchor a ward to contempt. McGonagall's eyes sting. Albus. Dumbledore looks tired, old lines deepening. Petunia is Lily's sister. Family counts. Only when family does, Griphook says coldly. Clause 12. You know it. Additionally, you have not the right to place the heir of Peveril without consulting the conservatorship. The Hallows line has standing. The bank holds the ward keys by treaty. Step away. A breeze rattles the hedge. The bundle on the doorstep gives a soft, questioning MMH. Hagrid shifts. He's cold. Dumbledore's hand trembles, then steadies. You believe your bank is the child's savior? Griphook, I believe in contracts, the goblin says, and in not leaving infants on stone. Stand aside. A long moment. The street lamp flickers. Dumbledore exhales through his nose and steps back, very slowly. You have made your point. Where will you take him? The holdfast, Griphook says. The Dumbledore stops. That manner was sealed. Until tonight. The goblin snaps his fingers. 2 wardbreakers kneel, press rune plates to the air above the child. Glyphs rise, floating hum, in a neat lattice. The air smells of iron and old oak. McGonagall steps closer to Dumbledore, voice low. Albus, if the will, if the law, I acted to protect him. Dumbledore murmurs. I still believe I am right. Then prove it lawfully, Griphook says. Not with midnight bargains on doorsteps. Hagrid kneels, eyes wet, and strokes the tiny blanket. Little Harry, the goblin's voice softens, barely. Rubeus Hagrid, you may carry him to the edge of the wards. Hagrid scoops Harry up. The baby's hand clings to Hagrid's finger. Dumbledore looks at that small hand and swallows. Return to your castle, headmaster, Griphook says. Do your day job. Leave the heir to those who will honor his inheritance. Any interference with the holdfast will be construed as breach of treaty. Dumbledore's face closes. The old brilliance shuddered behind winter-blue eyes. You will answer for this if harm comes to him. We will answer with receipts, Griphook says. They vanish pop, 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 leaving the cat, the hedge, the lamp, and 2 professors staring at the empty step. McGonagall wraps her cloak tighter. You tried to do good, she says quietly. But not the right way. Sometimes there isn't time for the right way. Dumbledore answers, and for once it sounds like an apology to no one who can hear it. The holdfast smells of beeswax and old parchment. The corridor walls are pale stone cut with fine runes that glow like breath when someone passes. Portraits do not gossip here. They watch, polite and assessing. Harry yawns once, and sleeps on. A woman in gray, sharp-eyed, hair in a coil, meets them under a ribbed arch Magister Ileana veil. She says, human, not goblin, crisp vowels and pen ink on her fingers. Arithmancy and stewardship. Your timing is dramatic. Your vault timing was worse, Griphook replies dryly. The holdfast, reset. She touches the arch runes kindle in a slow wave. Primary wards recognize the air. Secondary protocols will attune over 72 hours. The library has been unsealed. Hagrid looks up at the vast ceiling. Blimey, another figure appears. A broad-shouldered man in worn blue robes, scar across his cheek. Callum Dorn, runesmith. I do the carving, she does the counting. Together, Ileana says. We keep him alive, educated, and solvent. Griphook nods once. The bank will audit quarterly. Of course it will, Ileana says. She extends her arms. May I? Hagrid hesitates, then carefully transfers Harry to her. The baby frowns, fists up, then settles as Ileana tucks the blanket just so. Hello, Lord Peveril Potter, she says softly. You don't know that yet, but you will. Callum watches the tiny lightning scar, eyes narrowing. Residual curse energy. We'll need a dampening lattice in the nursery. Old Peveril grids can redirect soul flux. Show me your plates, Ileana says. Already in the satchel, Callum replies. Hagrid clears his throat. You'll treat him right? Ileana meets his gaze. We will teach him, feed him, hold him when he cries. He is not an asset to us, Mr. Hagrid. He is a child with a title. Hagrid nods, big shoulders easing. Good. Griphook hands Ileana a small silver key. Vault 12. Unsealed. The grimoire is now accessible. Use with caution. Ileana's eyebrows rise. They're giving us the big book on day 1? Bold. It is his by blood, Griphook says. Don't let it eat anyone. No promises, Callum murmurs. They move. Footsteps on stone. Thrum of wards adjusting around new weight. In the nursery, Callum works without flourish chalk, copper wire, for carved bone runes. The lattice forms a pale dome above the crib hum, and the scar's angry red seems less raw. Ileana sets Harry down, then stands very still, listening to the house. The holdfast accepts him, she says. Good. Griphook steps back. My work here begins and ends with compliance. Yours begins with everything else. Before you go, Ileana says, clarify custody. Gringotts holds conservatorship in trust per treaty, Griphook replies. Sirius Black is named Guardian in the will. He is unreachable under ministry error for the moment. Alternate guardians are incapacitated. Until resolution, the holdfast steward acts in loco parentis with bank oversight. So I am the woman who says no, Ileana says. Fitting. Griphook's mouth almost twitches. Say it often. Hagrid lingers by the crib, huge hand on the rail. Harry hiccups. I gotta go, Hagrid says, voice thick. Professor'll be waitin'. You'll let him see the boy someday? When the law permits, Ileana says. Hagrid nods. Right. He sniffs, swipes at his eyes, and trudges out. Pop. Griphook inclines his head to Harry as if to a client. Grow well, heir. He turns, boots clack on stone, and is gone. The holdfast settles. In the quiet, the baby fusses, kicks free one foot, then sleeps again, chest rising and falling under the rune-lit dome. 10 years later, a summer storm beats against mullioned windows. The sea below the cliffs is a low, constant hush. The long table in the holdfast's west study is set with tea, contracts, and a bowl of lemon biscuits no one is touching. Ileana stands at the head. Callum leans against a bookcase, arms folded. Harry sits to one side, tall for his age, sleeves rolled, quill ink on his fingers, the green eyes calm and intent. A small iron-bound book lies closed by his elbow. He hasn't glanced at it once since the families arrived. On the left, Dan and Emma Granger, city-smart and pale with nerves. Their daughter sits straight-backed, hands on her knees, curls contained and not at all contained. Hermione's eyes dart everywhere. Shelves, sconces, the faintly glowing seam in the floor at the room's threshold, soaking and sorting. On the right, Arthur and Molly Weasley. Arthur's tie is crooked. Molly's fingers need the strap of her handbag. Ron slouches only until Molly's second, heavier glare snaps his spine straight. His ears have the faint pink flush of a boy impressed and trying not to show it. Ileana begins. Thank you for coming. We'll be plain. We are asking you to allow your children to join an unusual education program. It is well-funded, intensive, and discreet. It will place them near power. It will also teach them to survive it. Emma Granger glances at Harry, then back. Near power? Whose? His, Ileana says, not unkindly. And his enemies. Dan clears his throat. Harry, is it? What exactly? Harry sits a touch straighter. Lord Potter and Lord Peveril, he says, as if reciting a fact on a chart. In practice, I'm a student with more homework. Ron coughs a laugh and earns the third glare of the hour from Molly. Ileana gestures to the stack of folders. Offer letters, contracts, terms are straightforward. Hermione Granger, Chief of Staff in Training, Research, Legal Preparation, Strategy Documentation. Ronald Weasley, Strategic and Tactical Analyst, Wargaming, Operations Planning, Logistics, both with stipends, educational grants for their families and healthcare charters. Travel as needed. Security included. Molly's mouth tightens. We don't sell our children. Callum pushes off the bookcase. No one is being sold, he says. We are paying for expertise. In exchange, we give them excellent tutors, protections, and a say in how this house engages with a dangerous world. Arthur looks at the window where rain sheets down in silver. Dangerous how? Harry answers. There are people who expect my life to follow a plan that suits them. A headmaster who thinks secrets are harmless. A ministry that misfiles souls. People who want my vote, my name, my money. If I let them, they will shape me. I'd like to shape back. Emma glances at Hermione. And you think our daughter is brilliant, Ileana says simply. I read her letter correcting the arithmancy in a ministry pamphlet. I want that mind in this room. Hermione sputters. How did you? I didn't. It was a private. Nothing sent to a ministry public address is private, Ileana says dryly. You were right about the misapplied minimax in risk curves. Hermione blinks. You read it. I underlined 3 of your sentences, Ileana says. I wish I'd written them. Color climbs Hermione's neck. She tries to hide it with a cough and fails. And Ronald, Callum says, turning. Wins at chess not because he thinks 3 moves ahead, but because he looks at the whole board and asks what the room smells like. Ron squints. Air. What? You notice when the water glass moves half an inch, Callum says. You notice when someone's shoe is wet when it shouldn't be. Strategy isn't a ladder. It's a weather map. Ron tries very hard not to grin. He fails a bit. Might be. Molly's eyebrows pinch. And what of school? Hogwarts is a school, not a war room. Both, Ileana says. We intend to keep them alive through it. Arthur folds his hands. Say we agree. What binds you to fairness? Ileana taps the final page. Exit clauses. Review periods. Independent mediators. Gringotts oversight. The stipends continue even if either child later decides the work is not for them, provided they complete a baseline of training. We have no interest in indentures. We want partners who can say no. Dan leans forward. What about safety? My daughter she's 11. Security is layered, Harry says. He slips a sheet across. The diagram is simple, clean lines. We travel with discreet protection. We don't advertise where we are. If anything feels wrong, we leave no heroics for optics. Emma stares at the page, then at him. You're a child, she says softly. Just a very public one, Harry says. I don't want them to be shields. I want them to be sharp. Molly's jaw tightens. I don't like this talk of sharp. Callum's voice is gentle. Mrs. Weasley, it's better than dull and broken. Ron glances at his parents. Mom, Dad, you know I'm not, he fumbles. I'm not top marks, but when I look at a thing I see where it creaks. Let me do something that matters with that. Molly's eyes shine. You matter if you peel carrots. Ron snorts. Yeah, and I'll peel 'em better if I plan the kitchen. Arthur rubs his chin. And if we refuse, then we shake hands, Ileana says. Hermione gets a scholarship regardless, because she should have the tools she deserves. Ron will get runes chess sets delivered every winter to annoy his siblings. And we keep your confidence. Our offer isn't a trap. Silence. Rain. The tick of a clock. Hermione lifts a hand. May I ask questions? Before we decide. Ileana's mouth curves. Please. Hermione points at the ironbound book by Harry's elbow. What is that? Harry doesn't touch it. A family text. It's not for children. Tells the truth about death and choices. I'm not asking you to follow it. I'm asking you to help me argue with it. Hermione's eyes spark. You want me to debate your ancestors? Often, Ileana says. Hermione looks to her parents. Mom, Dad, you always said if something is dangerous you study it, not hide from it. Emma's lips press together. We said that about plug sockets. Same concept, Hermione says, almost prim. But more interesting. Dan huffs a laugh he didn't mean to let out. He looks at Harry. And you? What do you owe my daughter? A place at the table, Harry says. Not behind me. Next to me. Tell me when I'm wrong. Loudly. Ron clears his throat. And me. Tell me when I'm about to win the wrong way, Harry says. Ron's ears pin Ken again. He nods once, serious. Molly closes her eyes. Arthur takes her hand. They talk without words for 3 counts. Old marriage has that skill. He faces the table. We'll sign with conditions. List them, Ileana says, cool poised. Weekly flu call, Arthur says. Term time and summer. No exceptions short of both your legs falling off. Christmas with family, ours at least once every 2 years. And if Molly says the food in this place is thin, you'll listen. Callum grins. The holdfast can withstand siege engines. Cannot withstand Molly Weasley's disappointment. Agreed. Molly exhales. No blood oaths. No marks on skin without parental consent. Agreed, Ileana says. Emma raises a hand. School first. If coursework suffers, you scale back the extracurriculars. Agreed, Harry says, quickly, like relief. Dan points a finger at Harry, not unkind but firm. And if she says stop, you stop. Same for the Weasley lad. Harry nods. Stop means stop. Always. Hermione sits forward, hands flat on the table. What do I get to read? Ileana slides across a slim folder. Library orientation. Catalog of restricted sections. You will sign a promise not to wake the third shelf on the east wall. Hermione's eyes widen. Why would a shelf? It snores if disturbed, Callum says, and sometimes swears. Ron leans, grinning now, proper grin. Do I get to steal your chess set? You get to lose to me for 2 months, Harry says deadpan. And then you'll never lose to me again. Ron barks a laugh. Big talk. Terms accepted? Ileana asks. Molly pulls the contract nearer, jaw set, eyes bright. Terms accepted. Emma takes her pen. Terms accepted. Quills scratch. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The signatures bloom on enchanted parchment, ink drying in neat lines that do not blot, because the holdfast does not allow messy signatures. Witness seals flash, Gringotts crest, holdfast rune. Ileana gathers the signed copies, checks them like a woman who trusts people and paperwork equally. Welcome. Hermione reaches out, not to shake Ileana's hand but Harry's. Her palm is cool and a little damp. I will be very annoying. I'm counting on it, Harry says. Ron shifts his handshake into a brief clasp on Harry's forearm. Awkward, earnest. All right, so where do you want me on the board? Harry looks at both of them, and for a beat the practice calm slips. He looks his age. Close, he says, and it sounds like relief. Very close. Callum opens a cabinet and lifts a rolled map. It crackles as he spreads it across the table. Hogwarts stylized, with ghostly lines indicating hidden corridors, choke points, likely surveillance nodes. He weighs the corners with runed stones. Ileana taps the parchment. We start here, not with duels, with routes, with exits, with rules for when you do not play hero. Ron leans in, eyes narrowing, the rest of the room dropping away. Hermione pulls a pencil from behind her ear and starts annotating margins already dense with notes. Harry watches them both, then the map, then the wind outside battering the glass. Alastair Moody used to say constant vigilance. Callum mutters. I prefer consistent preparation. Sounds less dramatic, Ron says. Works better, Callum says. Rain eases. The sea keeps its hush. In the high window, a pale strip of sky breaks the cloud like a promise someone will have to work to keep. Harry touches the edge of the map and speaks like he's setting a ward. The mandate, he says. Hermione lifts her eyes. What is that? What we call it when we refuse to be shaped, Harry says. What we call it when we do the shaping. Together. Molly clears her throat. And what do you call it when you eat a proper dinner first? The Molly Claus, Ileana says solemnly. For the first time since they arrived, Molly smiles without reserve. Good. Ileana rolls her shoulders, shakes out her hands, and reaches for a fresh quill. All right then. Work starts tomorrow. Tonight you all sleep. Even geniuses and future strategists need rest. Harry stands. We'll show you your rooms. Hermione gathers her folder, presses it to her chest, then pauses. Harry, he looks back. Why us? She asks. Really, his answer is simple. Because I don't want to do this alone, he says. And because you won't let me lie to myself. Hermione nods once, as if that clicks something in place inside her. Ron claps Harry's shoulder, light but sure. Come on then, Ron says. Show us the kitchen. I'm going to reorganize. Harry huffs, almost a laugh. You'll have to fight the elves. I'll bring biscuits, Ron says. No one fights biscuits. They go, footsteps echoing under stone ribs, voices softening into the study's high ceiling. The map lies open on the table, inked corridors waiting to be walked. In the nursery across the hall, wards breathe. The house holds the memory of a baby's hiccup and the sound of boots on a suburban street. It holds, too, a new sound. The scritch of 3 quills beginning to write something none of them will be able to explain to anyone not sitting at that table. The holdfast hums, satisfied. The mandate has its first signatures. And outside, the storm turns, slowly, toward the sea. Chapter 2 Lordship and Lies. The great hall hums. Candles float. Hats whisper. The stool waits with the sorting hat like a lump of old leather pretending to be wise. McGonagall unrolls a parchment. Potter, Harry. The murmur hits like wind. Potter, boy who lived. Where? and then it dies because Harry is already walking. Not running. Not small. He moves with the calm of someone who knows where his chair is in a room no one else has seen. He doesn't sit on the stool. Mr. Potter, McGonagall says. Tart. The hat, of course, Harry says, and sets his hand on the stool as if to be polite to furniture. He looks up at the dais. Before sorting, I must assert recognized rights. Dumbledore's smile dims half a what? Recognized rights? Ancient houses Potter and Peveril, Harry says, voice carrying without charm. Chartered prior to the founding. Per Hogwarts Compact, Clause 9, recognized heirs may request private accommodation for themselves and designated retainers. I name two. He turns. Hermione Jean Granger. Ronald Bilious Weasley. A Weasley twin stage whispers, Bilious, and gets elbowed into silence by his brother. McGonagall's lips press thin. Those rights are rarely exercised. They exist for a reason, Harry says. Dumbledore folds his hands. And your reasons? Security, Harry says, and does not blink. I attract attention. I would prefer it not be in dormitories at 2 in the morning. A few Slytherins smirk. A Ravenclaw with ink on her fingers leans in. At the Gryffindor table, Ron looks like someone just told him he can sit with the captains. Hermione doesn't move. Her eyes flick between Dumbledore, the staff table, the old banners, the castle itself, counting pros and cons at speed. Dumbledore's blue gaze warms. Hogwarts prides itself on communal. Safety first, Harry says, mild. The compact anticipates exceptions. McGonagall glances toward the headmaster. He nods. She inhales. Very well. The claim is noted. The hat, then. Harry sits. The hat drops over his eyes. A dry whisper breathes at his ear. Tradition makes a racket. You're loud in the quiet places, boy. Runes on your bones. A house wants you. Several would take. Gryffindor, probably, Harry thinks. Slytherin, possibly. I'll manage either. I need access to people who'll tell me when I'm wrong. Brave enough to say that out loud in your skull. The hat says. Amused. Better at planning than most lions, too. Very well. You're not here to play at politics. You're here to win at survival. And you brought a staff. Fine. Pick the one that will get the most eyes off us. Harry thinks. Gryffindor, then. Loud cover for quiet work. The hat decides, and shouts, Gryffindor! Applause crashes. Harry lifts the hat, hands it back like a borrowed hat, and steps aside, making space for the next name. He meets Ron's wide eyes, then tips his chin. Come. Ron swallows. He goes. The hat barely touches red hair before it yells, Gryffindor! Hermione walks like she's taking an exam. Fast, straight, determined not to trip. The hat sits a second longer, hums, and calls, Gryffindor! Again. 3 seats open together by some miracle of elbows. They sit. Plates fill. The din returns. From the dais, Dumbledore lifts his goblet. Welcome, welcome. Another year at Hogwarts. His eyes crinkle in Harry's direction. We shall. Harry doesn't hear the rest. He's listening to the walls. The castle has old bones. He can feel them. Somewhere behind the tapestries, the faintest hum answers back. Not to him, not yet, but to his circumstances. New names. New lines drawn. He lets out a slow breath he didn't know he was holding. Then steals a roll off Ron's plate to see if Ron protests. Ron protests. Oi, establishing norms. Harry says, deadpan, and Hermione snorts into her pumpkin juice. The private suite is not in Gryffindor Tower. It's behind a clean stretch of stone 3 corridors west of the library, reachable only by a rune key callum carved into 3 coins. Harry hands Hermione hers, then Ron's. The door accepts them with a quiet click like a handshake. Inside, a sitting room with low shelves and deep chairs, a writing table under a high window, 3 bedrooms with proper locks, and a thin strip of ward light along the skirting. No portraits, no gossip, a kettle that heats itself without fire, a shelf that does, in fact, snore if you nudge the 3rd stack from the left. Hermione runs a finger along the ward line. It glows just a little brighter. This is advanced, layered, Harry says. Callum taught me the basics. Ileana checked the rest. Floor sense, door truth, dampeners for eavesdropping charms. Nothing nasty. The school will be watching. We don't poke it. Ron drops his trunk and flops into a chair, then sits up when it squeaks like a scolded cat. Mad place. It's a school, Hermione says, eyes already on the writing desk, with a slightly illegal annex. Legal, Harry says. Just unusual. Hermione opens her trunk. Out comes a stack of ruled Muggle notebooks, tabs already color-coded. Right? If we're doing this properly, we need process. She points. Ops board there. Reading queue here. Academic timetables on the wall. And a rule. We tell each other everything that matters. Ron tips his head at Harry. You in charge. I'm the one people will blame, Harry says. That's not the same. Hermione's mouth quirks. Good. She flicks through the first notebook, a tab labeled Threat Index. Also, from today, surveillance of staff activities, especially the headmaster. We keep our distance and our manners. We collect facts. Ron grins. Passive-aggressive politeness. My favorite. They drink tea. They build a small, quiet war room while other 11-year-olds trade chocolate frog cards. The stone year burns fast. They spot the trap corridor not because they're clever, but because the floor runes are sloppy. Harry drops a Peveril ward paste across the seams. The tiles swallow it and glow with shame. Hermione quells a scream when the three-headed dog snorts on their shoes. Ron tosses a leftover roast bone from dinner and doesn't say a word about bravery. The chessboard is less a fight and more a conversation Ron has with stone. He asks the board what it wants, and it answers in moves that feel like weather. The last chamber stinks of oil and stale air. Coral trembles, smiles too wide, and dies not with a touch but because a Peveril disruption sigil makes the Horcrux fragment in his skull flare and flee like smoke up a chimney. Dumbledore smiles and says wise things later in the infirmary. Harry counts the omissions in the old man's story like knotted rope. He leaves with a bag of sweets and a clear sense of a line he won't cross. He will not be someone else's lesson plan. Second year doesn't wait for them to be ready. Hermione's hand jerks in charms. Her eyes go glassy. For a second, Harry thinks she's fainted. Then he feels it. The air nicks at his wrist hair like a snake hissed behind the stone. The notice board in the corridor later, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, is less frightening than the handwriting. It's big, messy, pleased with its own drama. Back in the suite, Hermione spreads 3 books and a wad of her own notes across the table. Her hair frizzes with humidity and fury. Ron brings tea. No one drinks it. Basilisk, Hermione says, voice clipped. I'm not guessing. I'm done guessing. Parseltongue in the walls, petrifications not deaths because of indirect gaze, spiders fleeing. There are primary sources in Monsters of Britain if one reads past the sensational rubbish. It's a basilisk. Ron whistles softly. Right? So we don't look at it. We also don't let it look at us, Hermione says. That's not the same thing. She taps a page. Vulnerabilities. Rooster crow kills. Mirror sight avoids direct eye contact. They hate the crowing, are slowed by cold, and avoid bright, shifting light patterns, disrupts their hunting reflex. They are not invincible. What we don't know is access. The paths. Ron is already unrolling a map. He inked himself on parchment stolen from the library's dullest shelf. Corridors in quick strokes. Little crosses where Filch shows up at odd times. Circles where a whisper lived longer than it should. Slytherin built the plumbing, he says. Not because of snakes. Because he was a snob about waste being hidden. See the common wash points and the weird manhole covers? There's a way to the chamber in the second-floor girls' loo. Moaning Myrtle. She died there. Hermione's pen freezes. How do you know that? I listen at dinner, Ron says, almost offended. Percy never stops talking. Also ghosts gossip. Harry holds up a small pewter disc. Runes etched like a fingerprint spiral. Masking charm. Not invisibility, noise dampening and scent shift. We'll need 3. We'll need roosters. Hermione looks at him like he said, dragons. From where? The grounds, Ron says. Hagrid's friends. There's a farmer in Ottery who owes Dad a favor. Roosters are loud. Annoying and legal. Good, Hermione says, already on the logistics. We'll need to charm cages for quiet until release. And mirrors. Small, angled. Wear them on wrist straps. Harry nods. We don't go hero. We go careful. We move when we know paths. We test first. Hermione's hand tightens on her pen. Children are being hurt. Yes, Harry says. So we don't rush and add ourselves to a list on a wall. Ron taps an X near Myrtle's bathroom. We go at night. We plant chill runes along the corridor, won't freeze the stone, but it will bite a serpent's belly. We bring light that flickers at random. And we make that crow sing like a choir. Hermione exhales. The fear doesn't leave her face. It just gets filed under a tab called Solved Soon. All right, she says. We plan, they plan. They write lists. They argue over whether to tell a teacher. They decide no. Not because they're stubborn, but because they already tried once with the troll and later with the stone, and the school turned their honesty into bedtime stories. The night they go, they don't wear capes. They wear boots that grip wet tile and bracelets with small mirrors angled outward. The corridor to Myrtle's bathroom is colder than usual. Ron glances at the frost at the wall's base and smiles. Small, mean, satisfied. Good. The sink opens to Parseltongue. Harry learned by listening, not liking. The slide is disgusting. They hit bottom in a spray of grit and the smell of old stone. Harry's wrist mirror catches a smear of green shadow moving far ahead. He doesn't look at it. Left, he breathes. Hermione's fingers shake as she unhooks the first tiny cage. The rooster blinks, offended. Sorry, she whispers, then casts a muffling charm on the cage and another on her own lungs to keep from screaming when, now, Ron mouths, and Harry snaps the charm off the cage. The rooster drags in an enormous breath and lets loose the most glorious, broken cock-a-doodle-doo the pipes have ever heard. The sound tears along the tunnel. The moving shadow jerks. The air trembles. There is a horrible, wet scrape as something massive whips away from the noise. Second, Ron says, and Hermione opens another. The din is unbearable. Harry's heart is a snare drum. His skin prickles with the basilisk's ambient malice. They don't chase. They herd. Cold sigils bite belly scales. Flicker lamps crackle on random beats. Mirrors flash. The basilisk recoils from light and sound like a nightmare stumbling into a rave. Harry keeps his gaze on the floor. He hears it more than sees it. The huff, the scrape, the angry hiss in Parseltongue that he refuses to translate. At the chamber mouth, Harry slides a rune plate into a carved seam. The ancient door shudders, tastes the old magic on the plate, and grudgingly opens. Inside, runes are everywhere. The pomp of a man who thought he'd invented the idea. A stone face leers. The basilisk rears back from an array. Harry slaps down and ignites with a breath of magic. The array blooms cold light, random, strobing. No pattern to track. Third, Ron says, voice steady. Hermione opens the cage. The crow is a mad thing now, noise with feathers. Harry doesn't cast a killing curse. He doesn't have one that would do it. He uses a detuning sigil meant for old organs. A magical feedback that makes core energies wobble and go out of tune. The basilisk is ancient magic, yes, but a creature. Its core staggers. It convulses, slams its head against stone, and collapses with a shudder that rains dust from the bearded ceiling. Harry keeps his eyes on the floor until he is sure nothing else moves. Hermione is shaking, teeth chattering, adrenaline breaking like a fever. Ron bends forward, hands on knees, laughing a thin, disbelieving laugh that sounds like a cough. We did it, he says, then says it again quieter because the chamber doesn't like joy. Harry swallows, throat raw. We did it. They don't take credit. They leave no signature but a cold in the stones that takes a week to warm. The school calls it a miracle. Dumbledore calls it the power of friendship. Harry files that under narratives people prefer and lets a different story sit warm in his chest. 3 kids, 3 mirrors, 3 terrified roosters, and a plan that didn't get them killed. Year 3 brings a letter with teeth. Evidence packet delivered. Ileana writes. Pettigrew confirmed unregistered animagus. Rat. Sightings cross-referenced with Weasley household, Hogsmeade Public House, and nocturne burglary logs. We can force a hearing. Dress robes. Hermione reads it twice, then starts a checklist that takes 3 pages. Ron goes very quiet. His jaw works. He slept in my room, he says, the words pushing out like a stuck drawer. On my pillow. We'll clean it, Hermione says, and for once there's no lecture tone in it. Just a promise to make a stain go. They lure Pettigrew out with cheese and a howler that says nothing but Peter in a voice he can't ignore. He runs straight into a Peveril Ward net that contracts with a satisfying thwop. They don't catch him in a dramatic chase. They catch him like a rat. The Wisengamot is a cold room even in summer. The floor smells of wax and old arguments. Hermione stands at a lectern too big for her and makes it fit by force of purpose. Madam Speaker, she says, voice steady, we submit evidence that Sirius Orion Black did not betray James and Lily Potter. That Peter Pettigrew, she points to the small man in restraining cuffs, is the unregistered animagus responsible for the deaths on that street and for his own fake demise. We submit sworn testimony, magical signature matches, and a cross-verified timeline of movements that places Sirius Black in custody, without trial, while Pettigrew hid as a household pet. A hum ripples through the chamber. A woman with sharp cheekbones, Amelia Bones, leans forward. Miss Granger, is it? You are, how old? 14, Hermione says. And literate. A cough disguises a laugh somewhere near the back. Dumbledore sits in the front row, hands steepled, eyes unreadable. He does not intervene. He watches. Hermione continues, no wobble. We have included a list of procedural failures. No trial. No proper chain of evidence. The OR office did not test the broken wand. It did not collect animagus registry duplicates. It did not consult Gringotts' witness protections. Gringotts provided us with sealed statements under bank oath indicating they were not approached. She lifts a second folder. And finally, Veritaserum testimony today from Pettigrew himself. They bring the vial with ritual solemnity. Pettigrew's eyes roll. The serum goes in. He tries to fight and cannot. The questions are brutal and simple. Names, dates, wand movements. The lie detonates in the chamber like a silent bomb. Sirius is brought in a half-hour later from a holding cell crafted for someone else. He is thin and gray, eyes sunken. But when he sees Harry, clean, straight-backed, something claws up his spine and holds him upright. He smells like damp wool and Azkaban's perpetual winter. Mr. Black, the speaker says, brittle, do you have words before the vote? Sirius looks at Hermione first. He nods at her as if she is the only adult in the room. Thank you, he says, voice ruined and dry. Then he turns his head toward the rows of witch and wizard faces. I loved James Potter, he says. I swore to protect his family. I failed because you prefer neat stories to messy truth. Vote how you like. I'm done making my case to people who didn't care to ask it when it mattered. That is not how one wins votes. It is how one makes a point that lives in other people's throats the next time they think about skipping a step. The votes fall like stones. Exoneration passes. It is not unanimous. It is enough. Sirius doesn't hug Harry in the chamber. He stands as if he might fall and refuses to do either. Harry doesn't reach for him. He hands him a glass of water with a steady hand. Outside, the air tastes like rain. The 4 of them stand under the ministry's blank sky. Harry, Hermione with ink on her fingers, Ron with his fists jammed in his pockets, Sirius with his hands empty of shackles for the first time in years. Sirius tips his head back, breathes, lowers it again. You did this, he says to Hermione. Hermione swallows. We did this. Sirius studies Ron. Weasley. Ron meets his gaze. Yeah, Sirius's mouth quirks despite everything. Red hair's a strategic choice. No one sees the planning over the glow. Ron laughs once, surprised, and then looks down. His knuckles are white. He unjams his fists. You'll need a solicitor, he says, voice going to logistics because the alternative is feelings. And a bath. A long one, Hermione murmurs. Sirius looks at Harry last. He looks and keeps looking. He stops. You're yourself. Harry's voice is clean and dry. We have rooms that aren't prison. Sirius flinches at the word prison, as if it still has teeth. I made a rule in there, he says quiet. Don't say thank you. It makes you weak. I'm trying to unlearn it. Say it anyway, Hermione says, and it isn't cruel. It's a gift. To yourself. Sirius huffs a startled, almost laugh. Bossy, effective, she says. They take him not to Grimmauld Place but to the Holdfast. He stands at the threshold and visibly fails to decide whether to fall to his knees or light a cigarette. He does neither. He walks in. The ward line brightens the way it did when Harry came home. He showers until the hot water charm ticks and resets twice. He eats soup like it might vanish. He sleeps 3 hours and wakes with a yell that shakes the ward glass. When he can stand to sit in a chair, he sits in the suite sitting room because Harry wanted him to see where decisions happen. The conversation starts awkwardly because none of them have had this version of their lives before. Sirius breaks the jam. Dumbledore, he says. Harry's jaw tightens. Ron looks up like someone just tapped him on the back of the head. Hermione's pen lifts. He could have looked, Sirius says. 1 letter to Gringotts. 1 visit to the registry. 1 Veritaserum vial. He didn't. Either he wanted it neat, or he wanted a particular story with a particular boy in a particular cupboard so he could save him later. Silence while that settles in the air and finds a chair. Hermione speaks first. He believes in his ends. He calls it the greater good. He thinks he can manage means. Ron taps the tabletop. We've seen him tilt a board. Move pieces. Smile while doing it. Sirius stares at the ward line. I still want him to be right. I still want him to be the man James trusted. Harry's hands are flat on his knees. He can be brilliant and wrong, he says. He can be kind and careless. He can be someone we respect for parts and keep out of our house. Sirius's mouth twists. You sound like your mother when she was too smart for my jokes. Harry feels something like grief and something like relief rub shoulders. He doesn't show either in more than a breath through his nose. Hermione leans forward. We will be polite with the headmaster. We will listen when he offers facts. We will verify. We will not give him control. We will not let him reframe our work as schoolboy adventure. We will refuse narrative. Ron adds. And when he tries to guilt us, we'll call it out. Treat guilt like a spell. Counter it. Sirius looks at them. Not boys to be shepherded, not sidekick and clever girl. Staff. A tiny government. He lets his shoulders drop for the first time since the courtroom. I'm out of jokes, he says. So I'll say it without a flourish. Say it, Harry says. I am sorry I wasn't there, Sirius says. Not because of the things I wanted to be, godfather, cool uncle, ally, but because you grew up learning to make breakfast for yourself. I can't fix that. I can make sure no one ever locks a door in front of you again. Good, Hermione says simply. Ron clears his throat. Also, you owe us a dog that doesn't bite. For morale. Sirius blinks. Then slow. I might know a Grim that failed the entrance exam. Perfect, Ron says, trying on a grin he hasn't used all week. Sirius rubs a thumb over the arm of the chair. We'll need to go to the Wisengamot again. Attend. Vote. Speak. His voice lowers. They'll try to make you choose sides. We already have, Harry says. Ours. Sirius nods. Then we build a table no one can pull out from under you. Already started, Hermione says, and slides across a binder. Wisengamot. Procedure, precedent, playbook, tabs, color-coded. Sirius stares. Then he laughs hoarse. Merlin's crooked teeth, you're dangerous. Working on it, Hermione says. They talk through supper. They fight with verbs and fix them by dessert. They make a list of things that need doing. Formal lordship appearances. The black seat reclaimed. Support for Bones in cleaning the Auror office. A fund for Muggleborn legal protection that isn't charity but infrastructure. A kitchen rota because if Molly Weasley turns up and finds no stew there will be consequences. Late, when the house is quiet and the ward line is a soft breath by the skirting, Sirius stands to go to the guest room. He hesitates. I can sleep on the sofa, he says without looking at it, as if it might sprout bars. You can sleep in a bed, Harry says, and doesn't make it a kindness. He makes it a rule. Sirius nods once. Right? He turns, stops again. I was supposed to teach you how to get in trouble, he says, the old grin trying out its shape. Looks like you've got that covered. We prefer leverage to trouble, Hermione says. And for the first time he really grins. Ron yawns so hard his jaw clicks. Tomorrow, he says, we put you in decent robes and go scare some old people. Sirius scratches his stubbled cheek. I'll aim to disappoint them. Good night, Harry says. Sirius pauses in the doorway. James would have liked you, he says to Hermione. Hermione looks down, blinking fast. I'd have told him to file his paperwork. And you, Sirius says to Ron, would have made him worse at pranks and better at not dying. Ron opens his mouth, closes it. Yeah, he says rough. That would have been nice. Sirius nods to Harry, brief, almost formal, and goes. The suite feels different after. Larger, but not emptier. Hermione tidies the last of the papers by habit. Flicks her wand to quench the lamps but leaves the ward line on. Ron stretches until his back pops, then drops into the chair and stares at the ceiling like he's counting stars no one else can see. Dumbledore won't roll over, he says into the quiet. Of course not, Hermione says. He'll adapt. He always does. Then so do we, Harry says. He looks at their faces in the half-light. Hermione's focus like a drawn line. Ron's sideways smile that always hides a checkmate 3 moves late. He thinks about the hat saying Gryffindor would be good cover. He thinks about the basilisk that didn't get to be someone's tragedy this time. He thinks about a man with too many names and too much power who decided doorsteps were a kind of kindness. We'll be courteous, Hermione says. Competent, Ron says. Careful, Harry says. The 3 words sit in a row. They decide to keep them. Outside, the castle breathes old and enormous. Somewhere far under their feet, a chamber cools. In a ministry courtroom, a name is scratched off a list where it never belonged. In the dormitories they are not using. Boys snore and dream of Quidditch, while 3 other children in a quiet room redraw lines that adults should have drawn. Ron kicks his chair into a better angle. Tomorrow, he says around another yawn, we roast the headmaster with civility, passive-aggressive politeness, Hermione says. Your favorite, mine now, Harry says. And for once they all laugh, tired and real. Before the wards dim a little and the holdfast's quiet answer hums through the stone like a promise they intend to keep. Chapter 3, The Gathering Storm. Rain hits the conservatory roof in a clean, steady tat-tat, like a metronome that forgot how to cheer. The West study at the holdfast is set the way they always set it before a big talk. Table pushed out from the wall, chairs angled so no one has to crane their neck, tea poured and ignored. Maps wait under paperweights. The Wisengamot handbook Hermione put together sits on the edge like a threat and a promise. Sirius arrives first. He's shaved, finally sleeping, and still looks like Azkaban left its fingers on his bones. He takes the chair to Harry's right, not at the head. Morning, he says, voice low. I'm trying to be respectable. No one freak out. Respectable is relative, Hermione says, sliding a stack of clipped notes to Harry. Agenda, votes, targets, contingencies. Ron drops into his seat on Harry's left and steals a biscuit on principle. Also lunch. Contingencies should always include lunch. Harry nods at Ileana by the shelves. She nods back and keeps counting. Coins, contracts, seconds. Callum leans on the jam, arms folded, as if he belongs to the building more than the people. Harry taps the binder once. War Council, he says. We go now because the board goes now. He doesn't have to explain which board. The Wisengamot moves in session next week. Dumbledore is already pushing little regulation pebbles that want to become rocks. Hermione flips a page. Dumbledore-sponsored motions, educational oversight increase, translation, more power to the Board of Governors he dominates, domestic security delegation, translation, Aurors doing Hogwarts work, and a temporary discretion clause for the Chief Warlock to suspend debate in cases of national emergency. She lifts a brow. National emergencies are whatever the Chief Warlock thinks they are. Convenient, Sirius says. Predictable, Ron says. He puts a finger on the list. We block all 3. We also introduce our own. He slides a second sheet across neat block letters. Conflict of interest disclosure for every governor and every senior or. Full Potter will disclosure to the Fleur record. And, because I'm in a mood, a cap on temporary clauses. Hermione's mouth tips. You do want our dinner invitations revoked. From people who think we're furniture? Yes. Ron looks at Harry. We make this public. Loud. Its cover and its leverage. Harry runs his eyes down the columns. We have Peveril, Potter, Black. That's 3. The Greengrass block is wobbly. Madame Bones will back anything that doesn't burn her department down. Amelia is 2 votes if we count her according to the subchapters. The Longbottoms will listen if we keep the argument clean. The old guard will pitch a fit either way. Sirius drums his fingers lightly. We don't need to win everything. We need to set a line, show our work, and make them feel like skipping process is expensive. Exactly, Hermione says, warming. If we build a public paper trail, every time Dumbledore reaches for exceptional circumstances, we shove his last exceptional in his face. Harry nods. We'll do it in daylight. No shadow theatrics in the chamber. We bring receipts. Ron pulls a pencil from behind his ear. Also optics. We don't swagger. We don't gloat. We walk in, vote like adults, and leave like adults. The boy who lived grows up is a story they can file without panic. Sirius snorts. I was hoping for terrifying lord with a better jawline than Lucius, but fine. Adult it is. Hermione flicks to a fresh page. I'll draft the disclosures and the speech points. You'll say little Harry. I'll do the teeth. If they demand you speak, you say exactly 3 sentences and no more. Harry lifts a brow. Bossy. Effective, she says, not smiling. They run the plan again, not because they forgot it, but because repetition finds leaks. Who sits where? Which question goes to whom? Where to say no comment, and where to say show me the law. By the time tea has gone cold, they've shaved the edges to clean, unbleeding lines. Next, Harry says. Ron glances at him, then at Sirius, then at his tea like it might offer a way to avoid what comes. Doesn't. He nods once. Percy. Sirius's jaw tightens. We have proof. Enough, Hermione says. Not a smoking wand. A stack of small burns. She slides a thin file across. Receipts. A copy of a ministry visitor log with Percy Weasley's signature 3 times where his schedule says he was at home. A memo template from a Dumbledore-friendly undersecretary, short, coded phrasing routed through accounting instead of policy. A Gringotts returned attempt to query Peveril shell accounts that only someone with internal ministry notes would know existed. None of it alone hangs a man. None of it is random. Ron doesn't look at the page. He looks at the corner of the table and keeps his voice steady. He thinks we're a risk. He thinks I'm indulging a friend who will go dark if no one sensible drags him back. He thinks Dumbledore is the axis of the world and the ministry a kind of church. Sirius rests his forearms on the table. We do this carefully, he says. You confront him. Not a trap. Not a show. Give him every inch to walk himself back. And if he won't, you close the door slowly and cleanly. Ron nods. His ears go pink and then pale. Right? Harry keeps the room quiet long enough for Ron to breathe and not drown in it. You want me there? He asks. Ron shakes his head. No. This is family. And work. It has to sound like me. Then we make sure when you walk away, you walk into something solid. Hermione says. Process. Witness. Paper. Ileana speaks from the shelves without turning. I'll draft a notice to the Ministry Ethics Office. Not accusing, requesting guidance on interdepartmental data hygiene, with neutral examples that happen to look exactly like Percy's moves. It goes in the record. If anyone tries to protect him later, they trip over our tidy little letter. Ron glances back. Thanks. Don't thank me for paperwork, Ileana says. Thank me for ending fights with footnotes. Callum pushes off the jam. You'll want a calm room to talk. Not the burrow. Not the ministry cafeteria. I can get you a borrowed records room. No portraits. No gossip. Do that, Harry says. Sirius stands. I'll loiter in the corridor and pretend to read a newspaper. If it goes sideways, I'll cough. Ron huffs. You'll cough. I refuse to tackle your brother in a tie, Sirius says. Coughing is dignified. Hermione packs the file back into a folder. When do you want to do it? Ron looks at the rain. Today, he says. The records room on level 5 smells like dust and ink and policy that tried to matter. The clerk who owes Arthur a favor leaves the key in the door and vanishes for tea. Someone's old plant has died bravely in a corner. Ron stands in the middle of the room with his hands open and empty. He has a copy of the file in his inner pocket and a list of sentences in his head that all start with Percy. He picks the one that sounds the least like begging. Percy arrives on the dot because Percy always arrives on the dot. His hair is combed like a plan. He looks at the room, at his brother, at the folder on the table, and his chin goes up a fraction. Ronald, he says. Percy. Ron clears his throat and wants to punch the nerves out of it. He doesn't. Thanks for coming. I have precisely 11 minutes, Percy says. I'm working on a draft memo for the undersecretary regarding exam standards. I assume this is not about Quidditch. Ron glances at the dead plant and back. No, it's about family and work. And the way you keep confusing those words with Dumbledore. Percy's eyes narrow. I won't stay if this is an attack on the headmaster. It's not, Ron says. It's a question. A series of them. He opens the folder. He doesn't push it across. He keeps it near and taps each page with his finger as if he's reminding both of them he can count. Why did you sign into records on a day you told Mum you were homesick? Why did you draft a memo template that routes through accounting for a policy question? Why did you request internal ministry notes about 3 shell companies that only a goblin accountant and someone inside this room should know exist? Percy's face doesn't move for 3 counts. Then he inhales like a man about to be the reasonable one. All appropriate, he says. I am working on behalf of the ministry to ensure that certain private interests do not destabilize state function. Your friend. He cannot quite say Harry without choking. Wields an unusual amount of leverage. It is prudent to understand the scope of his holdings. Prudent, Ron repeats. You call leaking our financial structure prudent? I call sunlight the best disinfectant, Percy says. If your holdings are legitimate, you have nothing to fear from scrutiny. Ron's laugh is short and thin. You don't want light. You want control. You want Dumbledore to tuck Harry under the board like a house elf with a broom. Percy's mouth goes bloodless. I want order. You want obedience, Ron says, not loud, not shaking. You want the world to behave because you wrote a memo. Percy stares at him as if he's a boy who refused to tie. You're out of your depth. You always were. Chess is not politics. Ron's ears go pink and then very calm. Chess is people choosing under pressure with limited information, he says. Politics is that, plus louder rooms. Percy exhales through his nose. Tell your friend to sign his disclosure statements. Stop playing at shadow government. And respect the headmaster. Ron holds the folder up like a mirror. I'm not here to barter. I'm here to say this once. Stop. Stop trying to make Harry a story in your boss's speeches. Stop trying to unspool accounts that don't belong to you. Stop calling betrayal prudence, because it sounds nice in your head. Percy's jaw tightens. And if I don't, then we close the door. Ron's voice is quieter now. It's worse than a shout. Professionally, you will lose access. People will stop taking your calls because their bosses will tell them you don't know when to leave a thing alone. At the ministry, ethics will get a letter about a Percy swallows. His eyes flick to Ron's hands as if expecting a wand. You sound like them, he says. Cold. Calculated. I sound like someone who grew up, Ron says. And I sound like your brother telling you the softest way this ends. Percy's lips flatten. This is an intimidation attempt. It's a love letter written in consequences, Ron says. And even he hears how much it costs to say it. Last time stop. Percy's shoulders square. He looks at his watch. My 11 minutes are over. He reaches for the file. Ron places his hand on it without force. Percy leaves it. Goodbye, Ronald. Bye, Percy, Ron says, and Percy flinches at the name because it is not Perce and it is not a joke. It's a line. Percy leaves with his spine straight. Sirius in the corridor coughs into a newspaper. Percy does not look. Ron stays in the empty room until the clock on the wall ticks 2 full minutes. He breathes and keeps breathing. Then he folds the folder, pockets it, and goes to stand in the rain outside until his face stops doing whatever it's doing. They make their entrance at the Waisengamot with no flourish. Harry wears a cut that fits. Sirius wore something dramatic first and then traded it for Sirius Lord. Hermione carries a thin stack of notes she will not read from because she already knows them. Ron has a pen. He discovered, delighted, that pens unsettle people here. The floor clerk calls titles. People stare. People always stare. Harry's heartbeat does not speed up. He looks at the benches like they are a board he can solve. The speaker bangs the staff. Motion to open debate. Hermione rises as if she's done it for 20 years. Madam Speaker, before we hear proposals to increase discretionary authority, I move to read into the record the full text of the Potter will. She says, crisp and bright. And to introduce for vote a conflict of interest disclosure requirement for governors and senior aurors. A ripple. Dumbledore sits with the old guard. His eyes are winter. He smiles. It doesn't reach the chair back. On what grounds, Miss Granger? She says. On the grounds that process is not the enemy of safety. They argue. They do not shout. Hermione's voice carries because it is clear, not because it is loud. Bones votes their way with 3 words. This protects me. The Longbottom proxy lifts a hand and says, dry. It protects everyone who isn't an idiot. Lucius waves something silky and sneers a sentence about upstart children. Hermione turns her head and says, do you want to disclose your ties to the board, Mr. Malfoy? And the room rustles because there are things even the old guard doesn't say out loud. Dumbledore asks to suspend debate for the good of the school. Harry lifts his head. Headmaster, he says, what emergency specifically requires less oversight today than yesterday? 3 sentences. No more. The motion fails by 3 votes. The will goes into the record. Harry doesn't look away when people read the line with Sirius or Iron Black. He lets it sit in the air like a spelling word everyone has to say correctly. After, in the corridor, a governor with expensive hair intercepts Hermione with a smile that wants to be a pat on the head. Clever girl, he says. Hermione's eyes go sharp. Competent woman, she corrects. She keeps walking. Ron falls in at her shoulder and murmurs, that was fun. It was work, she says. But her mouth does a small, traitorous curve. Sirius peels off to talk to Bones about cleaners who didn't clean. Harry stops under a window and looks out at a sky that can't decide whether to pour or pretend. He feels the holdfast in his bones like a tug. They held their line. They told the room what they would be. Courteous, competent, careful. He breathes out. Good start, good start. Hermione echoes, then checks her watch. Pack. We leave at 6. Your uncle in Paris will pout if we miss his cousin's floor show. My uncle. Every charming person in a French restaurant calls himself your uncle, she says. Bring a cloak that doesn't look British. Ron freezes. We're going to France? ICW pre-tournament dinner, Hermione says. Try not to insult anyone's wine. Ron makes a face. I'll insult their tiny forks. Do that and I'll arrest you under international law, she says. And for the first time all day, they laugh like people who can. Paris smells like rain on warm stone and bad decisions made while pretty people watch. The ICW reception hall is light and mirrored without being kind. The Delacours move through it like they own reflection itself. People turn for them not because of the Vila magic, but because power has a posture and the Delacours have it. Fleur stands with 2 officials and a woman who can only be her mother. Apollon Delacour, who holds a flute of champagne like a wand. Fleur's dress is severe in a way that makes everyone else's ruffles look like apologies. She is not the most beautiful person in the room because she is not trying to be. She is the most at ease. Sirius mutters, right? Mind your verbs. And disappears toward a man he wants something from. Hermione's nudge is precise. Go, she says. No flirting. No jokes. No trying to charm charmers. Ron checks the room for exits and distractions, then takes up a post by a palm as if it's his idea. Hermione angles herself toward an aide with a stack of folders and begins to build a new map. Harry crosses to Fleur because anything else would be cowardice. He stops at a social distance and waits while she finishes her sentence. She finishes it. She looks at him in a way that says, "I know what you did to that room earlier, and I know what you didn't say." "Monsieur Potter," she says. Accents soft on the edges, vowels tidy, gaze unblinking. "You made a noise in London today." "Paperwork," Harry says. "Very loud kind." Her mouth does something like a smile without committing. "The best kind. I am Fleur Delacour." "Harry," he says. He does not offer a hand. Hands are promises. He gives a nod that belongs to equals. "Thank you for not pretending we haven't both read each other's dossiers. Pretense is for people who cannot carry truth without spilling it," Fleur says. She tips her head slightly. "The British headmaster does not like you. He doesn't like losing control of nouns," Harry says. "And you?" Fleur asks. "What do you not like?" He thinks about it. "People who confuse tradition with permission," he says. "Rooms that stay locked because it's more convenient to pretend the key was lost." "That is an unkind way to speak about your ministry," she says, tone light, eyes not. "It's a kind way to avoid saying worse," he says. Apollon turns, eyes bright with interest. Fleur gives her a glance that says, "Later." Apollon drifts away with predatory grace. Fleur returns her attention to him. "You are not as loud as your headlines," she says. "Paper shouts. People shouldn't," Harry says. "I prefer sentences that fit on a napkin." "What is your napkin sentence?" Fleur asks. "Protect my own," he says. "Build something that outlives me. Refuse to be shaped by people who didn't ask to be questioned." She considers that. "And what will you trade to do these things?" "Sleep," he says. "Goodwill I wasn't going to keep. The right to be liked. French politicians do not have that right either," she says, almost amused. A waiter schemes by with champagne. Neither of them takes one. "Your magic sits strangely," Fleur says then, blunt without cruelty. "It is quiet until it wants not to be. Villasense shape. Yours is contained. You are holding a door shut because the room behind it is messy." "Prudent," he says deadpan. Something sparks in her eyes. "Do not say prudence to me like it is a virtue. It is a tool. You use it or you don't. But if you hide behind it, you become English." "I plan to be French about my tools," Harry says. "Use the good ones. Throw the bad ones at enemies." This time the smile almost arrives. "You are young to speak like a ledger. I had good tutors," he says. "And bad examples." She tips her head toward the dais where an ICW undersecretary compliments himself into a microphone. "The tournament will make idiots of sensible people," she says. "It will also make sensible people of idiots. We will see who finds which." "We will," he says. "Good," she says. And the word sits between them like a clause they both read and underline. "I dislike wasting evenings." "Then let's not," he says. "I won't try to charm you." "That would be foolish," she says. "Villa do not reward amateurs." "I prefer respect," he says. "So do I," she says. "We will speak again." "Looking forward to it," he says, and this time he means it without strategy. He steps back. She turns away without watching him go. "Respect." Hermione ghosts at his shoulder like an answer. "How did it go?" "She's not interested in being a symbol," Harry says. "She's interested in being a lever." "Good," Hermione says. "Levers move things." Ron materializes with a general's air and a canopy he doesn't trust. "That's Fleur," Harry says. "She looks like she knows where all the exits are," Ron says, faintly impressed. "She does," Hermione says. "So do we, right?" Ron says, and squares his shoulders like a boy who is learning how to be a wall. Across the room, Dumbledore speaks to someone wearing a smile like glass. He does not look their way. He doesn't have to. He is a man who always knows where his problems stand. Harry looks back at Fleur for one more second. How she listens, how she doesn't fill silence, and then away. "Storm's here," he says. "It's been here," Hermione says. "We just decided to wear proper boots," Ron says. They leave before the speeches finish. In the corridor, the air is cooler. At the curb, their car smells like leather and rain. In the window's reflection, For a second, Harry sees them as someone else might. A boy who doesn't act like a boy, a girl who collects laws like threads and weaves them into nets, a red-haired strategist whose ears tell you more than his mouth ever will. He blinks. The reflection returns to being glass. Back at the holdfast, the sea sounds like a thing breathing through its teeth. They stand in the west study and don't turn on all the lamps. Ron pulls his tie loose. Percy didn't blink, he says, a statement, not a complaint. Hermione sets her notes down with care. He will, she says. Not to us. At his desk. When he writes a memo and hears it speak back to him in your voice. Harry pours tea they won't finish. We don't gloat, he says. We don't chase him into a corner. We leave him a path with his dignity barely intact. If he takes it, he's family. If he doesn't, he's opposition. Sirius steps in from the hall and leans in the doorway like he owns thresholds now. Bones says thank you, he says. She means it in the way that matters. Good, Hermione says, too tired to smirk. Next round we make her job easier again. Callum raps knuckles on the doorframe. 2 new plates are ready for your suite, he says. Ghost muffling. Someone's portrait tried to listen last week. It swore when I told it to mind its own business. Rude shelf, Hermione murmurs. The shelf didn't swear this time, Callum says dryly. I told it you'd be disappointed. They smile at that. Small. They are allowed small. Harry rests both hands on the table's edge. We set our posture, he says. We were courteous, competent, careful. We keep being those things until the room believes us and the people who don't wish we were are tired of saying otherwise. Ron nods, eyes on the map that shows London like a tangle of veins. And if the room doesn't believe us, then the room will have to prove it can count, Hermione says and taps the tabbed handbook. We brought numbers. They clean up. They leave the study better than they found it. On the way out, Hermione touches the ward line with 2 fingers. It warms under her skin like gratitude. At the suite door, Ron hesitates. If he, he's still invited to dinner, Hermione says. With rules. Harry opens the door. The Molly clause applies to everyone, he says. Especially us. They laugh, tired and real, and go inside. The lamp on the desk hums. The shelf does not snore. The new plate works. Outside, the weather clears the way it does when a storm decides it hasn't won but will let you sleep. In Paris, a Villa girl looks at a list of names and writes one at the top with a line under it. Harry Potter. Does not waste my time. In a tidy flat in London, Percy Weasley writes a memo with clean margins and, for the first time, hears a sentence in his head that undercuts his own. He doesn't cross anything out. He doesn't sign it yet either. In the headmaster's office, Fawkes shifts on his perch. Dumbledore stands at the window and watches rain slide down slate. He is thinking 7 moves ahead and, for the first time in a long while, counts a boy he thought he understood as a piece that might move itself. The sea keeps breathing. The holdfast keeps humming. The map stays open on the table. The gathering isn't subtle anymore. It doesn't need to be. Chapter 3, The Gathering Storm. Rain hits the conservatory roof in a clean, steady tat-tat, like a metronome that forgot how to cheer. The West study at the holdfast is set the way they always set it before a big talk. Table pushed out from the wall, chairs angled so no one has to crane their neck, tea poured and ignored. Maps wait under paperweights. The Wisengamot handbook Hermione put together sits on the edge like a threat and a promise. Sirius arrives first. He's shaved, finally sleeping, and still looks like Azkaban left its fingers on his bones. He takes the chair to Harry's right, not at the head. Morning, he says, voice low. I'm trying to be respectable. No one freak out. Respectable is relative, Hermione says, sliding a stack of clipped notes to Harry. Agenda, votes, targets, contingencies. Ron drops into his seat on Harry's left and steals a biscuit on principle. Also lunch. Contingencies should always include lunch. Harry nods at Ileana by the shelves. She nods back and keeps counting. Coins, contracts, seconds. Callum leans on the jam, arms folded, as if he belongs to the building more than the people. Harry taps the binder once. War Council, he says. We go now because the board goes now. He doesn't have to explain which board. The Wisengamot moves in session next week. Dumbledore is already pushing little regulation pebbles that want to become rocks. Hermione flips a page. Dumbledore-sponsored motions, educational oversight increase, translation, more power to the Board of Governors he dominates, domestic security delegation, translation, Aurors doing Hogwarts work, and a temporary discretion clause for the Chief Warlock to suspend debate in cases of national emergency. She lifts a brow. National emergencies are whatever the Chief Warlock thinks they are. Convenient, Sirius says. Predictable, Ron says. He puts a finger on the list. We block all three. We also introduce our own. He slides a second sheet across neat block letters. Conflict of interest disclosure for every governor and every senior Auror. Full Potter will disclosure to the Fleur record. And, because I'm in a mood, a cap on temporary clauses. Hermione's mouth tips. You do want our dinner invitations revoked? From people who think we're furniture? Yes. Ron looks at Harry. We make this public. Loud. Its cover and its leverage. Harry runs his eyes down the columns. We have Peveril, Potter, Black. That's 3. The Greengrass block is wobbly. Madame Bones will back anything that doesn't burn her department down. Amelia is 2 votes if we count her according to the subchapters. The Longbottoms will listen if we keep the argument clean. The Old Guard will pitch a fit either way. Sirius drums his fingers lightly. We don't need to win everything. We need to set a line, show our work, and make them feel like skipping process is expensive. Exactly, Hermione says, warming. If we build a public paper trail, every time Dumbledore reaches for exceptional circumstances, we shove his last exceptional in his face. Harry nods. We'll do it in daylight. No shadow theatrics in the chamber. We bring receipts. Ron pulls a pencil from behind his ear. Also optics. We don't swagger. We don't gloat. We walk in, vote like adults, and leave like adults. The boy who lived grows up is a story they can file without panic. Sirius snorts. I was hoping for terrifying lord with a better jawline than Lucius, but fine. Adult it is. Hermione flicks to a fresh page. I'll draft the disclosures and the speech points. You'll say little Harry. I'll do the teeth. If they demand you speak, you say exactly 3 sentences and no more. Harry lifts a brow. Bossy. Effective, she says, not smiling. They run the plan again, not because they forgot it, but because repetition finds leaks. Who sits where? Which question goes to whom? Where to say no comment, and where to say show me the law. By the time tea has gone cold, they've shaved the edges to clean, unbleeding lines. Next, Harry says. Ron glances at him, then at Sirius, then at his tea like it might offer a way to avoid what comes. Doesn't. He nods once. Percy. Sirius's jaw tightens. We have proof. Enough, Hermione says. Not a smoking wand. A stack of small burns. She slides a thin file across. Receipts. A copy of a ministry visitor log with Percy Weasley's signature 3 times where his schedule says he was at home. A memo template from a Dumbledore-friendly undersecretary short, coded phrasing routed through accounting instead of policy. A Gringotts returned attempt to query Peveril shell accounts that only someone with internal ministry notes would know existed. None of it alone hangs a man. None of it is random. Ron doesn't look at the page. He looks at the corner of the table and keeps his voice steady. He thinks we're a risk. He thinks I'm indulging a friend who will go dark if no one sensible drags him back. He thinks Dumbledore is the axis of the world and the ministry a kind of church. Sirius rests his forearms on the table. We do this carefully, he says. You confront him. Not a trap. Not a show. Give him every inch to walk himself back. And if he won't, you close the door slowly and cleanly. Ron nods. His ears go pink and then pale. Right? Harry keeps the room quiet long enough for Ron to breathe and not drown in it. You want me there? He asks. Ron shakes his head. No. This is family. And work. It has to sound like me. Then we make sure when you walk away, you walk into something solid. Hermione says. Process. Witness. Paper. Ileana speaks from the shelves without turning. I'll draft a notice to the Ministry Ethics Office. Not accusing, requesting guidance on interdepartmental data hygiene, with neutral examples that happen to look exactly like Percy's moves. It goes in the record. If anyone tries to protect him later, they trip over our tidy little letter. Ron glances back. Thanks. Don't thank me for paperwork, Ileana says. Thank me for ending fights with footnotes. Callum pushes off the jam. You'll want a calm room to talk. Not the burrow. Not the ministry cafeteria. I can get you a borrowed records room. No portraits. No gossip. Do that, Harry says. Sirius stands. I'll loiter in the corridor and pretend to read a newspaper. If it goes sideways, I'll cough. Ron huffs. You'll cough. I refuse to tackle your brother in a tie, Sirius says. Coughing is dignified. Hermione packs the file back into a folder. When do you want to do it? Ron looks at the rain. Today, he says. The records room on level 5 smells like dust and ink and policy that tried to matter. The clerk who owes Arthur a favor leaves the key in the door and vanishes for tea. Someone's old plant has died bravely in a corner. Ron stands in the middle of the room with his hands open and empty. He has a copy of the file in his inner pocket and a list of sentences in his head that all start with Percy. He picks the one that sounds the least like begging. Percy arrives on the dot because Percy always arrives on the dot. His hair is combed like a plan. He looks at the room, at his brother, at the folder on the table, and his chin goes up a fraction. Ronald, he says. Percy. Ron clears his throat and wants to punch the nerves out of it. He doesn't. Thanks for coming. I have precisely 11 minutes, Percy says. I'm working on a draft memo for the Undersecretary regarding exam standards. I assume this is not about Quidditch. Ron glances at the dead plant and back. No, it's about family and work. And the way you keep confusing those words with Dumbledore. Percy's eyes narrow. I won't stay if this is an attack on the headmaster. It's not, Ron says. It's a question. A series of them. He opens the folder. He doesn't push it across. He keeps it near and taps each page with his finger as if he's reminding both of them he can count. Why did you sign into records on a day you told Mum you were homesick? Why did you draft a memo template that routes through accounting for a policy question? Why did you request internal ministry notes about 3 shell companies that only a goblin accountant and someone inside this room should know exist? Percy's face doesn't move for 3 counts. Then he inhales like a man about to be the reasonable one. All appropriate, he says. I am working on behalf of the ministry to ensure that certain private interests do not destabilize state function. Your friend. He cannot quite say Harry without choking. Wields an unusual amount of leverage. It is prudent to understand the scope of his holdings. Prudent, Ron repeats. You call leaking our financial structure prudent? I call sunlight the best disinfectant, Percy says. If your holdings are legitimate, you have nothing to fear from scrutiny. Ron's laugh is short and thin. You don't want light. You want control. You want Dumbledore to tuck Harry under the board like a house elf with a broom. Percy's mouth goes bloodless. I want order. You want obedience, Ron says, not loud, not shaking. You want the world to behave because you wrote a memo. Percy stares at him as if he's a boy who refused a tie. You're out of your depth. You always were. Chess is not politics. Ron's ears go pink and then very calm. Chess is people choosing under pressure with limited information, he says. Politics is that, plus louder rooms. Percy exhales through his nose. Tell your friend to sign his disclosure statements. Stop playing at shadow government. And respect the headmaster. Ron holds the folder up like a mirror. I'm not here to barter. I'm here to say this once. Stop. Stop trying to make Harry a story in your boss's speeches. Stop trying to unspool accounts that don't belong to you. Stop calling betrayal prudence, because it sounds nice in your head. Percy's jaw tightens. And if I don't, then we close the door. Ron's voice is quieter now. It's worse than a shout. Professionally, you will lose access. People will stop taking your calls because their bosses will tell them you don't know when to leave a thing alone. At the ministry, ethics will get a letter about a pattern that looks a lot like yours, and the undersecretary will drop you because you're not worth the paper cuts. At home, Mum will still feed you. No one will mention this at the table. You'll sit 2 chairs away from me until Christmas is over. But every time you open your mouth at work and say the word prudence, you will think about this room, and you will know I asked you to stop and you didn't. Percy swallows. His eyes flick to Ron's hands as if expecting a wand. You sound like them, he says. Cold. Calculated. I sound like someone who grew up, Ron says. And I sound like your brother telling you the softest way this ends. Percy's lips flatten. This is an intimidation attempt. It's a love letter written in consequences, Ron says. And even he hears how much it costs to say it. Last time stop. Percy's shoulders square. He looks at his watch. My 11 minutes are over. He reaches for the file. Ron places his hand on it without force. Percy leaves it. Goodbye, Ronald. Bye, Percy, Ron says, and Percy flinches at the name because it is not Perce and it is not a joke. It's a line. Percy leaves with his spine straight. Sirius in the corridor coughs into a newspaper. Percy does not look. Ron stays in the empty room until the clock on the wall ticks 2 full minutes. He breathes and keeps breathing. Then he folds the folder, pockets it, and goes to stand in the rain outside until his face stops doing whatever it's doing. They make their entrance at the Wiesengemot with no flourish. Harry wears a cut that fits. Sirius wore something dramatic first and then traded it for Sirius Lord. Hermione carries a thin stack of notes she will not read from because she already knows them. Ron has a pen. He discovered, delighted, that pens unsettle people here. The floor clerk calls titles. People stare. People always stare. Harry's heartbeat does not speed up. He looks at the benches like they are a board he can solve. The speaker bangs the staff. Motion to open debate. Hermione rises as if she's done it for 20 years. Madam Speaker, before we hear proposals to increase discretionary authority, I move to read into the record the full text of the Potter will. She says, crisp and bright. And to introduce for vote a conflict of interest disclosure requirement for governors and senior aurors. A ripple. Dumbledore sits with the old guard. His eyes are winter. He smiles. It doesn't reach the chair back. On what grounds, Miss Granger? She says. On the grounds that process is not the enemy of safety. They argue. They do not shout. Hermione's voice carries because it is clear, not because it is loud. Bones votes their way with 3 words. This protects me. The Longbottom proxy lifts a hand and says, dry. It protects everyone who isn't an idiot. Lucius waves something silky and sneers a sentence about upstart children. Hermione turns her head and says, do you want to disclose your ties to the board, Mr. Malfoy? And the room rustles because there are things even the old guard doesn't say out loud. Dumbledore asks to suspend debate for the good of the school. Harry lifts his head. Headmaster, he says, what emergency specifically requires less oversight today than yesterday? 3 sentences. No more. The motion fails by 3 votes. The will goes into the record. Harry doesn't look away when people read the line with Sirius or Iron Black. He lets it sit in the air like a spelling word everyone has to say correctly. After, in the corridor, a governor with expensive hair intercepts Hermione with a smile that wants to be a pat on the head. Clever girl, he says. Hermione's eyes go sharp. Competent woman, she corrects. She keeps walking. Ron falls in at her shoulder and murmurs, that was fun. It was work, she says. But her mouth does a small, traitorous curve. Sirius peels off to talk to Bones about cleaners who didn't clean. Harry stops under a window and looks out at a sky that can't decide whether to pour or pretend. He feels the holdfast in his bones like a tug. They held their line. They told the room what they would be. Courteous, competent, careful. He breathes out. Good start, good start. Hermione echoes, then checks her watch. Pack. We leave at 6. Your uncle in Paris will pout if we miss his cousin's floor show. My uncle. Every charming person in a French restaurant calls himself your uncle, she says. Bring a cloak that doesn't look British. Ron freezes. We're going to France? ICW pre-tournament dinner, Hermione says. Try not to insult anyone's wine. Ron makes a face. I'll insult their tiny forks. Do that and I'll arrest you under international law, she says. And for the first time all day, they laugh like people who can. Paris smells like rain on warm stone and bad decisions made while pretty people watch. The ICW reception hall is light and mirrored without being kind. The Delacours move through it like they own reflection itself. People turn for them not because of the Villa magic, but because power has a posture and the Delacours have it. Fleur stands with two officials and a woman who can only be her mother. Apollon Delacour, who holds a flute of champagne like a wand. Fleur's dress is severe in a way that makes everyone else's ruffles look like apologies. She is not the most beautiful person in the room because she is not trying to be. She is the most at ease. Sirius mutters, "Right? Mind your verbs," and disappears toward a man he wants something from. Hermione's nudge is precise. "Go," she says. "No flirting. No jokes. No trying to charm charmers." Ron checks the room for exits and distractions, then takes up a post by a palm as if it's his idea. Hermione angles herself toward an aide with a stack of folders and begins to build a new map. Harry crosses to Fleur because anything else would be cowardice. He stops at a social distance and waits while she finishes her sentence. She finishes it. She looks at him in a way that says, "I know what you did to that room earlier, and I know what you didn't say." "Monsieur Potter," she says. Accents soft on the edges, vowels tidy, gaze unblinking. "You made a noise in London today." "Paperwork," Harry says. "Very loud kind." Her mouth does something like a smile without committing. "The best kind. I am Fleur Delacour." "Harry," he says. He does not offer a hand. Hands are promises. He gives a nod that belongs to equals. "Thank you for not pretending we haven't both read each other's dossiers. Pretense is for people who cannot carry truth without spilling it," Fleur says. She tips her head slightly. "The British headmaster does not like you. He doesn't like losing control of nouns," Harry says. "And you?" Fleur asks. "What do you not like?" He thinks about it. "People who confuse tradition with permission," he says. "Rooms that stay locked because it's more convenient to pretend the key was lost." "That is an unkind way to speak about your ministry," she says, tone light, eyes not. "It's a kind way to avoid saying worse," he says. Apollon turns, eyes bright with interest. Fleur gives her a glance that says, "Later." Apollon drifts away with predatory grace. Fleur returns her attention to him. "You are not as loud as your headlines," she says. "Paper shouts. People shouldn't," Harry says. "I prefer sentences that fit on a napkin." "What is your napkin sentence?" Fleur asks. "Protect my own," he says. "Build something that outlives me. Refuse to be shaped by people who didn't ask to be questioned." She considers that. "And what will you trade to do these things?" "Sleep," he says. "Goodwill I wasn't going to keep. The right to be liked." "French politicians do not have that right either," she says, almost amused. A waiter schemes by with champagne. Neither of them takes one. "Your magic sits strangely," Fleur says then, blunt without cruelty. "It is quiet until it wants not to be. Villasense shape. Yours is contained. You are holding a door shut because the room behind it is messy." "Prudent," he says deadpan. Something sparks in her eyes. "Do not say prudence to me like it is a virtue. It is a tool. You use it or you don't. But if you hide behind it, you become English." "I plan to be French about my tools," Harry says. "Use the good ones. Throw the bad ones at enemies." This time the smile almost arrives. "You are young to speak like a ledger. I had good tutors," he says. "And bad examples." She tips her head toward the dais where an ICW undersecretary compliments himself into a microphone. "The tournament will make idiots of sensible people," she says. "It will also make sensible people of idiots. We will see who finds which." "We will," he says. "Good," she says. And the word sits between them like a clause they both read and underline. "I dislike wasting evenings." "Then let's not," he says. "I won't try to charm you." "That would be foolish," she says. "Villa do not reward amateurs." "I prefer respect," he says. "So do I," she says. "We will speak again." "Looking forward to it," he says, and this time he means it without strategy. He steps back. She turns away without watching him go. "Respect," Hermione ghosts at his shoulder like an answer. How did it go? She's not interested in being a symbol, Harry says. She's interested in being a lever. Good, Hermione says. Levers move things. Ron materializes with a general's air and a canopy he doesn't trust. That's Fleur, Harry says. She looks like she knows where all the exits are. Ron says, faintly impressed. She does, Hermione says. So do we, right? Ron says, and squares his shoulders like a boy who is learning how to be a wall. Across the room, Dumbledore speaks to someone wearing a smile like glass. He does not look their way. He doesn't have to. He is a man who always knows where his problems stand. Harry looks back at Fleur for one more second. How she listens, how she doesn't fill silence, and then away. Storm's here, he says. It's been here, Hermione says. We just decided to wear proper boots, Ron says. They leave before the speeches finish. In the corridor, the air is cooler. At the curb, their car smells like leather and rain. In the window's reflection, for a second, Harry sees them as someone else might. A boy who doesn't act like a boy, a girl who collects laws like threads and weaves them into nets, a red-haired strategist whose ears tell you more than his mouth ever will. He blinks. The reflection returns to being glass. Back at the holdfast, the sea sounds like a thing breathing through its teeth. They stand in the west study and don't turn on all the lamps. Ron pulls his tie loose. Percy didn't blink, he says, a statement, not a complaint. Hermione sets her notes down with care. He will, she says. Not to us. At his desk. When he writes a memo and hears it speak back to him in your voice. Harry pours tea they won't finish. We don't gloat, he says. We don't chase him into a corner. We leave him a path with his dignity barely intact. If he takes it, he's family. If he doesn't, he's opposition. Sirius steps in from the hall and leans in the doorway like he owns thresholds now. Bones says thank you, he says. She means it in the way that matters. Good, Hermione says, too tired to smirk. Next round we make her job easier again. Callum raps knuckles on the doorframe. 2 new plates are ready for your suite, he says. Ghost muffling. Someone's portrait tried to listen last week. It swore when I told it to mind its own business. Rude shelf, Hermione murmurs. The shelf didn't swear this time, Callum says dryly. I told it you'd be disappointed. They smile at that small. They are allowed small. Harry rests both hands on the table's edge. We set our posture, he says. We were courteous, competent, careful. We keep being those things until the room believes us and the people who don't wish we were are tired of saying otherwise. Ron nods, eyes on the map that shows London like a tangle of veins. And if the room doesn't believe us, then the room will have to prove it can count, Hermione says and taps the tabbed handbook. We brought numbers. They clean up. They leave the study better than they found it. On the way out, Hermione touches the ward line with 2 fingers. It warms under her skin like gratitude. At the suite door, Ron hesitates. If he, he's still invited to dinner, Hermione says. With rules. Harry opens the door. The Molly clause applies to everyone, he says. Especially us. They laugh, tired and real, and go inside. The lamp on the desk hums. The shelf does not snore. The new plate works. Outside, the weather clears the way it does when a storm decides it hasn't won but will let you sleep. In Paris, a Villa girl looks at a list of names and writes one at the top with a line under it. Harry Potter. Does not waste my time. In a tidy flat in London, Percy Weasley writes a memo with clean margins and, for the first time, hears a sentence in his head that undercuts his own. He doesn't cross anything out. He doesn't sign it yet either. In the headmaster's office, Fawkes shifts on his perch. Dumbledore stands at the window and watches rain slide down slate. He is thinking 7 moves ahead and, for the first time in a long while, counts a boy he thought he understood as a piece that might move itself. The sea keeps breathing. The holdfast keeps humming. The map stays open on the table. The gathering isn't subtle anymore. It doesn't need to be. Chapter 4, The Unbreakable Contract. The goblet spits blue fire like a cough. A second slip curls up through the flames and blackens at the edges. The great hall goes from festival noise to a hush that isn't quiet at all. Dumbledore catches the parchment. His eyes skim. His jaw tightens. Harry Potter. The sound that follows is not applause. It's the scrape of benches, the snap of necks turning, 100 whispers hitting the same word. Harry stands because not standing would be theater. He doesn't look at the Gryffindor table. He doesn't look at the headmaster. He looks at Hermione and Ron. 2 small nods, nothing else, and walks. Hermione's quill is already out. Ron has one hand on his coin rune key and the other around Harry's forearm for exactly 2 steps. Like a tag on a relay. Protocol. Hermione murmurs as they move. We prepared it, now we use it. Security, Ron says, scanning the walls, the gallery, the raised staff dais. 2 tails on us. One's Filch. One's not. They hit the antechamber. Bagman, shiny and breathless, does his cheerful act. Karkaroff sneers. Madame Maxime frowns in a way that says I have questions and a spine. Victor Crumb watches the floor because the floor has no opinions. Fleur Delacour stands very straight by the fireplace. Her dress robes are severe, her expression is worse. Power sits around her shoulders like it knows her. She takes Harry in the way ICW auditors take in a room. Entrances, exits, the person who thinks he's in charge. This is chaos, she says, voice quiet. Welcome to Britain, Ron mutters. Dumbledore's smile is a blade covered in velvet. Mr. Potter has been selected by an artifact you chose to trust over contract law. Hermione says, not loud. We're filing, Miss Granger, she says, with the ICW Contract Office and the Triwizard Oversight Commission. Clause 14, fraudulent entry. Clause 17, duty of care. Clause 22, foreign national impact. She lifts a parchment with tidy columns and signatures already blooming. We've drafted. We only need the clerk to stamp it. Miss Granger, Dumbledore says, warm as winter sun. Perhaps we can. No, she says. We can't. Bagman claps his hands. Now then, formalities. The formality, Ron says, stepping between Harry and the cluster of officials, is that you don't speak to him without counsel. Karkaroff laughs. Sharp. Counsel? He is a child. Then try not to be the adults who make him need one, Hermione says. A muscle in Dumbledore's cheek jumps. He gestures Harry toward the champions. Harry takes half a step and stops of his own accord. He meets Fleur's eyes for the first time since Paris. There's no glow, no dazzle. Just assessment. Later, she says. We will speak when there are fewer people pretending to be kind. Agreed, Harry says. They don't return to the feast. They don't return to Gryffindor Tower. They go straight to the Peveril suite. The door seals behind them with a click that feels like exhale. Sirius is already there, standing by the mantel with a paper he hasn't read. The look he gives Harry is not panicked. It's angry in a clean way that means he's useful. We knew they'd try something, he says. We planned for 3 versions of try. This is version 2. Hermione drops parchment on the table. ICW filings. 1 to contract, 1 to oversight, 1 to the French liaison, 1 to Bones for optics. I need signatures. Done, Harry says, signing where she taps. Ron signs as witness, deliberate, each loop clean. Sirius waits until the last cool stroke dries. Then he says, before we meet Delacour, there's a second problem. Ron lets his head thump the chair back. Of course there is. Sirius's voice is even. I made a contingency with the Delacours last year. Post-Dementor. It was a failsafe. He meets Harry's eyes. It involved you. Harry goes very still. Define involved. Sirius doesn't flinch. Expedited alliance terms in case of institutional failure. A marriage compact. A protective umbrella under French law if Britain made a mess we couldn't mop with parchment. A beat. The lamp hums. The ward line glows faintly. Hermione doesn't say a word, which tells Harry this isn't news to her. It tells him she hated keeping it from him and did anyway because strategy said so. Harry's mouth is dry. Say all the nouns, he says. Sirius says them. Marriage. Dowry clauses that don't insult anyone. Co-governance of assets for optics. No compulsion. No consummation requirement. A built-in detonation cord if either party feels coerced. 100 exit lines that all require both signatures. Ron exhales like he'd been punched and needed to pretend he hadn't. What did we get for that? French jurisdictional cover. Villa cultural statutes that make it very unfashionable to threaten your spouse. Access to people who take the ICW seriously. Sirius swallows. I did it because I thought we'd need a shield before we needed a plan. Harry stares at the fire and feels the old cupboard scrape his spine for a second. Then he breathes and the scrape leaves. You did it without asking me, he says. He keeps his voice steady by force. Again, Sirius looks like he'll take the hit without blocking. Yes, Hermione's voice is quieter than usual. We kept it as a card, Harry. A last resort. The goblet made it first. Harry rubs a thumb down the seam of the table. His jaw loosens by degrees he can feel. Where is she? Down the hall with her mother and 2 functionaries. Ileana says from the doorway. No one heard her enter. They asked if the holdfast had a room that does not gossip. I said yes. Good, Harry says. He pushes up from the chair and the motion burns the last of the cupboard scrape out of his back. We do this properly. Terms. Consent. Not because of a piece of paper you wrote, Sirius. Because of a person. Sirius nods. Guilt and relief tripping over each other. I'll start the kettle. Get water, Hermione says. They'll want something clean. Ron cracks his knuckles. I'll walk the corridor. No heroics, Hermione says. Passive-aggressive politeness, Ron says and goes. The secured room is the one with the deep chairs and the snoring shelf. Callum slapped a fresh plate on it earlier. It's very quiet now. Fleur enters with Apollon Delacour and an ICW aide who does not write anything down because this is not going in a file. Fleur's gaze takes in the ward line, the furniture, the table set with carafes and blank parchment. Apollon shakes hands like a woman who never gives away her strength in knuckles. Mr. Black, she says. Mademoiselle Granger. Her eyes linger on Harry. Monsieur Potter. Madame Delacour, Harry says. He nods to Fleur. Fleur. She inclines her head without smiling. Harry. Sirius leaves the room after the pour. Apollon settles into the near chair and folds her ankle over her knee. Her presence says, I am not leaving, but I am not speaking either. Fleur remains standing. You are angry, she says to Harry. Yes, he says. But not at you. Good, she says. Because I am not your solution. I am a person with a country and family and goals. Yes, he says again. Hermione moves to the side table, takes out a thin folder, and speaks for the only time she will speak in this negotiation. Outline of Sirius's contingency, she says, placing the paper between them without offering it to either. And our non-negotiables. No coercion, co-sovereignty, exit clauses honored by both parties, equal voice in war councils. Use it or don't. We can talk without looking at it. I'm here to keep time and stop anyone from pretending feelings aren't part of the plan. Apollon's mouth lifts at a corner. Fleur glances at the paper, then back at Harry. We will not read during the talk, she says. Eye contact is more honest. Agreed, Harry says. They stand across a table that suddenly feels symbolic. Fleur moves first because she likes to choose terrain. My terms, she says crisp. Say them, Harry says. Co-sovereignty over Peveril, Potter, and Delacour political assets. Fleur says. Not advisory. Not decorative. 2 signatures or nothing moves. Good, Harry says. Mine too. Absolute autonomy over my body and any magic that is innate to me. She continues. Vila magic is not a toy. It is not a badge. You do not ask me to use it like a miracle and then discuss it like a weakness. Yes, he says immediate. And mine. No one uses my title as a bludgeon in our home. We decide when the Lord face goes on. We decide when it comes off. Transparent accounts, she says. All ledgers open to me. All Peveril archive access to my research staff. No locked rooms I am not allowed to even know exist. Agreed, he says. And I want your French network introduced without games. I don't need to be liked. I need to be briefed. Fleur's chin lifts a degree. Equal veto, she says. If you say we are not doing this, we are not. If I say we are not, we are not. We argue. We are allowed to sleep on it. We re-argue. But compulsion is for cowards. Harry glances at Hermione. Hermione keeps her face blank but writes equal veto on her mental board with ink that will not fade. Yes, he says. Ceremony, Fleur says, and there's a new tension in her shoulders. If we bind, we do it with a rite that is ours, not one that makes me a trophy. We choose a ritual that acknowledges both houses. We hold it in a room that is not a stage. Harry's pulse ticks. The Peveril book has a rite. It isn't legal. It's old. It requires consent at 3 points. It hurts. It's meant to shake liars out of their own mouths. Good, she says. Pain is honest. Apollin's eyes flick in caution at the word hurts. Fleur doesn't look at her. Personal. Fleur says, softer now, not less firm. We go slow. We respect that what is strategic can still be human. We do not take what isn't offered. We do not pretend this is a fairy tale. Harry nods. And if either of us says enough, the other stops. No teeth. No wounded pride. Say it like a vow, Fleur says. If you say stop, I stop, Harry says. He feels the words drop into the room like small stones in a pool. She inclines her head. If you say stop, I stop. Hermione clears her throat without apology. You have my vote, she says. For what that's worth, which is a lot when I'm the one running your calendar. Apollon exhales as if she'll live with this. Mademoiselle Granger, she says. You will send me your calendars. I will send you mine. We will move the world with ink. Deal, Hermione says. Ron taps the door twice in a pattern that means all clear and not intruder. The room breathes. Fleur steps closer to the table. Trust, she says, and says it like a challenge. Harry doesn't say the word back. He says actions. You can interview any member of my staff without me in the room, he says. No consequences. If anyone in my house treats you like decoration, they're gone. If I lie by omission in a war council, I will say so later and you will get the right to be furious without me calling you unreasonable. Fleur's throat moves. You will not punish me for being more powerful than you at a dinner party, she says. You will not use my magic as an excuse when men behave badly around me. Agreed, he says. And you will not let them make me the boy they want me to be. At last, the smallest smile. Agreed. Hermione's voice cuts the air clean. Consent point 1, she says. Fleur holds Harry's gaze. Yes, she says. I consent to negotiate in good faith for marriage and strategic alliance with Harry James Potter. Harry's heart beats once. Large. Yes, he says. I consent. Apollin's fingers tighten on the arm of her chair. Then ease. We will stay for the legal signature when you are ready, she says, standing. We will not stay for your ritual. Thank you, Harry says, and means for knowing where the line is. Apollin kisses her daughter's cheek. It is not soft. It is precise. She squeezes Hermione's shoulder like approval and nods once at Harry, as if he has walked into a room and did not embarrass himself. Then she leaves. Hermione takes her carafe and her tidy stack and ghosts after, closing the door firmly. Ron's footsteps retreat down the corridor. The ward line warms. It is quiet enough to hear breath. Fleur looks at the table, at the blank parchments, at the carafe of water that reflects the ward line like a thin rope of light. She looks back to Harry. Where? She asks. Here, he says. He picks up the small iron-bound book from the sideboard. He flips past the pages that want to lecture him and stops at a leaf that looks innocuous and isn't. Old right. No witnesses. No signatures. Only truth. What does it ask? Fleur says. That we say what we will carry, Harry says. And what we will drop. And what we will never do to each other. She pulls the chair back, not to sit, but to clear space. What are the rules? No wands, he says. Bare hands. Closed circle. Speaking in our own words. 3 touches with pain. 3 breaths shared. 3 points where either can end it. Good, she says. She reaches up and pins her hair tighter. The small, practical act lands like a drumbeat in Harry's chest. He draws a chalk line on the floor in a neat circle. He lays 4 small carved plates at the quarters: bone, copper, stone, wood. The room's air thins, not in a frightening way, but in an attentive way. They step in without fanfare and face each other. First consent, Harry says. Yes, Fleur says, and the circle warms his bare feet. Second, he says. Yes, she says, and her eyes do not leave his. Third, he says, voice lower. Yes, she says again. Now do the hard part. Harry's palm sweats. He wipes it on his robe and doesn't pretend he didn't. What I carry, my title, my training, my bad habits when I'm scared. I carry responsibility like a pack I can't put down. I carry people. Sometimes I carry too much. Fleur doesn't nod. She absorbs. What I carry. My family's expectations, my country's pride, my own refusal to be used. I carry the way rooms shift when I walk in. I carry heat I did not ask for and I choose when to burn. Harry swallows. What I drop. The right to make decisions about both of us without you in the room. The story that pain makes me special. The urge to be the only one who saves the day. Fleur's throat works. What I drop. The impulse to weaponize charm out of boredom. The temptation to punish the world for what men have tried to take from me. The habit of judging British incompetence before I understand its cause. Tiny pause. Most of the time, a laugh tries to climb up Harry's chest. He lets it die short and honest. What I will never do to you, he says. Shut you out to protect my ego. Call your magic anything but yours. Put you on a poster. What I will never do to you, she says. Pretend we did not agree to be equals. Use the way people look at me to hurt you. Let others define you in front of me without answering back. The plates at the quarters hum once and then, as if they agree to be witnesses. Pain, Fleur says calm. Where? Here, Harry says, tapping the center of his chest. Palm to palm. The book says the cores will argue and then stop. Let them argue, she says. They lift their hands. Their palms meet. The jolt is not lightning. This pressure thrum, like 2 bass notes trying to occupy the same space. Heat crawls up Harry's forearm and bites the meat of his shoulder. Fleur's breath hitches. He feels it like a thread tug in the skin under his sternum. Point 1, he manages. If you want it ended. No, she says through teeth. Continue. The pressure spikes. Whum. Then shifts sideways like a shoulder through a door. Harry's knees want to bend. He locks them and breathes. Point 2, he says. No, she says again. Sweat beads at her temple and runs a clean line. The last surge lands not like flame but like weight lifting off in a rush. The room's air snaps back. Their palms still touch. Their shoulders drop at the same time. Fleur's eyes are bright and blown. She inhales and lets it out slow. Third point? She asks, throat rough. If you need it, he says. She shakes her head. Finish it. 3 breaths, he says. Together, they breathe. Once, twice. On the third, Harry feels something change, small and undeniable. A new piece of room in his head that is not his. Not thoughts. Not words. Just a there. A heat bloom on the edge of his senses that means Fleur. Her mouth opens a little in surprise. Then she closes it and laughs once. Wrecked and small. You are loud, she says. And it lands like a joke because he has been quiet all night. Sorry, he says, voice not steady. Don't be, she says. I prefer knowing where you are. The plates go silent. The chalk line stays a chalk line, not dramatic runes. The ward line goes from warm to steady. Harry lowers his hand. Fleur lowers hers. Their fingers do not try to keep hold and also don't move away immediately. He steps back first. She steps back the same distance. Status check? He asks, because Hermione has infected him. Fleur flexes her fingers. Light-headed. Arms ache. Heart in the right place. She lifts a hand in a small stop and closes her eyes for 1 beat, listening inward. When she opens them, she looks at him with new information. Not glossy, not dramatic. Practical. I can feel you, she says, tapping her sternum. Not your mind. Your location. Same, he says. Like, Warmth behind a wall. Do not write poetry about it, she says, dry. I won't, he says. They don't hug. They don't make a show. They drink water. Tastes better than it should. That was pain, Fleur says, sitting at last. She's pale under her cheekbones, flush high. But not cruelty. It's supposed to tell the truth, Harry says, taking the chair opposite. His thigh trembles once and stops. If either of us had flinched, it would have scarred. You have scars enough, she says, looking at his hands, at the tiny white lines that knives and quills leave. Do you want to sign the legal paper today? He asks. Or after the first task mess is sorted? Today, she says. Before your headmaster invents a reason to lock you in a broom cupboard for your own safety. Madame Delacour will like that sentence, he says. Madame Delacour already likes you, she says. Don't make me regret it, he huffs. I'll try. The room sits. The bond sits. It doesn't pulse or tug or demand. It exists like a new doorway in a familiar wall, closed for now, visible, respected. Harry, Fleur says, and her voice is different now, not softer, but less defended. I want to say this without ceremony. Say it, he says. I am choosing you, she says. Not because it is easy, not because it is romantic, because I like what you do with power, because you listen to people who are not you, because you do not touch what isn't yours, because when I said, stop means stop, you didn't argue. He swallows. Words fail for a second, properly fail. He nods once, clean. I am choosing you, he says, because you're not a poster, because you want the work, because you don't perform intelligence for applause, because you didn't try to look like you were impressed. Something loosens between them. It's not heat. It's not fireworks. It's the permission to be where they are. Fleur stands. She crosses the short distance. She stops close enough to see the shake still in his hands. We are allowed one thing tonight, she says. Not because the bond is loud. Because we said yes. He nods. One thing, he says. She kisses him. It is not gentle. It is precise. It is the exact length of a promise that intends to live long enough to need more room later. It tastes like chalk dust and water and a room that decided not to gossip. When she steps back, she leaves her hand on his cheek for a second. The bond hums, like a cat that is surprised to be fond of someone. Good, she says, then adds, with a flash of wickedness that proves she is still herself. Do not tell Weasley. He will tease us until Easter. Too late, Ron says through the door in his best innocent voice. I can feel the smug through 3 inches of oak. Go away, Fleur says, not unkind. Going, Ron says, footsteps retreating. They laugh, both of them tired and real. Hermione returns with a pollen and 2 parchment folios. The legal signatures are calmer than the ritual. Quills scratch. Scritch, scritch. Seals press. The ICW aid stamps where stamps like to go. No one makes a speech. Pollen ties the cords. Efficient. You will be hunted now, she says, not dramatic. Politically, I mean, we were already, Harry says. Now you have fewer places to pretend otherwise, she says. She looks at Fleur. Eyes, mouth, shoulders. She nods. You are well. I am, Fleur says. Good. Pollen looks at Harry. Do not disappoint my daughter. If you do, I will take a number and a very sharp pen and stand in a very long queue of women who wish to kill you. I'll keep the queue short, Harry says. Do, Pollen says, kisses Fleur's forehead, and leaves in a swish of competence. Hermione lingers just long enough to squeeze Harry's elbow and Fleur's hand. Tomorrow, she says. ICW response. Ron's security plan. First task prep. Her eyes drop to the chalk circle, then up again. Nice line. Callum will grind me about it if I scuff the floor, Harry says. He will, Hermione says, almost fond, and goes. They are alone again for half a minute. It's enough to pack the feeling into a box labeled later, not to hide it, to keep it. They are good at boxes. They will get better at opening them. Fleur touches the chalk with the toe of her shoe and smears a section with deliberate pressure. No one else gets to stand in this one, she says. No, Harry says. They don't. She reaches the door and stops with her hand on the frame. The bond hums, dim. If you panic, she says, you will say it out loud. If you rage, he says, you will say it out loud. She nods. Sleep, she orders. You too, he says. She goes. The ward line sighs as the door shuts. Harry sits in the chair for a long minute with his hands open on his knees. He breathes until his heart finds a sensible pace. He stands. He washes the chalk off his palms at the basin and watches the water run clouded then clear. In the corridor, Ron leans against the wall with the posture of a man not guarding a door. All right? He asks. Painful, Harry says. Good, Ron grins. That's my review of chess with you. Equal veto, Harry says. Bloody right, Ron says. He sobers. ICW filings landed. Bones sent a received with a smiley drawn by a person who does not draw smileys. Dumbledore is pacing. According to a portrait who can't gossip anymore because Callum made it a tea shelf. Good, Harry says. He looks down the corridor where Fleur's presence feels like a warm light behind a wall. He looks back at Ron. We do the thing then. Which thing? Ron says. We have 12. Survive the task, Harry says. Then make the school understand we won't be moved like furniture. Ron taps the rune coin in his pocket. I've got plates for that, he says. Harry pushes open the suite door. Hermione's lists wait. The kettle murmurs. The shelf does not snore. The bond hums like a new engine idling low. Outside, the castle creaks like old wood under a fresh wind. In his office, Dumbledore stares at a space where he thought a boy would stand alone. In the Beauxbatons carriage, Apollon writes 2 names on a card and underlines them once. Potter. Fleur. Underneath, she writes smaller. Do not underestimate the girl with the ink. On the holdfast cliff, the sea breathes in, breathes out. Harry turns down the lamp and feels Fleur on the edge of sleep. Not thoughts, not words, just the weight shift that means here. He says it in his head because it feels like a ward, and because it doesn't hurt anyone to say it twice. Here. Chapter 5, Fire and Fusion. The war room smells like chalk and tea. Ron stands at the board with a bit of white stuck behind his ear. Sleeves rolled. Tie off. 3 rune plates sit on the table like coasters that could level a tower. Hermione has the timing chart. Sirius leans on the mantle to stop himself pacing. Ron taps the sketch of a dragon with neat arrows. Horntail. Territorial. Doesn't leave the nest unless forced. We don't force. We box. Anchor plates here, here, here. Tap, tap, tap. To make a pressure bowl around the egg zone. You're not crushing it. You're asking it to sit. Gravity bias? Harry asks. 0.7 on the Z, Ron says. More and you risk bones. Less and she shrugs. Pressure ring at the thorax to discourage a full inhale. That tames the flame. Hermione lifts the second sheet. Laminar shunt array on your left bracer vents heat sideways. 2 seconds to prime, 8 seconds of effect. Cooldown 20. Don't rely on it twice in a row. The deflection mesh on the cloak is runed for heat, not claws. Translation, Sirius says dryly. Don't let it hit you. Ron points at the small copper disc in front of Harry. Keystone. You don't throw that. You plant it. If the bowl starts to slip, press and say root. It'll dig. You'll feel it. Like the floor grabbing your boots. Hermione slides a small vial across. Hydration charm booster. Sip now. Adrenaline spikes dehydrate you. I want your brain working. Harry drinks. Cold spreads across his tongue. Any surprises? He asks. Always, Ron says. 2 we can predict. 1, the tail. It's meaner than the teeth. The bowl doesn't care about a tail if you place it right, but if she lunges, the tail has reach. Keep your eyes on the hips for tells. 2, bait. They'll try to rattle you. Bagman with a joke. Karkaroff with a sneer. Dumbledore with a sentence about courage. Ignore the noise. Hermione hands over the last piece. A flat slate the size of a palm with thin rune lines under glass. Ward glass. 1 look gives you plate status. Green, amber, red. Don't stare at it. Glance. Your eyes on the dragon. not on the toy. Sirius puts a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezes once. You don't prove anything, he says. You execute. You leave. Let the papers screech. Harry nods, fast once. He picks up the keystone. It hums faintly in his palm. Ron catches his eyes and holds them. Contingencies, he says, steady. If the bowl fails, we go to plan B. Wall runic lattice and blink step to the egg, not the dragon. If that fails, you throw smoke, you duck, you bail. You do not become a story. Hermione's mouth softens. And you breathe, she says. Even geniuses forget to breathe. Harry huffs. I'm not. Sirius and Ron and Hermione all say, breathe. At the same time, he breathes. The room steadies. The rune plates look like tools again, not like fate. Callum knocks twice on the doorframe. Time. The tent is loud with fabric noise and false cheer. Bagman pops in front of him, all grin and elbows. Harry, boy. Feeling up to. Later. Hermione says, stepping between with the politest blade. We're focusing. He drifts off, baffled. Like a balloon that lost its string. Madame Maxime passes with a nod. Karkaroff's eyes flick over Harry's bracer and away as if he can't afford curiosity. McGonagall reaches for Harry's sleeve, catches herself, and settles for a crisp, do be careful. That somehow carries real fear. Fleur slips into the tent and the air sharpens. Blue Beauxbatons silk, hair pinned hard. No glitter, no performance. She looks at Harry once, not up, not down. Ready, ready, he says. She gives a tiny nod and goes to her side. Victor rolls his shoulders like he's about to lift a house. Cedric jokes with a judge and doesn't enjoy it. A witch with a box and an overeager Quill calls them one by one. Cedric draws a Swedish short snout. Crumb gets a Chinese fireball. Fleur reaches into velvet, fingers delicate, and comes up with a Welsh green. Harry folds his fingers into the draw and meets heat. A carved miniature with spikes like knives. Hungarian horntail, of course. The crowd's murmur follows them out of the tent and out into the world. The arena is a bowl of stone, bleachers stacked high. Wind cuts across flags. Judges sit behind their table with expressions like masks. The horntail sprawls over rock and gold and the bright, false gleam of the egg. Harry tastes smoke before he sees fire. He doesn't walk to the center. He walks to the first mark Ron chalked on the ground yesterday under the guise of maintenance. A scuff in the sand, nothing more. He plants plate 1. Copper kisses dirt. It hums awake. The ward glass flashes green. He moves, steady, diagonal. Plate 2. Green. The crowd is already whispering because he hasn't drawn a wand. He hears the shape of their noise without hearing words. He doesn't look up. Plate 3. He breathes, finds the triangle's middle with the flat of his palm, and presses. Keystone down. Root. The rune work bites the ground. There's no flare. No show. The air goes heavy with a sound like a faraway drum and then lower whum, as if the floor decided it likes being a floor more than it likes the idea of dragon claws. Sand tightens. Dust settles. The horntail shifts, snorts, and feels it. It rises. Black scales. Gold eyes. The hiss grinds like iron on stone. Harry lifts his left arm. The laminar shunt array is already keyed. He feels heat coming under his skin. Not magic. The bond. Fleur. A warmer weight behind a wall. Aware. Focused. He doesn't look for her. He lets the weight exist. The horntail draws breath. Harry flicks the bracer rune with a nail. The air at his left splits into a thin, shimmering pane. The dragon's flame hits. Bombach. And slides sideways in a smooth sheet like water tipped off glass, hissing across stone to boil harmless heat into the wall. The crowd gasps. Judges lean forward. Karkaroff scowls as if insulted. Ward glass. Green, green, amber. Plate 2's edges pulse. Sand subsides in a ripple. The horntail flexes its shoulders to lunge. The bowl holds and tilts. The dragon's weight tries to stand. Gravity says sit. Stay. Harry says very softly, as if talking to a dangerous dog. He flicks the second array pressure ring, and the air around the dragon's chest tightens by a fraction. Not a choke. a belt one hole smaller than the dragon likes. When it tries to pull a full breath, the belt says no. The horntail snarls, tail lashing. That's the tell. Hips. Tail, Ron's voice would say if Ron were allowed to be here. Harry has already stepped to the angle that makes the tail whip into pressure, not into him. The tip hammers dust. It doesn't reach his knee. Ward glass, Hermione would say. He glances. Plate 2 ticks red, not from failure but from heat. The array under that edge is taking more flame. He pops his wrist, flicks a small, flat runestone out along the sand to land just beside the weak zone. Lace, he breathes. Thin lines crawl from the new stone to plate 2, weaving a stiff mesh, temporary, ugly, effective. The reading goes amber again. The dragon changes tactics. Tries a lunge with the head low, claws hooking. The bowl isn't a wall. It's a gradient. The dragon's muscles fight gravity, then hit the slope and lose their angle. It slams onto its chest, thud. Sends an arc of sand and gold skyward, shakes. Furious. The crowd flinches. Someone screams. The pressure ring holds. The inhale fails halfway. Fire sputters into sparks. Harry moves. Not fast. Not brave. Precise. 3 steps to the left, 2 forward, once around a rock outcrop that smells of burned moss. Egg straight ahead, nest mounded high. He lifts a palm and drops a tiny quiver of runes into the sand. A vibration pattern dragons hate, tuned to the membrane in the ear behind the skull spines. The horntail jerks its head, offended, eyes rolling gold to the whites. Sorry, Harry says, and means not sorry. He reaches the egg. It is hot but not burning. He lays his non-braced hand on it and feels weight through the keystone like he put a palm on the back of a sleeping giant. The bowl flexes to allow him through, around the egg only. He tightens the field with a twitch. Almost, he tells himself. Almost, almost. The horntail plays the card no one can fully null. It screams. The sound is not magical. It is animal and enormous. It hits the chest like shock. Harry's knee dips. The ward glass flickers as his focus shakes. At the far end of the stands, a soft, involuntary gasp. Fleur's hand goes to the railing. Heat blooms hard behind her sternum. The bond flares, thrum. Alive and bright so suddenly she sees spots. It isn't emotion. It's not his mind. It's raw throughput, focus turned to volume. It pounds along her nerves like a marching beat. Holland's hand is at her elbow. Sherry, I'm fine, Fleur says, voice too thin. She is not fine. She is not hurt. She is in 2 places. Here on the rail, fingers white. And there, a half step inside the steady. Cold thinking in a boy's skull who is not a boy anymore. She feels the shape of his solve. Hips, chest, breath, plates. She feels him say sorry and not mean it. It hits her like being dipped in hot water then hauled into cold wind. She closes her eyes for 1 second and resists the pull to lean on the bond. She does not want to unbalance him. She breathes. She opens her eyes and watches him find his footing again because of course he does. In the arena, Harry blinks sweat out of his eyes and wipes the egg with a sleeve so the heat will hold clean. He tucks it to his midline, low. He keeps the bracer angled to his left. Path, he says under his breath. And the bowl hears him like a polite house and slants its slope toward the gap he wants. The horntail hammers the pressure with a grunt that shakes the sandy top layer like sugar on a drum. It tries to use its tail as a pole to lever itself up. Harry bound the tail's base inside the bowl. The tail can't get purchase. It slaps air. He is already gone. He doesn't run. He walks. Not arrogance, not theater economy. Every step keeps his balance in the bowl's forgiving line. The egg is warm and alive against his ribs. He breathes around it. The last 10 meters are the worst. That's where tricks fail and luck takes over in most stories. Harry refuses luck. He drops a palm-sized sigil into the sand with his free hand as he passes and claps the air with a little pressure pop behind the dragon's head. The horntail snaps at the pop, not at him. His teeth click, chak, on empty space. He steps over the chalk mark in the sand that means the judges will clap. He doesn't hear it for half a second. He's still listening to the plate settle and the pressure ring sigh open. Then the sound hits like weather. Cheers, screams, whistles, the deep WHO from 100 throats who just saw something they don't have a name for. Ward glass, all green, bowl easing. He lifts the keystone with thumb and forefinger and says, "Sleep." The hum drains. The air goes back to normal weight. Sand breathes a little dust. The horntail flattens its spines and tucks its head in like a cat that decided the sofa is good after all. Harry doesn't raise the egg overhead. He tucks it under one arm like a ball and walks toward the exit with his other hand open to show he hasn't hexed anyone. He looks at no judge long enough to invite a conversation. At the gate, McGonagall's hand trembles as she takes the egg and puts it on the velvet tray. 10 points from my nerves, she mutters, eyes wet, mouth prim. Well done, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor, Harry says and means it. Bagman rushes to shove a grin into his face. Absolutely smashing. Innovative. Dazzling. Now, Harry, just a word for the... Hermione appears like a door closing. We'll do statements after medical. Medical. Bagman repeats, half turned to the quill. Yes, very good. The boy will be examined. Hermione finishes and steers Harry away with a touch that looks like nothing. Ron falls in at his other side, eyes scanning above the crowd as if counting heads in a riot. The bond hums low now. Fleur doesn't look at him as he passes below the VIP box. She looks at the egg on the tray and at his shoulders and at the way he doesn't wave. Her jaw tightens and releases. Apollon squeezes her hand once. Later and let's go. Madame Pomfrey clicks her tongue when the bracer comes off. Heat rash. Bruising. Nothing clever. Thank Merlin. She smears a paste that smells of mint and metal under Harry's left forearm where the shunt bit the skin. Ron perches at the end of the bed like a guard dog trying to look like furniture. Plates worked, he says, satisfied in the way only a plan that survived can make him. The belt throttled the breath just right. Did you feel the root? Like my boots glued to the floor, Harry says. Good glue. Hermione is already writing. Narrative. Calculated, non-lethal control of a dangerous creature demonstrates mastery, not recklessness. Spin it that the PSC works with dragon sanctuaries. Drop a line about not harming a mother. Sirius stands with his hands in his pockets and relief making him less tall. You just convinced half of Britain you're terrifying, and the other half that you're in reach of useful. Which half matters? Harry asks. Both, Hermione says. We can use fear. We just won't feed it. A knock. Ron's hand goes to his pocket coin signal plates, then eases. Hermione looks up. Fleur, let her in, Harry says before he can second-guess the tremor behind his ribs. Fleur steps past the screen. She's still in blue, hair still pinned, composure back on like armor. But her pupils are too wide and there is color high on her cheekbones. She stops at the foot of the bed and does not look at Ron or Hermione until after she has looked at Harry. You will all leave, she says level. For 10 minutes. Hermione checks Harry with a glance. He nods. Ron stands, squeezes Harry's shoulder, and pockets his guard dog face. Shout if needed, he says, and they go. Silence. Fleur steps closer. It hit me, she says, no preamble. I felt you feel it, Harry says. I didn't pull. I swear. I know, she says. It wasn't you. It was throughput. Focus turned loud. I nearly sat down like an old woman. I do not do that. I'm sorry, he says. Do not apologize for the bond, she says, sharper than she means. She exhales. I am not angry at your magic. I am angry at being surprised. I should have told you it could spike, he says. I read what the Peveril book had on reinforcing contracts. There was a line about surges under stress, rare. I thought we'd have months before we tested it like that. She studies his face. You planned for it anyway. Yes, he says. Bracer keyed to divert. Plates to carry load. Focus habits. The boring things. He swallows. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to make you carry a worry you couldn't solve from the stands. Her mouth tightens. Do not do that again. I won't, he says. She stands beside the bed, looking down at the paste on his forearm, at the edge of the bracer. We need rules, she says. For the flare. Agreed, he says. If I say iron, you will close as much as you can, she says. You will not cut me out. You will damp. You will not be a hero. If I say glass, you will step out of the room. Sit, breathe, ground. He taps his sternum. Until the heat settles. No pretending you're fine. A small, reluctant curve touches her mouth. We are very romantic. Terribly, he says deadpan. Signals. Iron and glass. Good, she says. She looks up at him, all the armor dropping for 1, 2, 3 seconds. When you walked, she says, and stops. Annoyed with herself because it sounds like she's praising a trick, she starts again. You didn't make it a performance. You made it a task. You did not hurt the mother because you could avoid it. You made the world heavier and asked her to sit. He shrugs and winces when the paste pulls. Seemed kinder than a spear. Her eyes flicker. Kindness that looks like control is still kindness. She hesitates. One more thing. Say it. When the scream hit, I felt your knee go. She touches her chest. Small. Here. The bond kicked like a horse. I do not like that. She steps closer. But I like that you did not lean on it. You did not take from me without asking. I don't take what's not offered, he says. That's a rule. Good, she says, and it lands like thank you said in a different dialect. Silence again, but not uncomfortable. The ward screen hums. Outside, someone drops a tray. Pomfrey shouts about hands and hygiene. Harry watches Fleur repin a stray strand of hair that escaped the ruthless twist. The small motion, practical, tidy, grounds him better than any charm. He risks it. There's a thing, he says. Not romantic. Practical. She arches a brow. Say it. I want to map the flare, he says. Not in a lab. In real life. Quiet tests. You hold my hand. I cast something heavy. We see if we can feel the ramp. We build a sense for the slope. Then when a real spike hits, we know if we're at 30% or 90%. Her mouth does the almost smile. You want to calibrate us like a machine. I want to stop guessing, he says. Guessing gets people hurt. She nods once. Tomorrow, she says. 10 minutes. No heroics. No heroics, he echoes. She glances at the door. Your friends will be counting. They count everything, he says, fond despite himself. She leans in, slow, the warning in her eyes clear. I am initiating. Do not make this a scene. He keeps his shoulders still. The kiss is different than the one in the circle. That one was exact and clean. This is messy in the right way, breath, a caught sound, the edge of paste smell and skin. The bond hums bright, and then steadies when she presses 3 fingers against his jaw in the pattern of their signal. Here, not more. He answers with his own 3 on her wrist. Here, not less. When she pulls back, she keeps a thumb on his cheek for 1 more second. This is not a reward for winning, she says. This is because we said yes yesterday and today, and we will say it again tomorrow. Understood, he says, voice not steady. Good, she says. Now I will leave before your chaperones expire. She steps back. The armor slides on. The door opens. Hermione and Ron flow in as if they were just there, happening to walk. Fleur gives Hermione a look that isn't approval and isn't not. It's recognition. We will talk, she says. Calendars, Hermione says, and they both almost smile. Ron tips 2 fingers off his forehead. Nice sit, he says to Fleur, unable to help himself. It was, she says and leaves. Ron whistles under his breath, impressed. She's a wall and a lever, Hermione says. Then to Harry, press just enough. Madame Pomfrey returns and nearly swings her towel at all of them. Out with your state secrets. I need to send this one to face the drooling masses. Sirius peeks around the screen, eyebrows up. Ready to lie to reporters with grace? Spin, Hermione corrects. We don't lie. We curate. Curate, Sirius says thoughtfully. I'll write that on a card for Bones. The press gauntlet is a maze of quills and breathy questions. Hermione rides point. No, we won't discuss proprietary runic techniques. Yes, the welfare of the dragon was paramount. No, Mr. Potter did not have outside assistance beyond the allowed time. Yes, we will provide a short statement to the commission. Rita Skeeter tries to slide a sugar sentence under Harry's guard. How does it feel to outshine your fiancé? She purrs. Harry deadpants. Ask her. He moves on. Hermione's mouth curves. Outside the rope, students shout. Some clap. Some stare like he's a new kind of storm. A fifth-year Slytherin girl with a scar on her chin studies him like she just found a better textbook. Up in the VIP tier, Dumbledore stands a little apart, hands tucked, gaze turned inward as if he is counting. He meets Harry's eyes for half a second. He doesn't smile. He inclines his head, acknowledgement, nothing more. Harry returns it the exact degree. Courtesy. No warmth he doesn't mean. Madame Maxime catches him on his way out. That was disciplined, she says, almost grudging. You did not hurt her. Didn't need to, Harry says. Good, she says, and her mouth does a tiny, nearly invisible nod. Karkaroff doesn't approach. He watches with narrowed eyes and whispers to a man with expensive robes who wears his wand like a cufflink. Back at the suite, the door shuts and the ward line brightens like a house that knows its people are home. Ron drops into a chair and props his feet on a footstool. I want to write a thank you note to Pulsars or whatever for inventing gravity. Hermione pulls out her notebook and the quill starts moving without her saying a word. Post-task steps. Statement to ICW. Gift basket to the Dragon Sanctuary with significant donation. Letters to editors emphasizing non-lethal technique. Dinner at a normal hour like humans. Sirius flops into the chair opposite Ron, grinning like a teenager. I enjoyed watching Lucius Malfoy try to decide if he should clap. Did he? Harry asks. He twitched, Sirius says. Which is better? Callum knocks and slips a sealed envelope onto the table. From Bones, he says. Received filings. Good work. Keep the child alive. He reads dry. Her words, not mine. I like her, Ron says. Hermione looks up at Harry. You all right? Tired, he says. Hands still buzzing. Head clear. Bond? She asks. Loud for a minute, he says. Settled. We made signals. Of course you did, she says, satisfied. Write them down. He smiles small. I will. Ron's eyes go to the map on the wall without meaning to. Next, he says. Not now, Hermione says, but she's already turning to the page labeled second task because she can't not. Harry laughs under his breath. Then he sobers. Do we need to brace for Dumbledore? Sirius stretches. He'll want to talk where he's gentle and disappointed. We'll schedule it on our calendar and bring a recorder. Polite, Ron says. Passive-aggressive, Hermione says. Careful, Harry says. They sit with tea that went cold while they were out. They drink it anyway. Tastes like victory and dust. The egg sits on the table for a minute, gleaming, smug. Hermione eyes it. We'll keep it here tonight, she says. I'll ward for noise. Why? Ron asks, suspicious. She lifts a brow. Because eggs sometimes sing. Ron groans and flops back. Of course they do. Sirius laughs until Pomfrey would have come to tell him to be quiet if she lived here. Later, when the lamps are low and the map lines look like veins in the wall, Harry stands by the window and feels for the bond without pushing. They're warm. Not words. Not thoughts. A presence moving around a quiet carriage, boots off, hair loosed, pulse slowing. The final clink of a pin in a dish. He thinks glass, iron in the back of his head like a new alphabet. He doesn't say her name. He doesn't need to. The hum answers him like a cat who hears the door and decides not to come to the hall, but flicks its tail once on the windowsill to say here. He sleeps. Morning brings paper noise. The Daily Prophet tries 3 headlines. Hermione circles the one with the least bile. Potter subdues dragon without curse. Calculated mercy stuns crowd. Skeeter's column tries to make it a romance angle. Hermione red pens it and writes a reply draft that praises Beauxbatons training and mentions French cooperation 6 times. Letters pile. Bones. Thank you for not setting my office on fire by making me defend you for cruelty. Hagrid. Yet at her proud. She's a mum. They're all mums. Molly. Tea Sunday? Hermione writes tentative and no politics in the margin. At noon, A formal envelope with a wax seal arrives. ICW Tri-Wizard Commission. Hermione breaks it with a fingernail. Acknowledged filings. Investigation into Goblet Protocol continues. Champions to prepare for second task with egg clues. She looks up. They are not going to cancel it. Didn't expect them to, Harry says. Ron taps a pen against his lip. Mere people and lakes. I'm calling it now. Don't get ahead of yourself, Hermione says. But she's already made a list. Underwater breathing, speed, interference, non-lethal. A knock. Enter. Harry calls. Fleur steps in without a guard. She holds a small box like a gift and a thin folder like work. 2 minutes, she says. Hermione rises. I'll give you 3, she says, and drifts to the kitchenette with Sirius. Ron tries to look like he wasn't listening and fails. Fleur sets the box down. Salve for the shunt rash, she says. From a French apothecary who owes my mother a favor. It smells better. Thank you, Harry says. The folder, she says, tapping it, is my formal note to the commission praising your non-lethal method. I mention precedent. I mention sanctuaries. I say, best practice in French. He grins. You're terrifying, competent, she corrects. We will go to the lake tomorrow at dawn for 10 minutes. Calibration. Iron. Glass. No heroics. Agreed, he says. She studies him a second longer. One more thing, she says. When you walked out with the egg, you did not look up. They don't get my face unless I give it, he says. Good, she says, and his chest does the strange, quiet thing it has started doing when she says good like that. She turns to go, then pauses, fingers on the door frame. You were right yesterday, she says without looking back. The kiss was precise. Today's was messy. I like both. He flushes before he can help it. We'll take turns, he says. Precision. Mess. Schedule it, she says. Calendars. Hermione calls from the kitchenette without turning around. Fleur laughs once. A proper laugh, low and unguarded. Calendars. She echoes and is gone. Ron groans happily. I like her. She scares me. But I like her. Same, Sirius says. That's how you know she's good for you. Hermione returns with her cup. Back to work. Ron, contingency grids for the lake. Harry, 2 hours of breathing drills and then you sleep again. Sirius, you and I will draft thank you notes that make enemies feel like they're losing a war when they reply. Passive-aggressive politeness, Ron says. Polite, competent, careful. Harry says, and he means it. It isn't a motto you frame. It's a posture. The egg hums in the corner like a kettle thinking about boiling. The ward line glows steady. Outside, the lake holds its cold. In the stands, scorch marks mark a line where fire used to be. They get back to work. Chapter 6, The Depth of Strategy. The lake at dawn is cold enough to bite. Ron spreads a waterproof map on a crate and pins the corners with rune weights. The Peveril security contingent, 6 operatives in gray, move like they're part of the weather, not guests in it. 2 flat punts drift 30 meters offshore with tripod frames. Each tripod holds a box the size of a violin case with vents and tuning plates. 10 minutes, Ron says, tapping the map. We're not training for endurance. We're training for precision. Hermione zips her parka and checks the list in her hand. Countersonic Array A on Punt 1. Array B on Punt 2. Staggered activation. 30% overlap. Above surface only. No permanent environmental effects. She looks at Ron. Say it back. Ron smirks. No environmental damage. We're rude, not evil. Callum snaps the last clamp on a tripod and lifts a palm. Array's ready. Your rude boxes are singing on my say. Fleur stands beside Harry, hair braided tight and looped under a cap. Blue team wetsuit under standard robes. No glitter. No pretense. Signals? She says. Harry taps his sternum. Iron if I damp the bond. Glass if you need distance. He nods at her. Same for you. She takes his wrist and squeezes 3 times. Here. We start and stop together. Hermione hands Harry a narrow strap with thin runes stitched like fishing line. Flow strap. Clips to your belt and legs. Reduces drag. Don't overthink it. Just move. Ron holds out two small fin cuffs. Jet fins. Low thrust. Save them for the return. Sirius stands by the pile of towels and pretends not to be nervous. If either of you turn green, I'm diving in and getting yelled at for it. You will not dive in, Hermione says without looking up. You will hold towels with dignity. Sirius sighs. My life has become towels. Harry and Fleur step to the edge. The water looks like steel. Fleur glances sideways, amused. On 3, they dive. The cold hits like a slap. Harry's bubblehead snaps into place with a clean shimmer. The world goes muffled. The flow strap catches. Drag eases. He flexes once. The fins answer. Fleur is a clean flash of blue on his right. She doesn't waste motion. She never wastes anything. 10 meters down. Ron's voice crackles faint through the throat charm Hermione keyed to surface relay. Array A mark. The water hums at the edge of hearing. N. Not loud. Not soft. Just present. It doesn't hurt. It rearranges. The current's smooth. Sound loses some edges. It's not a disruptor. It's a detuner. Merepeople's sonar won't echo as well. Harry points. Northeast. Shelf drop. Fleur nods once. They keep pace. At 15 meters, weeds thicken. The lakebed tilts. An old statue of a mermaid leans on its side. Nose broken, eyes clean. Harry's focus narrows. Speed, line, potential threats. The bond hums near his ribs. Fleur's location, not her thoughts. Pressure and heat in a small circle labeled there. Figures move in the gray. A patrol of merfolk with spears like bone and bronze brushes. They feel the hum. They don't like it. One taps the shaft of his spear against a rock and listens to the fuck-up echo. Frowning. Harry raises both hands, open. Fleur mirrors him. Slow, obvious. The patrol fans out but doesn't close. Ron's voice. Filtered. Array B, mark. 2 beats, then A again. Keep it lopsided. Copy. Callum's voice answers from the punt. Calm, bored, reliable. They clear the patrol with space to spare. Harry doesn't count it as a win. Just the board not biting yet. Fleur points. A stone arch swallowed in weed. A marker. She reaches for his hand, not to cling, to calibrate. Heat blooms where their fingers press palm to palm. The bond lifts, thrum, then settles when she releases. She looks at him through the bubble. His mouth shapes steady. She nods. They skim the lip of a trench. Metal glints ahead, chains, posts, flags, task boundary. 2 judges sit in a tiny platform charm above the far corner like bored fishermen. The hostage posts are 20 meters in. Stacked stones with carved niches and white ropes. For figures float, tethered and sleeping. Ron, Hermione, Cho, Gabrielle Delacour. The charm that keeps them alive thrums. Almost a purr. A mare chief raises a hand and points a spear at a slate sign wedged in rock. Fleur squints. The letters sway. Take what you'll miss most. Fleur's body goes tighter. She angles toward Gabrielle. There's no calculation in that movement. Its reflex so clean it's already a decision. Harry thumbs a jet fin to test it. FFFT. Gets a gentle push. He glances left. Ron's face is slack, ridiculous. Hermione would take a picture and frame it. He snorts in his bubble and earns a bubble sputter. 3 Grindylows swarm up from weed like a bad idea. Long fingers, too many teeth. 2 make for Fleur. 1 makes for his ankle. Iron. Fleur pulses through the bond. A clear press. She holds. Harry dampens automatically, pushing most of his heat behind that wall. He swings a small burst of directed current. Not a curse. A force line tuned to shove, not break. The Grindylow skids like a leaf down a stream and smashes into a rock. Dazed. Fleur slides under the other 2 and drives a cone of cold through the water. It's not ice. Its pressure changed quickly enough to bite. The creatures scatter. Harry reaches Ron's post. The knot is a show-off puzzle, braid over braid. A slip runic underlay. He could cut it. That's the idiot's route. He taps the logic runes with 2 fingers in a rhythm Hermione drilled into him last night over tea. The knot gives, offended. Ron floats, he's warm and breathing. Harry hooks an arm around his chest and kicks once to bring the line slack. He ties the safety clip through Ron's belt and onto his own. He glances across. Fleur is at Gabrielle's niche. Her face in the bubble is composed. Her hands are not. They shake once and then stop. She touches her sister's cheek, the gentlest contact the lake has ever seen, then works the knot clean and smooth. Gabrielle stirs but doesn't wake. A shadow glides across the weed. Not big, fast. Harry feels the bond tug. Fleur's thoughtless their arrow, and turns his body at the same time she does. A mare warden darts in low for a closer look, spear leveled. Harry flattens his free palm. Not hostile. He can't speak. He doesn't need to. He lifts his other hand and gestures clockwise, a sign for leaving the mare use as often as landwalkers do. The warden's eyes narrow. He taps his spear on the stone again, testing. The echo returns warped by the surface hum, useless for quick calls. The warden bares sharp teeth at the insult and shoves closer. Fleur moves. She steps between the spear and her sister, no theatrics, and points up. Then she points at Gabrielle and lays a hand on her own sternum. Mine. The warden bristles. Then he looks over Fleur's shoulder at Harry, at the second hostage strapped to his chest, at the comm. He snorts and lets them pass. Harry signals with 2 fingers, jet, and they kick. The jet fins hum low. The world comes toward them faster. Harry doesn't try to swim hard. He rides the laminar path the straps gift him. Halfway back, the hum from above stutters. Array a down for a beat too long. A murmur sweeps the weed. A mare call tries to organize a flank. Callum. Ron's voice warns from above. You're late. Correcting. Callum says, bored again, and the hum returns. The call collapses into bubbles. The flank dissolves. Fleur's pulse in the bond spikes once. Kick. And is gone. She's not panicking. She's alight. It is not joy. It's competence at pace. Harry files the shape of it in his head, useful. They break the boundary line. The judge's platform charm shivers. Recording. The surface is a bright coin circle above. Harry checks on Ron. Fine, limp, annoying. He looks at Fleur. She nods up. They go. Breaking the surface hurts in a way that proves you're alive. Faces, flags, shouting, air. Hands reach down, ropes swing. Harry and Fleur pass hostages up together. Ron goes first because he'll complain loudest if he doesn't. Gabrielle goes into Apollin's arms with a sound that unknots something in Fleur's neck and Harry's chest at the same time. Fleur hauls herself over the edge with clean strength. Harry follows, water pouring out of his sleeves in rivers. Hermione's face appears in his vision, and then her hands cup his jaw. You're arrogant, but you're not dead, she says, fierce and quiet. Love you too, he says, breathless. Ron chokes and coughs and scrubs his face with the heel of his hand. Hate lakes, he croaks. Hate your plans. Hate. He sees Gabrielle blink awake on Fleur's lap and tone shifts without thinking. Lakes are fine, lakes are great. Fleur brushes Gabrielle's hair back and then meets Harry's eyes. She doesn't smile. She allows one small nod. The bond settles like a cat on a couch. Satisfied. Alert. Judges swarm. Karkaroff looks like he's swallowed a fishbone. Madame Maxime speaks to Fleur in rapid French. Fleur answers in precise syllables that say, we did what we came to do. We will not be dramatic about it. Scores happen. Words fall out of officials. The crowd does its crowd thing. Harry hears almost none of it. He hears Hermione saying, we did not hurt the environment, to someone with a clipboard. He hears Ron mutter, we were rude, and Callum answering, on brand. McGonagall slips a towel around Harry's shoulders with hands that smudge only a little. Mr. Potter, she says, voice steady, eyes wet. Detentions are, sadly, still a tool at my disposal. For what? Harry asks, bewildered and wrung out. For making me worry, she says. 5 points to Gryffindor for not making it worse. She squeezes once and flees before he can answer. Pomfrey's hospital steam smells like mint and clean linen. Harry peels neoprene off his calves and tries not to drip on Hermione's notes. Fleur sits 2 beds over with Gabrielle eating a biscuit like she hasn't been underwater for an hour. Apollon perches nearby and watches the room with predator ease. Hermione ticks boxes. No hypoxia. Minimal strain. Bond flare. Fleur flicks a glance to Harry. Manageable. Then, to Hermione, we have signals. We will practice. Hermione nods. I want a day of rest before practice. She turns to Ron. You are drinking water. Ron drinks water like it's a crime. We did it, he says, voice low and a little hoarse. The arrays worked. The arrays worked, Harry echoes. He flexes his fingers. The buzz in his bones fades. Sirius leans against the far wall and pretends not to get misty watching Fleur fuss with Gabrielle's braid. I'd like to personally thank every engineer who made those boxes sing. Write them a card, Hermione says. Use the nice paper. A hex note card flutters into the room and lands on Hermione's clipboard. Bones, seen. No complaints. Good optics. Avoid skulls on banners. Hermione grins, refolds it, and tucks it away. Fleur sets Gabrielle's biscuit down and stands. We will return to the carriage, she says. My mother will feed the entire school in triumph if I let her. Apollon stands too. She pauses at Harry's bed. Monsieur Potter, she says ice cool. You made my daughter proud in a way that does not make me hate you. I'll keep that streak going, Harry says. Do, Apollon says and sweeps out, biscuit box under her arm. Fleur lingers half a second more. She touches 2 fingers to her sternum, then to his. Here. He mirrors it. She goes. Hermione clears her throat. All right, she says, work voice on. That's the fun half of the day. Ron groans. There's another half? Hermione lifts the folder labeled Kestrel Arcanum Logistics. There's a leak. Ron's humor drains. Where? Through us, Hermione says. A Peveril shell. Small numbers. Rounded wrong. She pulls a second sheet, columns of payments. Some 4s become 7s. Some 23s are 25s. Ileana flagged it. We ran it twice. It routes through a ministry vendor network and lands in a foundation with the kind of name that makes you sleepy. Which one? Harry asks, already angry and colder because of it. Hermione reads, precise. The Crown Cauldron Initiative. Board. For old light donors. 1 retired Auror. And, this is the hook. A community liaison who works out of the Auror office. Name. Ron says. Cassian Harrow. Hermione answers. Chief Auror. Bones number 2. Sirius goes still. That is ambitious. Sloppy, Hermione says. Ambition wears better shoes. Harry sits up. The towel slides. Mint air hits his skin. Proof. Hermione hands him the cleaned copy. 3 months. Tiny debits. But each one bounces through a ministry filter that requires a high-grade key. Harrow has 1. Ron looks at the page and then at Hermione. You're sure? I'm certain enough to confront, Hermione says. Not certain enough to prosecute. But that's not our goal. Harry's voice goes flat. Our goal is deterrence. Sirius straightens. Are we telling Bones? Not yet, Hermione says. We'd be asking her to cut off her own arm mid-fight. We'll give her a solved problem with a bandage kit. Ron taps the folder. How do you want to play it? Hermione's mouth tips, sharp. We invite Harrow to a room he thinks is neutral. We ask him questions. We give him a path to walk away with a quiet resignation and a clean press line if he stops now. If he doesn't, we close the door, Harry finishes. Carefully. Footnotes. Ileana says from the threshold. No one heard her come in. I have 3 letters ready. 1 to the Ministry Ethics Office asking for guidance about anonymized patterns. 1 to Gringotts Internal Compliance summarizing transaction footprints with no names. 1 to the ICW Auxiliary Treasury about vendor irregularities on shared contracts. She sets 3 envelopes on the table. All dated 2 days ago. Ron grins despite the cold in his eyes. I love you. You love what I do to men with pens, Ileana says. Different. Callum leans in. Harrow is in his office. He reads the Prophet first, then Bones' casebook. He takes his lunch at his desk. He will come if we say testimony and sealed in the same sentence. Hermione checks the clock. 2 hours, she says. Harry, rest 45, shower, suit. Ron prepped the room. Not the records room. The old arbitration suite in the East Annex. No portraits. Wards keyed to us. Chairs heavy. Serious smiles without warmth. I'll be outside with a newspaper if anyone wants to cough. Dignified, Ron says. Passive-aggressive, Hermione corrects. Careful, Harry says, and swings his legs off the bed. The arbitration suite used to belong to people who thought process could save a nation. The table is long but not huge. The lights are bright enough to show sweat. Ron lays out 3 folders with tabs. He places a small wand holster on the table, empty. He sets a glass of water in the exact center of the far seat with the kind of politeness that is a warning. Hermione adjusts the ward so sound doesn't travel. Ileana sticks her head in. Bones is in a meeting until 3, she says. Harrow has 20 minutes before he's due at training. Perfect, Hermione says. Callum brings Harrow. Chief Orcashan Harrow looks like an advertisement for stern competence. Square shoulders, tired eyes, tie straight. He steps in, clocks the room, decides it's below his dignity to look wary. Lord Potter, he says. Miss Granger. Weasley. He sits without being asked. What is this? Hermione doesn't waste time. A courtesy, she says. And a test. Harrow's mouth flicks. I don't take tests from children. Harry folds his hands. We've traced a flutter in our books to your office, he says. This is your moment to explain something I'd like to believe has an explanation. Harrow leans back. Your books. Yes, Harry says. The ones that fund half the scholarships in this school and the ward upkeep that keeps your Aurors from fishing students out of the lake in pieces. Those books. Harrow's eyes cool. He glances at the glass of water and leaves it there. What do you think you have? Hermione slides the first folder across. She doesn't let go. Before I show you, I want you to tell me that if I show you, you'll either confess or you'll deny, not try to move the goalposts to a debate about our tone. Harrow smiles with most of his mouth. You must be very popular at parties. Hermione's eyes don't blink. I don't go to parties. Harry speaks before Harrow can pivot. Do you want the short version or the long one? Short, Harrow says. Fine, Harry says. You used a high-grade ministry key to peek at Peveril shells, then pushed small sums through a vendor hub into a foundation that funds the old light. When we yanked the string, your key was the one tied to the knot. Harrow laughs once. You understand very little about how the ministry functions. Educate us, Hermione says. Use small words. Harrow's nostrils flare. We pass funds. We smooth rough edges. We make sure war chests are filled for people who will hold lines when boys with plans make a mess. Boys? Ron repeats, not loud. Right? Harrow flicks a look at him and dismisses him too quickly to live. You have no idea what it takes to keep a country from chewing itself to pieces. The headmaster understands. Thank you, Hermione says, sharp as a bell. There's the word. Headmaster. I was worried we wouldn't say the quiet part. Harrow's jaw tightens. He thinks of the whole, not the parts. He can be trusted with discretion you haven't earned. Harry nods as if that's interesting and not confirmation. So this is loyalty. This is prudence, Harrow says, and smiles when he thinks the word will work in his mouth better than Ron's did. Ron's ears go pink. His voice stays level. You're siphoning. You're not a priest, you're a plumber. Harrow's gaze slides back to Harry. You're upset because I looked under the rug of your pretty house and found it was clean. Consider it a compliment. Hermione releases the folder. Harrow opens it with careless fingers and goes still 1 second too long. The letter to ethics. The anonymized pattern sheet that looks exactly like his use of the key. The Gringotts compliance inquiry with no names that draws his exact triangle in ink. Here are your choices, Harry says, calm enough to frighten himself a little. 1. You resign today for health, and the ministry calls it a pity. 2. We mail those letters. We include your name. We copy Bones with a note about your habit of moving money in wartime. Harrow stares at the page. Then he leans back and tries to take the ceiling like a friend. You won't do it, he says. You need me. We need an OR office that isn't a funnel, Hermione says. You need the headmaster, Harry says. You think you don't. You'll learn. We are learning, Harry says. Every day, Harry reaches for the water. He doesn't drink. Do you want to arrest me, Lord Potter? Drag me to a dungeon? Tie me to a chair and make me apologize? No, Harry says. We're not here to punish. We're here to remove risk. Harry smirks. Remove me, you mean? From authority, Harry says. Not from breathing. Ron rests his forearms on the table. You'll leave with your wand, your coat, your dignity if you decide to keep it. Your pension will be less than you thought because we'll make noise politely, and optics will cost you. Your friends will look at you like you're a bad bet. You'll get work, but not the work you want. And when you tell yourself at night that you did this for the greater good, you'll hear my brother's name in your head and feel ashamed. Harrow's control slips at that. Barely. He looks at Ron like he'd like to call him boy again, and doesn't, because the room won't let him do it twice. Hermione slides the second folder. This is a prepared resignation letter, she says. It keeps your children out of it. Keeps your wife from having to move house. It keeps Bones from spending 3 months in a war cleaning your mess. She taps the paper once. Say yes and you leave and we never speak again. Harrow's hand doesn't move. Harry does something he didn't plan. He leans in like he's tired of the table. Cashin, he says quietly, using the man's name on purpose, not the title. Do you have a daughter? Harrow's eyes flick. A son. 12. Does he think you're a hero? Harry asks, not unkind. Harrow's mouth opens, closes. He thinks I make hard calls, Harry says softly. He's wrong about what hard is. Silence stretches. The room isn't unkind. It isn't kind either. It is exact. Harry looks at Hermione, then at Ron, then at Harry. He could spit and leave. He could be noble and get fired in flames. He could sign. He signs. Hermione takes the paper without triumph. We'll courier this to your office with the usual stamps, she says. We'll forward a private note to Bones that says, handled and nothing else. If you leak a different story, we will put the letters on the front page of every paper with reputable letterheads we own. Harrow's laugh is sand. You own papers. We own paper, Ileana says from the door, deadpan. It's more useful than the plural. Harrow stands. He squares his shoulders. You think you've done something brave, he says, too tired to sneer well. You've made a clever child's move in a game that eats clever children. Harry stands too. We've made a country slightly less leaky, he says. If the game wants to eat me, it can try. Harrow's eyes cut to Hermione. The headmaster will outlast you. Hermione holds his gaze. So will my notes, she says. Goodbye, Mr. Harrow. He leaves. He doesn't slam the door. He doesn't look back at his chair. Sirius coughs into a newspaper in the corridor. Dignified, Hermione sits, sets both hands flat on the table, and breathes. Ron leans back and stares at the ceiling like it has answers. Harry finds he's shaking, not from adrenaline, from restraint. He closes his fists and opens them. We just ruined a man, he says, not boasting, not apologizing, stating. Hermione's voice is very even. We offered him the softest landing he could still call a fall, she says. And we kept Bones' hands clean. Ron rubs his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. He'll go to Dumbledore. He'll say we're monsters. Let him, Hermione says. The worst thing you can do to a man who thinks he's indispensable is prove he's replaceable. Harry nods once. Message sent. Ileana slides a final envelope onto the table. A third thing, she says. A notice to the ministry that our shells will accept only goblin-audited requests going forward. No more high-grade keys. If anyone wants a look, they make an appointment with a goblin and bring biscuits. Ron laughs, real. Perfect. Callum from the door. Bones just got the resignation in her in-tray. She looked at no one for 3 seconds and then said, I think that's a win. Hermione allows herself one small, sharp smile. Good. We'll send her a card. Nice paper. Back at the Holdfast, the war room looks exactly as they left it because they train rooms to behave. Ron pins new notes on the board under third task and graveyard. He doesn't like leaving the lake behind, but he knows better than to stare too long at old moves. Array improvements, he mutters. Longer overlap, backup power, redundancy. Hermione drops into a chair and lets the adrenaline shake out of her fingers. Then she's writing again. Post-resignation posture, neutral, no crowing. We leak nothing. We're not in the papers today. Sirius leans in the doorway and clicks his tongue softly. You all right? We're fine, Hermione says. We're busy. Harry stands by the window and watches the sea breathe. The bond hums at the edge of his ribs. Fleur moving, talking, breathing, real. He touches 2 fingers to his chest and then to the window. Here. The hum answers, lazy, unstartled. Tomorrow, Ron says, tapping the schedule. Calibration at dawn. 10 minutes. Iron, glass. After that, we build your wall for the 3rd task. I want eyes, ears, exits. Passive-aggressive politeness, Hermione says without looking up. Careful, Harry says, and they all. Tired now, a little wrung, not broken. Say it back. Evening slides in like someone dimmed the room from far away. Harry knocks on the Beauxbatons carriage door. It opens to warm light and the smell of butter and lemon. Fleur stands by a small table with 2 cups and a small tin salve pot, the apothecary's gift. Her hair is down for once. It makes her look like a different version of herself. No less armed. 2 minutes, she says, that familiar tease of precision. 3, he counters. Ambitious, she says. He steps in. The bond hums like it has its own chair by the fire. He holds up a thin square of parchment. We removed a leak, he says. Quietly, I heard, she says. French ears are never far. She studies his face. You did not enjoy it. I didn't hate it, he says. I didn't like it either. Good, she says. It should not taste good. She opens the salve tin and dabs a bit on his wrist where the bracer left a line. The smell is clean and not mint. Her thumb is very steady. He thinks about saying thank you and decides to say nothing and let the thanks sit in the air until it's heavy enough to be real. We calibrate again tomorrow, he says. She nods. We will do 10 minutes. No heroics. No heroics, he echoes. Her eyes flick down, then up. Kiss, she says, simple. Precise or messy? He asks, deadpan. She thinks. Both, she says. In that order, they do as instructed. The bond hums bright, then settles. When they pull apart, there's no dazzle, only the clean click of something that fits without grinding. Good, she says, and the word is a reward and an order and a certainty. Good, he agrees. He leaves after 3 minutes. He has promises to keep, to walls, to notes, to people who think ink saves countries. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore holds Harrow's resignation in educated fingers and stares at a place on the wall where a boy decided not to be furniture. Fawkes shifts and says nothing. On her sofa, Amelia Bones sips her tea and says, to an empty room, thank you for not making me fire him. In a tidy flat, Cassian Harrow sits with a blank in his hand and a child's voice in the back of his head asking him about heroes. He doesn't answer it yet. At the holdfast, the map waits. The sea breathes. The bond hums here without being asked. And Ron, pencil between his teeth, writes at the top of a new page in steady, no-nonsense letters. 3rd task, eyes, ears, exits. Chapter 7, the final gambit. The maze map is ugly on purpose. Ron has drawn it 3 times and ripped it twice. The latest version is squares and numbers and little X's with names. Sparrow, Badger, Anvil, Gate. The Peveril security contingent crowd the far wall, gray jackets and quiet boots. Hermione has a ledger open and 2 quills going at once. Say it back, Ron orders without looking up. All of it, Harry says it back. Entry at 0. First beacon at Sparrow. Comms hop every 3rd node. If I lose signal, I push to Anvil. If the cup is a trap, I go to ground, call Black Rook, and hold 30 seconds for pull. Hermione taps a column. You hold behind cover. Behind cover, Harry repeats. Exits, Ron says, pointing to the X's. We cut if we have to. We don't burn. This is a school, not a war zone. Fleur leans on the table, sleeves rolled, hair braided so tight it won't move if the wind begs. Iron if you damp the bond, she says, eyes on Harry. Glass if you need distance. Iron. Glass. He mirrors her three-finger tap on his sternum. Here. The PSC captain, Oakes, drops a hand-sized disc in front of Harry. Copper. Quietly humming. Root plate, he says. Drop it wherever you land. It'll bite the world and tell us what's under you. That makes the pull clean. Hermione slides a coin rune across. 2 words for the pull, she says. Black Rook. Say it only when you're set. If we lose you mid-chant, we don't lose you mid-world. Ron scratches his jaw. Contingencies. If Krum goes funny, he's getting imperious, Hermione says. Funny is the word. Then we alarm. We don't play hero, Ron says. We let the judges see it. Harry nods. Cedric. Ron taps Badger with the knuckle of his forefinger. He's decent. He's not a fool. If you can keep him upright without exposing your flank, do it. If not, we still save him later. Sirius drops a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezes once. 2 moves ahead. Then you show off. I'm not showing off, Harry says. You're right, Sirius says. You're working. Go do your job. The stadium roars like a storm bottled wrong. Hedges tower, breathing green and damp. Torches spit. Judges settle. Dumbledore's voice carries. Rules, points, warnings the school will have hear. Harry stands with Cedric, Fleur, and Krum at the mouth of the maze. Fleur's glove brushes his hand for a second, here, and then she's still again. Ready? Cedric asks, simple, honest. Always, Harry says. Krum rolls his shoulders and stares straight ahead like the world is a barbell. The whistle shrieks. Cedric goes first. Krum next. Fleur's blue silk flashes. She turns left. Vanish. Harry steps in last and the hedge swallows noise. Wind dies. Smell goes to wet earth and cold sap. The path is dark in a way that's not night. He breathes and his breath fogs. He moves. Sparrow green. Hermione's voice in his ear, crisp as ink. Copy, he says. His breath steady. Feet steady. Bracer cool on his wrist. Root plate warm at his belt. Bond humming low. Fleur. A weight behind a wall. Active but not hot. First turn. A wall of mist-hide spikes. He flicks a palm and the runes on his glove throw a soft veil that makes the spikes glow dull. He steps around them like furniture. Sectum illusions at node 3, Hermione warns. Don't swing. They'll bleed pretty. Not my type, Harry says. Second turn. A boggart tries to crawl out of the dirt wearing Dursley voices. He flicks a small pressure pop that snaps its skin of fear, and it folds back into a damp, sad shape. He walks past it without looking close. Sparrow amber, Hermione says. Krum stopped. Cedric moving. Fleur, holds. Ron supplies. Right route's slow. Left route's teeth. A shriek cracks the path somewhere left. Harry doesn't stop. Krum, stalled. Ron says. Not trapped. Not yet. Third turn. A screeching thing with too many legs and not enough brain hurls itself at his chest. The cloak mesh takes the claws, sparks a hiss and shrugs. Harry palms it sideways and lets it hit the hedge. Sulks away. Sparrow green, Hermione says again. Badger moving well. Krum funny. Harry stops. Cold air slides under his collar. Define funny. His pattern turned to straight lines, Ron says. That's not how you move in a maze unless you've got cheat code or you've got a voice in your head. Imperious, Hermione says. Flat. Harry breathes. Alarm. Wait, Ron says. He's crossing a commission plate now. 3 whistles blast on the judge's platform. The hedge nearest Krum blazes a clean white line. Violation detected. Karkaroff stands and sputters. Maxime's head swings. Dumbledore's blue gaze hardens into both ice and law. Good, Hermione says. We don't carry it. Commission does. Harry moves again. A bend opens on a clearing. The cup sits on a plinth like a joke that forgot it's funny. Ward glass on his wrist reads false calm. The root plate at his belt hums lower. He can smell magic like iron left in rain. Don't touch it, Hermione says. Circle and look. He circles. The cup gleams. The plinth hums. The hum feels wrong. It's not a broadcast. It's a mouth. Port key, Ron says. No doubt. Trip wires. Harry asks. None I see. Hermione says, teeth in her voice. It's naked, because the trap is the point, Ron says. Sparrow Grid shows no other champions on Collision. A beat. You're alone. Harry sets the root plate on the ground. Copper rings bite dirt. They light soft and then go dull as designed. He kneels, palms on thighs, and breathes once, twice. Black Rook, Hermione asks. He shakes his head even though she can't see it. Not yet. Not here. Harry, Sirius says softly. If Voldemort's back, Harry says, just as soft. Better I see it prepared than let someone else take this ride. Hermione is silent for a half-breath that counts as an argument. Then she says, you drop the plate the second you land. You say iron. You count to 3. You make the call. Copy, he says. Fleur knows, Ron says. She says don't be stupid. She says be precise. Harry huffs. Copy, he says again. He stands. He touches the cup. The world yanks. The graveyard breathes cold through bad grass. The pull drops him next to a tilt of stone and a yew tree that drinks light. He lands half-crouched because the root plate trained him to respect knees. He slaps Copper to earth. Root, he breathes. It bites. The hum climbs his bones. The night is wrong the way rooms are wrong when you expect furniture and find knives. A voice scuttles from the dark. Kill the spare. Harry doesn't think. He drags his palm across his belt rune and whips a compression plate from his coat pocket to the ground under the voice. The air thickens. Whum. And a green jet that would have cut Cedric like a thread hits pressure and slows to a sickly glow, crawling useless in treacle. Cedric. Harry snaps, finding him to the left, slack with shock. Harry shoves him with a folded pressure wave hard, toward the headstone to cover. Down. Cedric goes down, not elegant. What? Down, Harry repeats. Cedric obeys, eyes huge. A small figure in a cloak skids into the circle of wrong light. Wand up, voice wet. Peter Pettigrew, hand wrapped in a filthy cloth, eyes tear-bright. There's a bundle like a drowned thing in his arms. Harry feels Bal climb. He pushes it down. Drop it, he says. Wormtail whimpers. Master, a voice like a whisper scraped out of a tombstone says, do not speak to him. Bind the boy. Harry counts. 1, 2. He gives the call sign. Black Rook. Copy. Ron's voice says in his ear, distant, tight. Locking. 3. Harry says under his breath. He watches the dark. He listens to how the world around the root plate feels like a nail in wood. Ropes leap for his wrists. He raises a palm. The Peveril bracer clicks a silent ring. The ropes snag midair and slack like they forgot how to hate. They drop at his feet. Wormtail squeals. Death Eaters ring the clearing, black and tall and proud of masks. They do not step in yet. They want a show. Harry does not want a show. He wants data. He wants to see what the ritual does to a body. He wants to know how Voldemort moves when he thinks the world is his again. You're going to do it anyway, Harry says to the air. Fine, Harry, Hermione says. Calm voice. Not happy. I will not stop you. I will count for you until I hate the number. Thank you, he says. Wormtail scrabbles at Harry with a knife. Harry doesn't stop him. The blade kisses his forearm. Blood runs warm. Wormtail bottles it with shaking hands, sobbing once like this is the worst thing he has ever done, and not the 100th. Harry watches the setup. Bone ground from a grave. Flesh cut from a hand. Blood poured into a cauldron that swallows sound. He tastes copper and ash and keeps his face still. The bundle goes in. The air goes wrong in that way that presses on ear bones. The cauldron tilts the night. A shape climbs out. Voldemort is small and pale and wrong like a badly drawn map. He breathes once, long, rediscovering lungs. He opens eyes that are not human anymore and looks at Harry with interest like a cat looks at a mouse that picked a lock. Harry, he says, savoring the name. We meet again. We meet, Harry says. Voldemort flexes fingers, considers them, and laughs in a thin, delighted way that says he still enjoys the idea of sound. "Throw down your wand," he murmurs. Harry doesn't. He lifts his left hand slightly. The bracer hums. The root plate hums with it. Voldemort paces within his circle, feeling his magic. Harry watches how his weight shifts, how his breath length changes as it hits a rib that is new. Ancient battle magic is not about names. It is about where to press. It is about the parts that break. Death Eaters step forward in time with their master's breath. The circle closes a little. Cedric's fingers grip the grass. "Blood of the enemy," Voldemort says, almost conversational. "My mother was foolish. I have improved on foolishness." "Your mother loved you," Harry says, very quiet. "You didn't improve on that." Voldemort's head tips, curious. "Who taught you to be insolent in complete sentences?" Harry doesn't answer. He flicks his wrist. Nothing visible happens. The circle of air just inside the root plate starts to turn. Molecular, not flashy. It's a skin. It's a suggestion. Voldemort raises his wand. Green light hisses for Harry's chest. The skin turns it. Not a mirror, he's no fool. Just enough to waste edge. The curse strikes the ground at an angle, scarring dirt in a line instead of a hole. Death Eaters murmur. Voldemort's eyes narrow. Interesting. He changes tactics, sharp. Not curses. Cutting hexes, bone thins, nerve bites, all the things that make boys scream. Harry doesn't scream. He breathes and moves and lets the bracer seep pressure around him like a second posture. "Ancient tricks," Voldemort says. "Old families always hoard." "Not hoard," Harry says. "Study." Voldemort flicks a hand. Two Death Eaters step in, overeager. Harry slaps the ground. Thin lines of runes bloom around his feet like a ring of nails. The first Death Eater's boots hit the ring and the ring says no. He trips, skull-ringing stone. The second tries to hop it. Harry shifts a plate under him and turns ground to syrup. He sinks to the ankles and swears. Voldemort's mouth curves. He smells the game now. "You cannot win alone," he says. "I didn't come to win," Harry says. "I came to check something." Voldemort laughs again. More delighted. "Ask." Harry slides 2 fingers along a locket at his waist. The Horcrux detector runes Hermione tuned last week. It warms on 2 notes. The old grave and something in front of him. He tucks that away like a knife he'll need later. "You've patched yourself with pieces," he says. "That makes your core noisy. That makes you slow." Voldemort's eyes sharpen, just enough. Then smooth. "Children with books," he says, lazy. "No respect for craft. Respect for finishing a job," Harry says. He lifts his palm and speaks a word that doesn't want to be English. The air in front of Voldemort buckles, small. Voldemort's next step falters half a thumb's width. His breath catches. His wand tip dips. "You felt that," Harry says. "Good." Voldemort bares snake teeth that used to be a smile. He lifts his wand higher. "Enough." "Enough?" Harry agrees, and hits him with a court whisk designed to make magic feel like it's decided to leave the building. For a heartbeat, Voldemort is a man without air underwater. His eyes flare. Shock, fury, fear. And then he shoves raw power through the hole and the world snaps back. The graveyard breathes again. Harry's knees go watery from the pushback. He catches himself on the root plate hum. "Interesting," Voldemort says again, colder. "You have studied." "Every day," Harry says, equally cold. Wormtail whimpers. The Death Eaters shift. Cedric breathes very slowly and very quietly and does not move. Harry feels the pull from the root plate change pitch. The anchor is set. Ron is ready. 3, Hermione says in his ear. She is counting even when he isn't. 2, 1. Harry drops a coil of runes at his feet. One last thing, right where Voldemort will have to step to feel confident. It's a little gift. It will make future spells stutter 10% at the edge. He doesn't look away. He doesn't bow. He doesn't give Voldemort a line for the papers to quote. He says it. "Black Rook." The pull is not a jerk. It is a decision. The root plate tightens under his boots. The copper bites the world and hands him to someone else. Magic slams. The graveyard goes out like a lamp in fog. Cold becomes warm, becomes holdfast stone under his knees. He lands and rolls and comes up on one palm, bracer sparking, breath hard. Ron is there, pale, grinning like he might be sick, and loved it. Hermione is furious and relieved at the same time. Sirius looks 10 years younger and older in one face. Fleur grips the back of a chair like it's the only stallion in a ring. Report, Hermione says, already writing. Harry swallows. Voldemort's back. Ritual worked. Death Eaters answered. He's functional, but his core is stitched and slow. We can unpick him. Fleur crosses the space in 3 strides, stops half a foot away, lifts a hand, and presses her fingers into his sternum. Iron. He dampens, automatic. The flood from the fight eases under the wall. His hands stop trembling. He breathes. Cedric. Ron asks. Alive. Hidden. He'll wake confused and smug. Harry says. Root plate is still there. The runes will muddy the first hour. After that, they'll adapt. Sirius exhales like he forgot how. You let them take your blood. Harry looks at the cut. It's clean and closing. Better me prepared than someone else blind, he says. We bought time for knowing. Hermione's jaw flexes. Then she nods one hard line. I'll draft the notes for Bones. We have confirmation of return. We share just enough to be useful. We hold the rest. Ron drags a new sheet on the board. Mandate. He writes in block letters. No more playing inside their rules. Harry wipes the blood on a cloth and tosses it into the burn bowl. He looks at the map of Britain and sees it as targets, lines, node points, supply. He thinks of Amelia Bones in an office full of smoke and files. He thinks of Dumbledore's hand over a chessboard that isn't the whole. We do it our way, he says. No seeking permission from men who can't keep their own pockets shut. No grandstanding. Clean hits. Clean messages. Protect the kids. Protect the lines that make a country a country. Hermione lifts her pen. Say it how you want it recorded, she says. Harry meets each set of eyes. Hermione, Ron, Sirius, Fleur. Oak's at the door, Ileana with a folder, Callum with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders squared. The Peveril Mandate, Harry says, voice steady. Effective now. We take Voldemort apart. We take his funding, his channels, his threats. We do not wait for ministry permission slips. We do not feed a myth by giving him theater. We win on paper and in alleys and in courtrooms and in kitchens. We keep civilians out of crossfire. We finish what others start and call mercy. Sirius's mouth hitches. You always were better at speeches when you pretended you weren't making one. Hermione writes the Peveril Mandate like a headline. Ron taps his pencil on his teeth. Code names, he says lighter to keep the room from tipping. Operations. We'll need them. We don't call anything Dragon because that's tacky. Operation Phoenix stays parked, Harry says. Final siege only. Before that, thread pull, window, salt, quiet tide. Quiet tide is pretty, Ileana says. We should do it first to something ugly. We will, Hermione says. After tea. Fleur doesn't speak. She watches Harry's face and his hands and his breath and the look that builds behind his eyes when he's already in 3 places. Here, the graveyard, and a war that hasn't started in the papers yet. You will sleep before you write the plan, she says softly. He almost says no. He feels the bond hum, her heat, his exhaustion, the iron still in place, the knowledge that will go to glass if he pushes. He nods. 40 minutes, he says. Then we draft. 60, Hermione says. We're not clever when we're stupid. Ron points at the clock. We've got a window before the prophet starts making things up. Bones will send a line. Dumbledore will try a meeting. We control when, Harry says. We control where. He gets a chair and a recorder and a pot of tea with no sugar. Sirius grins. Feral. Passive-aggressive politeness. Careful, Harry says. And the room says it back. They still have to close the maze. Ron and the PSC fold the comm grid like a picnic. Hermione walks a path that takes her past every plate and every mark she left so the school won't inherit a field of stubborn little hums. Fleur stands with Madame Maxime in the shadow of a carriage and speaks French at a speed that makes Hermione's cool jealous. Somewhere between outrage and cooperation, they settle on standards. Cedric finds Harry at the edge of the pitch with his hair full of hedge and his pride intact. "You shoved me," he says, accusation only because it's the first word he can find. "I did," Harry says. "Sorry about your knee." Cedric touches the bruise and grins. "Worth it. Are we supposed to pretend nothing happened? We're supposed to let the adults pretend to handle it," Harry says. "We'll handle it properly." Cedric offers his hand. Hufflepuff doesn't like being used either. Harry takes it. "Good." Crumb stands with his hands in fists and his jaw tight and doesn't come over. Dumbledore watches from a small distance. Face unreadable, eyes old. Fleur's fingers brush Harry's sleeve as she passes. Here. He breathes easier. Night. Hold fast. War room. Tea steams. Paper glows. Names go onto lists with lines to other names and little notes. Weakness. Pride. Strength. Money. Lever. Sons. Lever. Fear. Imperious enforcement, Hermione says. "We build counterwork into the school. Subtle. We don't announce it. We make it peer-to-peer so students can help students without waiting for a professor to see the glaze." "Funds," Ileana says. "We starve the old light quietly. We buy their debts. We do not crow." "Death Eater safe houses," Callum says. "We map them. We put plates in their cellars that make their wards hum out of tune." "Messages," Sirius says. "Not posters. Small, neat stories about competence and consequences. Bones gets the good lines. The prophet gets the ones that force the prophet to print retractions when we show receipts." "International," Fleur says. "We ask for cooperation, not permission. We give them results and ask for nothing public." She glances at Harry. "We do not make anyone choose between their pride and our plan." Ron draws 3 lines and circles their ends. "Exits," he mutters. "Always. Always give yourself an exit you don't think you'll need." Harry listens. He assigns. He refuses luck. He writes no collateral twice and underlines it. He writes children first 3 times and doesn't. When the clock kisses 2, Hermione collects pens. "Enough," she says. "We sleep and let our brains file." 2 more, Harry starts. 0 more, she says. "You're shaking." He is. He puts his hands on the table to hide it. Fleur doesn't let him get away with it. She taps his sternum. "Glass." He nods and lets the wall drop. The bond hums brighter and then eases like a muscle that's been clenched 6 hours and finally gets to be a muscle again. 60 minutes, Fleur says. 60, he says. They leave the map. It will be there in the morning and so will the work. 15 minutes after lights are down. Bones Owl hits the ward with a polite thunk. Ileana reads the note at the door and smiles into her sleeve. "Received your confirmation. No theatrics. Good. I'll keep the ministry from inventing a committee long enough for you to do what you're obviously going to do anyway. Coffee if you must, tea if you're civilized. A.B. Hermione tucks it under a paperweight like a blessing. In his tower, Dumbledore folds his hands and stares at a chessboard that has pieces that keep deciding to stand up and refuse to be knights. Fox makes a soft sound that could be sorrow or could be hurry up. In the house with the tidy garden, Cassian Harrow sits at his table with his resignation letter and a boy asleep down the hall and tries on the shape of not being what he thought he was. He does not like the fit yet. In the graveyard, Voldemort stands where the runes Harry dropped make the ground feel like a floor that needs sanding. He sneers. He steps through. Spells stutter 10% at the edge and make him angrier than they should. "Find him," he says to the air. The air doesn't answer. The men do, and on the cliff, the sea breathes. The root plates hum. The bond says here without asking for anything in return. Morning will be work. Tonight is for living long enough to do it. Chapter 7, The Final Gambit. The maze map is ugly on purpose. Ron has drawn it 3 times and ripped it twice. The latest version is squares and numbers and little X's with names. Sparrow, Badger, Anvil, Gate. The Peveril security contingent crowd the far wall, gray jackets and quiet boots. Hermione has a ledger open and 2 quills going at once. "Say it back," Ron orders without looking up. "All of it." Harry says it back. Entry at 0. First beacon at Sparrow. Comms hop every 3rd node. If I lose signal, I push to Inville. If the cup is a trap, I go to ground, call Black Rook, and hold 30 seconds for pull. Hermione taps a column. You hold behind cover. Behind cover, Harry repeats. Exits, Ron says, pointing to the X's. We cut if we have to. We don't burn. This is a school, not a war zone. Fleur leans on the table, sleeves rolled, hair braided so tight it won't move if the wind begs. Iron if you damp the bond, she says, eyes on Harry. Glass if you need distance. Iron. Glass. He mirrors her 3-finger tap on his sternum. Here. The PSC captain, Oakes, drops a hand-sized disc in front of Harry. Copper. Quietly humming. Root plate, he says. Drop it wherever you land. It'll bite the world and tell us what's under you. That makes the pull clean. Hermione slides a coin rune across. 2 words for the pull, she says. Black Rook. Say it only when you're set. If we lose you mid-chant, we don't lose you mid-world. Ron scratches his jaw. Contingencies. If Crumb goes funny, he's getting imperious, Hermione says. Funny is the word. Then we alarm. We don't play hero, Ron says. We let the judges see it. Harry nods. Cedric. Ron taps Badger with the knuckle of his forefinger. He's decent. He's not a fool. If you can keep him upright without exposing your flank, do it. If not, we still save him later. Sirius drops a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezes once. 2 moves ahead. Then you show off. I'm not showing off, Harry says. You're right, Sirius says. You're working. Go do your job. The stadium roars like a storm bottled wrong. Hedges tower, breathing green and damp. Torches spit. Judges settle. Dumbledore's voice carries. Rules, points, warnings the school will have here. Harry stands with Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb at the mouth of the maze. Fleur's glove brushes his hand for a second, here, and then she's still again. Ready? Cedric asks, simple, honest. Always, Harry says. Crumb rolls his shoulders and stares straight ahead like the world is a barbell. The whistle shrieks. Cedric goes first. Crumb next. Fleur's blue silk flashes. She turns left, vanish. Harry steps in last and the hedge swallows noise. Wind dies. Smell goes to wet earth and cold sap. The path is dark in a way that's not night. He breathes and his breath fogs. He moves. Sparrow green. Hermione's voice in his ear, crisp as ink. Copy, he says. His breath steady. Feet steady. Bracer cool on his wrist. Root plate warm at his belt. Bond humming low. Fleur. A weight behind a wall. Active but not hot. First turn. A wall of mist-hide spikes. He flicks a palm and the runes on his glove throw a soft veil that makes the spikes glow dull. He steps around them like furniture. Sectum illusions at node 3, Hermione warns. Don't swing. They'll bleed pretty. Not my type, Harry says. Second turn. A boggart tries to crawl out of the dirt wearing Dursley voices. He flicks a small pressure pop that snaps its skin of fear, and it folds back into a damp, sad shape. He walks past it without looking close. Sparrow amber, Hermione says. Crumb stopped. Cedric moving. Fleur, holds. Ron supplies. Right route's slow. Left route's teeth. A shriek cracks the path somewhere left. Harry doesn't stop. Crumb, stalled. Ron says. Not trapped. Not yet. Third turn. A screeching thing with too many legs and not enough brain hurls itself at his chest. The cloak mesh takes the claws, sparks a hiss and shrugs. Harry palms it sideways and lets it hit the hedge. Sulks away. Sparrow green, Hermione says again. Badger moving well. Crumb funny. Harry stops. Cold air slides under his collar. Define funny. His pattern turned to straight lines, Ron says. That's not how you move in a maze unless you've got cheat code or you've got a voice in your head. Imperious, Hermione says. Flat. Harry breathes. Alarm. Wait, Ron says. He's crossing a commission plate now. 3 whistles blast on the judge's platform. The hedge nearest Crumb blazes a clean white line. Violation detected. Karkaroff stands and sputters. Maxime's head swings. Dumbledore's blue gaze hardens into both ice and law. Good, Hermione says. We don't carry it. Commission does. Harry moves again. A bend opens on a clearing. The cup sits on a plinth like a joke that forgot it's funny. Ward glass on his wrist reads false calm. The root plate at his belt hums lower. He can smell magic like iron left in rain. Don't touch it, Hermione says. Circle and look. He circles. The cup gleams. The plinth hums. The hum feels wrong. It's not a broadcast. It's a mouth. Port key, Ron says. No doubt. Trip wires. Harry asks. None I see. Hermione says, teeth in her voice. It's naked, because the trap is the point, Ron says. Sparrow grid shows no other champions on collision. A beat. You're alone. Harry sets the root plate on the ground. Copper rings bite dirt. They light soft and then go dull as designed. He kneels, palms on thighs, and breathes once, twice. Black Rook, Hermione asks. He shakes his head even though she can't see it. Not yet. Not here. Harry, Sirius says softly. If Voldemort's back, Harry says, just as soft. Better I see it prepared than let someone else take this ride. Hermione is silent for a half-breath that counts as an argument. Then she says, you drop the plate the second you land. You say iron. You count to 3. You make the call. Copy, he says. Fleur knows, Ron says. She says don't be stupid. She says be precise. Harry huffs. Copy, he says again. He stands. He touches the cup. The world yanks. The graveyard breathes cold through bad grass. The pull drops him next to a tilt of stone and a yew tree that drinks light. He lands half-crouched because the root plate trained him to respect knees. He slaps copper to earth. Root, he breathes. It bites. The hum climbs his bones. The night is wrong the way rooms are wrong when you expect furniture and find knives. A voice scuttles from the dark. Kill the spare. Harry doesn't think. He drags his palm across his belt rune and whips a compression plate from his coat pocket to the ground under the voice. The air thickens. Whum. And a green jet that would have cut Cedric like a thread hits pressure and slows to a sickly glow, crawling useless in treacle. Cedric. Harry snaps, finding him to the left, slack with shock. Harry shoves him with a folded pressure wave hard, toward the headstone to cover. Down. Cedric goes down, not elegant. What? Down? Harry repeats. Cedric obeys, eyes huge. A small figure in a cloak skids into the circle of wrong light, wand up, voice wet. Peter Pettigrew, hand wrapped in a filthy cloth, eyes tear-bright. There's a bundle like a drowned thing in his arms. Harry feels Bal climb. He pushes it down. Drop it, he says. Wormtail whimpers. Master, a voice like a whisper scraped out of a tombstone says, do not speak to him. Bind the boy. Harry counts. 1, 2. He gives the call sign. Black Rook. Copy. Ron's voice says in his ear, distant, tight. Locking. 3. Harry says under his breath. He watches the dark. He listens to how the world around the root plate feels like a nail in wood. Ropes leap for his wrists. He raises a palm. The Peveril bracer clicks a silent ring. The ropes snag midair and slack like they forgot how to hate. They drop at his feet. Wormtail squeals. Death Eaters ring the clearing, black and tall and proud of masks. They do not step in yet. They want a show. Harry does not want a show. He wants data. He wants to see what the ritual does to a body. He wants to know how Voldemort moves when he thinks the world is his again. You're going to do it anyway, Harry says to the air. Fine, Harry, Hermione says. Calm voice. Not happy. I will not stop you. I will count for you until I hate the number. Thank you, he says. Wormtail scrabbles at Harry with a knife. Harry doesn't stop him. The blade kisses his forearm. Blood runs warm. Wormtail bottles it with shaking hands, sobbing once like this is the worst thing he has ever done, and not the 100th. Harry watches the setup. Bone ground from a grave. Flesh cut from a hand. Blood poured into a cauldron that swallows sound. He tastes copper and ash and keeps his face still. The bundle goes in. The air goes wrong in that way that presses on ear bones. The cauldron tilts the night. A shape climbs out. Voldemort is small and pale and wrong like a badly drawn map. He breathes once, long, rediscovering lungs. He opens eyes that are not human anymore and looks at Harry with interest like a cat looks at a mouse that picked a lock. "Harry," he says, savoring the name. "We meet again. We meet," Harry says. Voldemort flexes fingers, considers them, and laughs in a thin, delighted way that says he still enjoys the idea of sound. "Throw down your wand," he murmurs. Harry doesn't. He lifts his left hand slightly. The bracer hums. The root plate hums with it. Voldemort paces within his circle, feeling his magic. Harry watches how his weight shifts, how his breath length changes as it hits a rib that is new. Ancient battle magic is not about names. It is about where to press. It is about the parts that break. Death Eaters step forward in time with their master's breath. The circle closes a little. Cedric's fingers grip the grass. "Blood of the enemy," Voldemort says, almost conversational. "My mother was foolish. I have improved on foolishness." "Your mother loved you," Harry says, very quiet. "You didn't improve on that." Voldemort's head tips, curious. "Who taught you to be insolent in complete sentences?" Harry doesn't answer. He flicks his wrist. Nothing visible happens. The circle of air just inside the root plate starts to turn. Molecular, not flashy. It's the skin. It's a suggestion. Voldemort raises his wand. Green light hisses for Harry's chest. The skin turns it. Not a mirror, he's no fool. Just enough to waste edge. The curse strikes the ground at an angle, scarring dirt in a line instead of a hole. Death Eaters murmur. Voldemort's eyes narrow. Interesting. He changes tactics, sharp. Not curses. Cutting hexes, bone thins, nerve bites, all the things that make boys scream. Harry doesn't scream. He breathes and moves and lets the bracer seep pressure around him like a second posture. "Ancient tricks," Voldemort says. "Old families always hoard." "Not hoard," Harry says. "Study." Voldemort flicks a hand. Two Death Eaters step in, overeager. Harry slaps the ground. Thin lines of runes bloom around his feet like a ring of nails. The first Death Eater's boots hit the ring and the ring says no. He trips, skull-ringing stone. The second tries to hop it. Harry shifts a plate under him and turns ground to syrup. He sinks to the ankles and swears. Voldemort's mouth curves. He smells the game now. "You cannot win alone," he says. "I didn't come to win," Harry says. "I came to check something." Voldemort laughs again, more delighted. "Ask." Harry slides 2 fingers along a locket at his waist. The Horcrux detector runes Hermione tuned last week. It warms on 2 notes. The old grave and something in front of him. He tucks that away like a knife he'll need later. "You've patched yourself with pieces," he says. "That makes your core noisy. That makes you slow." Voldemort's eyes sharpen, just enough. Then smooth. "Children with books," he says, lazy. "No respect for craft. Respect for finishing a job," Harry says. He lifts his palm and speaks a word that doesn't want to be English. The air in front of Voldemort buckles, small. Voldemort's next step falters half a thumb's width. His breath catches. His wand tip dips. "You felt that," Harry says. "Good." Voldemort bares snake teeth that used to be a smile. He lifts his wand higher. "Enough." "Enough?" Harry agrees, and hits him with a court-whisk design to make magic feel like it's decided to leave the building. For a heartbeat, Voldemort is a man without air underwater. His eyes flare. Shock, fury, fear. And then he shoves raw power through the hole and the world snaps back. The graveyard breathes again. Harry's knees go watery from the pushback. He catches himself on the root plate hum. "Interesting," Voldemort says again, colder. "You have studied." "Every day," Harry says, equally cold. Wormtail whimpers. The Death Eaters shift. Cedric breathes very slowly and very quietly and does not move. Harry feels the pull from the root plate change pitch. The anchor is set. Ron is ready. 3, Hermione says in his ear. She is counting even when he isn't. 2, 1. Harry drops a coil of runes at his feet. One last thing, right where Voldemort will have to step to feel confident. It's a little gift. It will make future spells stutter 10% at the edge. He doesn't look away. He doesn't bow. He doesn't give Voldemort a line for the papers to quote. He says it. Black Rook. The pull is not a jerk. It is a decision. The root plate tightens under his boots. The copper bites the world and hands him to someone else. Magic slams. The graveyard goes out like a lamp in fog. Cold becomes warm, becomes holdfast stone under his knees. He lands and rolls and comes up on one palm, bracer sparking, breath hard. Ron is there, pale, grinning like he might be sick and loved it. Hermione is furious and relieved at the same time. Sirius looks 10 years younger and older in one face. Fleur grips the back of a chair like it's the only stallion in a ring. Report, Hermione says, already writing. Harry swallows. Voldemort's back. Ritual worked. Death Eaters answered. He's functional, but his core is stitched and slow. We can unpick him. Fleur crosses the space in 3 strides, stops half a foot away, lifts a hand, and presses her fingers into his sternum. Iron. He dampens, automatic. The flood from the fight eases under the wall. His hands stop trembling. He breathes. Cedric. Ron asks. Alive. Hidden. He'll wake confused and smug. Harry says. Root plate is still there. The runes will muddy the first hour. After that, they'll adapt. Sirius exhales like he forgot how. You let them take your blood. Harry looks at the cut. It's clean and closing. Better me prepared than someone else blind, he says. We bought time for knowing. Hermione's jaw flexes. Then she nods one hard line. I'll draft the notes for Bones. We have confirmation of return. We share just enough to be useful. We hold the rest. Ron drags a new sheet on the board. Mandate. He writes in block letters. No more playing inside their rules. Harry wipes the blood on a cloth and tosses it into the burn bowl. He looks at the map of Britain and sees it as targets, lines, node points, supply. He thinks of Amelia Bones in an office full of smoke and files. He thinks of Dumbledore's hand over a chessboard that isn't the whole. We do it our way, he says. No seeking permission from men who can't keep their own pockets shut. No grandstanding. Clean hits. Clean messages. Protect the kids. Protect the lines that make a country a country. Hermione lifts her pen. Say it how you want it recorded, she says. Harry meets each set of eyes. Hermione. Ron. Sirius. Fleur. Oak's at the door. Ileana with a folder. Callum with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders squared. The Peveril Mandate, Harry says, voice steady. Effective now. We take Voldemort apart. We take his funding, his channels, his threats. We do not wait for ministry permission slips. We do not feed a myth by giving him theater. We win on paper and in alleys and in courtrooms and in kitchens. We keep civilians out of crossfire. We finish what others start and call mercy. Sirius's mouth hitches. You always were better at speeches when you pretended you weren't making one. Hermione writes the Peveril Mandate like a headline. Ron taps his pencil on his teeth. Code names, he says lighter to keep the room from tipping. Operations. We'll need them. We don't call anything Dragon because that's tacky. Operation Phoenix stays parked, Harry says. Final siege only. Before that, thread pull, window, salt, quiet tide. Quiet tide is pretty, Ileana says. We should do it first to something ugly. We will, Hermione says. After tea. Fleur doesn't speak. She watches Harry's face and his hands and his breath and the look that builds behind his eyes when he's already in 3 places. Here, the graveyard, and a war that hasn't started in the papers yet. You will sleep before you write the plan, she says softly. He almost says no. He feels the bond hum, her heat, his exhaustion, the iron still in place, the knowledge that will go to glass if he pushes. He nods. 40 minutes, he says. Then we draft. 60, Hermione says. We're not clever when we're stupid. Ron points at the clock. We've got a window before the prophet starts making things up. Bones will send a line. Dumbledore will try a meeting. We control when, Harry says. We control where. He gets a chair and a recorder and a pot of tea with no sugar. Sirius grins. Feral. Passive-aggressive politeness. Careful, Harry says. And the room says it back. They still have to close the maze. Ron and the PSC fold the calm grid like a picnic. Hermione walks a path that takes her past every plate and every mark she left so the school won't inherit a field of stubborn little hums. Fleur stands with Madame Maxime in the shadow of a carriage and speaks French at a speed that makes Hermione's cool jealous. Somewhere between outrage and cooperation, they settle on standards. Cedric finds Harry at the edge of the pitch with his hair full of hedge and his pride intact. "You shoved me," he says, accusation only because it's the first word he can find. "I did," Harry says. "Sorry about your knee." Cedric touches the bruise and grins. "Worth it. Are we supposed to pretend nothing happened? We're supposed to let the adults pretend to handle it," Harry says. "We'll handle it properly." Cedric offers his hand. Hufflepuff doesn't like being used either. Harry takes it. "Good." Krum stands with his hands in fists and his jaw tight and doesn't come over. Dumbledore watches from a small distance. Face unreadable, eyes old. Fleur's fingers brush Harry's sleeve as she passes. Here. He breathes easier. Night. Hold fast. War room. Tea steams. Paper glows. Names go onto lists with lines to other names and little notes. Weakness. Pride. Strength. Money. Lever. Sons. Lever. Fear. Imperious enforcement, Hermione says. We build counterwork into the school. Subtle. We don't announce it. We make it peer-to-peer so students can help students without waiting for a professor to see the glaze. Funds, Ileana says. We starve the old light quietly. We buy their debts. We do not crow. Death Eater safe houses, Callum says. We map them. We put plates in their cellars that make their wards hum out of tune. Messages, Sirius says. Not posters. Small, neat stories about competence and consequences. Bones gets the good lines. The prophet gets the ones that force the prophet to print retractions when we show receipts. International, Fleur says. We ask for cooperation, not permission. We give them results and ask for nothing public. She glances at Harry. We do not make anyone choose between their pride and our plan. Ron draws 3 lines and circles their ends. Exits, he mutters. Always give yourself an exit you don't think you'll need. Harry listens. He assigns. He refuses luck. He writes no collateral twice and underlines it. He writes children first 3 times and doesn't. When the clock kisses 2, Hermione collects pens. Enough, she says. We sleep and let our brains file. 2 more, Harry starts. 0 more, she says. You're shaking. He is. He puts his hands on the table to hide it. Fleur doesn't let him get away with it. She taps his sternum. Glass. He nods and lets the wall drop. The bond hums brighter and then eases like a muscle that's been clenched 6 hours and finally gets to be a muscle again. 60 minutes, Fleur says. 60, he says. They leave the map. It will be there in the morning and so will the work. 15 minutes after lights are down. Bones Owl hits the ward with a polite thunk. Ileana reads the note at the door and smiles into her sleeve. Received your confirmation. No theatrics. Good. I'll keep the ministry from inventing a committee long enough for you to do what you're obviously going to do anyway. Coffee if you must, tea if you're civilized. A.B. Hermione tucks it under a paperweight like a blessing. In his tower, Dumbledore folds his hands and stares at a chessboard that has pieces that keep deciding to stand up and refuse to be knights. Fawkes makes a soft sound that could be sorrow or could be hurry up. In the house with the tidy garden, Cassian Harrow sits at his table with his resignation letter and a boy asleep down the hall and tries on the shape of not being what he thought he was. He does not like the fit yet. In the graveyard, Voldemort stands where the runes Harry dropped make the ground feel like a floor that needs sanding. He sneers. He steps through. Spells stutter 10% at the edge and make him angrier than they should. Find him, he says to the air. The air doesn't answer. The men do. And on the cliff, the sea breathes. The root plates hum. The bond says here without asking for anything in return. Morning will be work. Tonight is for living long enough to do it. Chapter 8. Political Decapitation. The Wisengamot smells like old parchment and expensive soap. Hermione stands at the center lectern with her notes stacked in 3 neat piles and a 4th pile she hopes she won't need. Robes hiss on benches. The gold W on the far wall reflects torchlight. Above, the chief warlock's chair waits. Bones raps once. This special session is in order. Hermione doesn't look up to the gallery. She knows who's there. Harry in a plain black robe, Sirius with a lawyer's blank face, Ron with a notebook and 2 pencils, Fleur beside Harry with her hands folded like she could weigh down a storm, Ileana and Callum 2 rows back with calm that doesn't blink. Oaks and 2 PSC in grey lean against the west door like they're part of the stone. Miss Granger, Bones says, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Bones. Hermione places her palm on the first page as if to steady the room. Agenda Item 1. Censure for procedural negligence tied to Triwizard oversight. Agenda Item 2. Motion to vacate the office of Chief Warlock on grounds of chronic conflict of interest, will suppression, and dereliction of guardianship duty. Agenda Item 3. Temporary reorganization of committee powers pending election. A wave of murmurs. A tart voice from the old family's benches. Outrageous. Noted. Bones says without looking away from Hermione. Proceed. Hermione opens the first folder. Exhibit A. The Potter will. She doesn't raise her voice. The acoustics do the work. Validated by Gringotts. Suppressed by an ex parte security hold, signed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore on November 2, 1981. The will names Sirius Black and Frank and Alice Longbottom as guardians. No clause authorizes placement with non-magicals infamous for hostility. A shuffle of robes. 2 heads lean together. One which pretends to adjust her brooch and instead watches Dumbledore's face. He is composed. Of course he is. Hands steepled. Eyes blue and unreadable. Hermione lays down Exhibit A. Picks up B. Exhibit B. The Blood Ward Scheme. A letter from Dumbledore to Minerva McGonagall, date November 1, 1981, stating, and I quote, "The wards will hold if the child calls that place home." The record shows no independent welfare check, no involvement of the Department of Magical Child Welfare, and no goblin fiduciary sign-off despite the Potter estate being active. The law does not allow a single man to create law when a child is concerned. A few members nod because they have grandchildren and a conscience. Hermione sets B down. Exhibit C. Negligent imprisonment. Sirius Orion Black, imprisoned without trial, denied Veritasrum hearing, denied counsel. In those years, the Chief Warlock Dumbledore was positioned to question the basis of incarceration. He did not. He did not when Peter Pettigrew's body was not found. He did not when the registry logged an unlicensed animagus. He did not when a 15-minute reading of Aura notes would have raised doubts. Her tone doesn't rise. We have the notes. We did the reading. A hiss like steam from the left benches. Lucius Malfoy's mouth tightens, then smooths. He will wait to see which way the wind goes. Hermione turns a page. Exhibit D. Triwizard negligence. Goblet protections left vulnerable to external tampering. When a minor's name emerged, we saw no immediate suspension, no proper commission protocol, only a speech about courage. Mr. Potter's team filed 12 notices within 24 hours. 7 were returned with a stamped, received, and no action. That is not oversight. That is theater. Karkaroff, up in the guest box, bristles and mutters slurs. Maxime's head turns. He stops. Hermione looks up for the first time. I will be precise. This is not a case about intent. It is a case about power and process. The same hand that wrote the memo about the greater good signed the orders that kept a child without counsel, without family, and without his name's protection under the law. Good men are not immune to censure. Someone tries order, as if the word can fix embarrassment. Bones taps once. You will restrain yourself, Mr. Selwyn. Hermione doesn't look at Dumbledore yet. I call our first witness. High Advisor Griphook, Gringotts. Griphook walks to the circle with the dignity of a man who loves rules. His small bow is to the chamber, not to any person. We respond to summons with caution. Today we respond with interest. Hermione nods. Mr. Griphook, did Gringotts receive a copy of the Potter will on or before November 2, 1981? Yes. Was it suppressed with goblin consent?
No.
Was there any fiduciary circumstance that would allow the chief warlock to set aside that will without consulting Gringotts? No. Did the bank attempt to notify interested parties? We did. We were delayed. His eyes slide to Dumbledore and away without expression. Hermione thanks him and calls the second witness. Amelia Bones. Bones snorts at the formality and leaves her dais. She takes the circle. Hermione keeps the questions strict. Madam Bones, as head of the DMLE, did your office have access to the Sirius Black file? When I took office, yes. Did that file include evidence that should have triggered a review? Yes. Was such a review undertaken before Mr. Potter's team forced the issue last year? No. Do you have an opinion on why? Yes. Will you state it? Bones holds Hermione's eyes. The culture of Dumbledore will tell us when to worry is a warm blanket. And blankets make people lazy. The room takes that like medicine. Hermione lets the murmur crest and ebb. Then she turns finally to the chief warlock's chair. Albus Dumbledore. He descends with a slow grace that makes people want to forgive. He takes the circle. He doesn't bother with oaths. His reputation is supposed to serve. Hermione doesn't smile. Headmaster, she says, did you sign the suppression order on the Potter will? Yes. Dumbledore says, voice gentle. I did. Why? I believed secrecy and warding would protect the child better than public procedures would. Did you consult the Department of Magical Child Welfare? No. Did you consult Gringotts? No. Did you consult the guardians named in the will? I did not. A beat. I feared leaks. Did you perform a welfare check on the non-magical home you selected? No. Did you revisit this decision in the years that followed? Dumbledore's eyes move to the gallery where Harry sits with his hands folded. I watched, he says. Hermione's jaw tightens by an inch. You watched. I placed protections. That required the child to call an abusive place home. Hermione says, clean and quiet. Did you revisit your decision when Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial? I believed my friend dead, Dumbledore says. I believed the murderer imprisoned. Belief is not law, Hermione says. I had wars to manage, Dumbledore says. He doesn't raise his voice. The calculus of survival is not gentle. Hermione's chin lifts. You are not on trial for gentleness. You are being evaluated for whether you should continue to occupy an office that requires more than belief. She turns to the chamber. Members of the Wisengamot, the facts are plain. Albus Dumbledore acted as if he were the law when he was not. Oversight becomes farce if the overseer is allowed to be exempt. A thin wizard with a walking stick stands. Point of order, this girl. Hermione doesn't break eye contact with the bench. I move to vacate the office of Chief Warlock effective immediately, pending a proper election. I move that Albus Dumbledore be barred from serving as interim in any capacity while investigations into the will suppression and Triwizard negligence proceed. Second, says a witch in midnight blue before Malfoy can decide what he is. Recorded, Bones says. Discussion, limited to 5. Lucius rises with a careful frown. No one doubts Miss Granger's ability with paper. We question the wisdom of removing a stabilizing figure during. Hermione turns her head. Mr. Malfoy fears a world where one man can't tell him where to stand. A few smothered laughs. Bones wraps her ring. Stay on motion. Dumbledore raises one hand, asking for the courtesy he knows he will get. If I may. Bones nods. Dumbledore faces the chamber, then Harry. I made difficult choices. I made them quickly. I have always sought the greater good. I regret mistakes. But stripping the court of its most experienced hand because youth has found the energy to read is unwise. Ron mutters under his breath, pencil still. Hermione doesn't look at him. She looks at the benches. If experience insulated from criticism were enough, we would never change a law. Vote. Bones lifts the ballot sphere. By wand, she says. Green for motion. Red against. Light climbs wands. Green is not a flood. It is steady. Red rises in clumps and fails to convince itself. Bones counts, lips thin, eyes steady. By majority, she says, voice like a gavel. The motion passes. The office of Chief Warlock is vacated effective immediately. The deputy clerk will call an election for an interim chair within 72 hours. Headmaster Dumbledore. She looks at him, not unkind, not kind. You will step down now. Silence, the real kind. Then rustle. Then voices. Karkaroff sputters himself hoarse. Maxime sits straighter and doesn't waste her face. Lucius' hand tightens on his cane until the snake head creaks. The old witch in midnight blue closes her eyes for one breath, as if she's sending a prayer to a god she argues with. Dumbledore's eyes flick to Harry again. They are not pleading. They are taking measure. He bows, small, perfect, and leaves the circle. He doesn't look lost. He looks lighter in a way that isn't comforting. Bones raps. Agenda Item 3. Elections. The room erupts along the safe lines of process. Hermione closes her folder and exhales. Her fingers shake for 1 second. Ron leans forward from the gallery rail and mouths breathe. She does. Harry's hand brushes Fleur's for a half-beat. Here. She taps his sternum once. Iron. He dampens and the hum inside his ribs settles under a wall he can carry. They meet on neutral ground because Harry insisted. Not the headmaster's office. Not the Holdfast. A public tea-house off Muggle London where no one will pretend not to listen because they truly don't care. Dumbledore arrives exactly on time. He orders black tea. Harry sets a small recorder stone between them without explanation. Dumbledore glances at it. His mouth twitches like a man who sees a child playing court. He doesn't ask to turn it off. Thank you for meeting, Dumbledore says. Passive-aggressive politeness, Harry says. Dumbledore's eyes warm at the phrase and not at the meaning. I do not intend to quarrel. We won't, Harry says. We'll be precise. They sit for a beat while busy people live around them. Cups land. A bell rings in the kitchen. Outside, London breathes. You will run your war, Dumbledore says. It isn't a question. We will finish it, Harry says. You are very certain, Dumbledore says. I learned from someone who is never uncertain. A corner of Dumbledore's mouth moves. There are costs you cannot yet see. I've started paying them, Harry says. I don't need you to predict them. I need you to stop standing between my people and the tools to do the job. Dumbledore looks at the table for a long second. When he looks up, he seems older not because of time, but because he has chosen to wear it. You believe I want control. I want outcomes. So do I, Harry says. But my outcomes don't rely on me being on every page. And if your outcomes rely on you not seeing whom you burn, Dumbledore says, quiet. I see them, Harry says, just as quiet. I write their names down. I don't let sentiment wash the ink away. Dumbledore takes his tea. You have Fleur Delacour at your side. Yes, she is a force. She's an equal, Harry says. That's the point. Dumbledore nods once, the kind that says he has filed a fact rather than approved a choice. I will not sabotage you, he says. I will not help you either, not directly. I will protect students and attempt to keep the school from becoming a battlefield once more. That is helping, Harry says. Dumbledore studies him. When you stand at the end of this and the room is quiet but not peaceful, you will find yourself looking for a reason to still be needed. Harry doesn't blink. I'll go home. Dumbledore's mouth softens in a way that could be pity or hope. I hope that for you, he says. He sets a coin on the saucer, stands, and leaves without touching the recorder. Harry waits until the bell in the kitchen rings twice. He pockets the stone, pays, and steps into the cold air. Sirius falls into step a half-block later. How was that? Polite, Harry says. Passive-aggressively, Sirius huffs. He's still a wall. I don't need him to move, Harry says. I need him to stop pretending his shadow is a roof. Paris does pomp on weekdays like London does it at Christmas. The French Minister of Magic, Sylvie Levasseur, stands before a clean table in a bright room at the Palais du Sorcier with a fountain playing music 2 floors below. 3 aides hover. One wizard from External Affairs tries to look bored and fails. Fleur stands at one end with Apollon. She wears no blue silk today. Plain charcoal. Hair pinned so tight it's an argument you don't want to lose. Harry is not here. This is her room. Madame la Minister. Fleur says in French first, then English for the record. We propose a cooperation compact. Levasseur steeples her fingers. The British have many proposals. They collect. Fleur doesn't smile. I am not Britain. Levasseur's mouth does a small curve. True. Fleur slides one page forward. Intelligence sharing. Death Eater finance routes. We will provide account fingerprints. In exchange, we request real-time alerts on cross-border movement and the ability to detain within French jurisdiction for 24 hours pending ICW warrants. Extraterritoriality. The External Affairs Wizard says. Dangerous precedent. Not extraterritorial, Fleur says. Temporized courtesy. She meets Levasseur's eyes. We will not embarrass you. We will not make speeches. We will bring you results in unmarked folders, and we will not ask for a parade. Levasseur glances at Apollon, not for permission. No one with sense asks Apollon Delacour for permission, but for calibration. Apollon inclines her head minutely. She has it. Second. Fleur says, legal cover for specific operatives crossing France en route to other jurisdictions. Names on a sealed list to your office only. This protects us from local prefects and protects you from being seen to know too much. The aide clears his throat. And in exchange, sanctuary funding, Fleur says. 500,000 galleons for Dragon and Hippogriff reserves over 2 years. Your disbursement, our silent money. Joint Aura training exchange. 2 of ours embedded in your countercurse unit. 2 of yours briefed on our ward tech with a limited NDA. And public credit when you need it. The story can read, French operation leads to arrest. Whenever that helps your paper. Levasseur leans back. Why? Because Voldemort is bad for trade. Fleur says without flinching. Because instability in Britain bleeds into Brittany by the second ship. Because the last time, London pretended it was the center of the world and asked Paris to clap. We're not asking you to clap. We're asking you to count. Silence. Full of work. Levasseur taps the page once. No one at home will like this, she says. It will be called an asymmetry. Make it symmetrical, Fleur says. When you need a thing we can do faster and quieter than a ministry can, you will ask. You will not owe. You will have a favor on ledger. Levasseur smiles properly for the first time. You are your mother's daughter. Paulin's eyes flicker. That is compliment enough. Levasseur looks at the aide. Draft the compact. Limited term, 2 years, renewable. No names in writing. The sealed list will exist, and then it will not. She looks back at Fleur. We will not cover murder. We do not kill for sport, Fleur says. We remove obstacles and we do not make collateral. Levasseur stands. Fleur stands. They shake hands like people who will be kind when they can and ruthless when they must. Tell your husband. Levasseur says, neutral and amused. That competence is very attractive. Fleur's mouth curves. He learns fast. Hold fast. The war room hums. Hermione has the Peveril grimoire open to a page that smells like damp stone and angry salt. Sirius sits on the edge of the table like he's about to run and like he's holding himself in place with his fists. Say it again. Hermione taps the ink drawing. An ugly locket with a serpentine S and a line of cramped notes in a hand that makes you want to wash it. The S doesn't stand for Slytherin as a signature. It stands for Salazar's snake as a ward key. It's not a monogram. It's a lock you open with voice and pressure. So, Ron says, so the cave protections we found descriptions of last week will respond to a voice keyed to the locket, Hermione says. If we went in blind, the response would be bad. Sirius stares at the page. Regulus, he says raw. Hermione nods. Regulus Arcturus Black. Your brother. He left notes we didn't know we had because they were misfiled as alchemical recipes. He references the Dark Lord's trinket and an infernal basin. He writes like a man in a hurry who is not used to writing like a man in a hurry. Sirius laughs once. Shaky. That's him. Hermione flips the page. He mentions a house elf. My old friend will know. He didn't write a name. Sirius is already standing. Creature. Harry meets his eyes. We call him. We ask. We do not order. Sirius nods once. Sharp. We ask. Ileana sets a finger on the margin. Timeline. 2 days, Ron says. Tomorrow we debrief Bones. Next day we see Creature. After that we go to the sea. Callum ticks boxes on a slate. Boats, ropes, heat, cold, blood that isn't ours. Hermione closes the grimoire with careful hands. We will bring light, she says, but not the kind that invites the whole sea. Harry writes Locket on the board with block letters. Under it, Regulus, creature, cave, voice key, salt. He underlines salt twice. Fleur steps in, a folded copy of a draft compact in her hand. It is done, she says. France will count quietly. Hermione exhales what might be a laugh. Good. We'll need counters. Sirius puts his palm on the table and looks at the map like it could show him his brother's hand. We should have done this years ago, he says. Harry says nothing. He reaches out and sets 2 fingers against Sirius's wrist. They're here now. The prophet does what papers do. It tries on titles until one fits. Dumbledore steps down. Procedures must stand, says Bones. Potter team drives reform. Children are not chess, says Granger. Ministry denies rift. Governance continues, says Spokeswizard. Hermione's replies go out on thick paper with soft edges. They praise the process. They congratulate the deputy clerk for not fainting. They do not gloat. Rita's owl brings 3 questions with barbs in the punctuation. Hermione returns 1 sentence. We believe competent systems make heroes unnecessary. Rita prints it and tries to make it sound like an insult. It doesn't land. Lucius visits 2 votes and comes away with 1. He spends the next day pretending to enjoy the view from his study window. At Hogwarts, McGonagall walks from Transfiguration to a meeting with the deputy head with a paper tucked under her arm. She has a line in her jaw that says anyone who tries to discuss politics with her during class will be a cat for a week. Karkaroff writes a letter to someone who won't sign their name. The parchment smells like cologne and fear. Dumbledore sits alone and writes a list of names he has failed and underlines 2. He circles 1. He puts the quill down. He feeds Fawkes and does not ask for a song. Bones' office is stacked with boxes that look like they were made to be in boxes. She pours tea for herself and slides a coffee cup toward Harry. I assume you want to tell me something I don't want to know. Voldemort's back, Harry says. Hermione lays a short brief on the desk. 2 pages. Not a treatise. Ritual complete. He's functional but sloppy at the edges. We have ways to make him sloppier. Bones sips. Of course you do. She taps the folder. You will not bring me every plan. But you will bring me this level, this often. We'll bring you enough to make you dangerous, Hermione says. Bones snorts. Generous. She flips the 2nd page. Cassion's resignation landed without a scene. Thank you for that. He served long. He served wrong at the end. I'll deal with the hole. We will not fill it, Harry says. That would be rude. Bones smiles with her eyes. Polite, careful. I like your brand when it isn't in my in-tray. Ron leans forward. We'll need quiet access to the old ore maps on the coast. Caves, wards, the usual. Bones tilts her head. You'll sign my log like good children. We'll write in pen, Ron says. Don't push it, Bones says. But she's already pulling the right drawer. Tie charts are in the 2nd folder. Don't drown. We'll be rude, Hermione says. Not evil. Bones returns and signs the authorization. Evening. The holdfast is quieter because everyone is writing something that needs to be written. Harry and Fleur eat at the small table by the window. The food is simple. The silence isn't loaded. It's working. He sets down his fork. You're compact, he says. Good. She takes a sip of water. It will offend 5 men who like their names in papers. We'll live, he says. We will, she says. She studies his face. How was your tea? Less sugar than the gossip promised, he says. He tried to warn me about myself. He is allowed to try, she says. I told him I'd go home when it's over. Will you? He thinks. Yes. She holds his eyes for a long second. Good, she says. We will make home. He breathes and says the thing that doesn't fit any box. When I stood in that circle and they voted, I thought I would feel triumph. I felt relief because a weight moved, she says. Not off me, he says. Off the room. She nods once. You are not in love with toppling men. No, he says. I like rooms that work. She stands, hands on the back of her chair. Calibration, she says. 2 minutes. He laughs. Right now. Yes, she says, simple. You will try to make it tomorrow. We make it now. He stands. She steps in close and presses fingers to his sternum. Iron. He dampens. The hum obeys. She takes his hand. He lets the wall thin. The bond rises, thrum, and holds at a steady hum. She watches his breath, the small muscles at his jaw. 80%, she says. Feels like 60, he says. You are bad at guessing, she says, and he huffs. She taps glass. He steps back. It drops. Again, she says. They do it twice more. On the third, she kisses him once, precise, then once, messy like a signature and a flourish. Good, she says, and the word lands in his ribs like a promise he wants to keep. He touches 2 fingers to her sternum. Here, she echoes. They sit. They finish dinner like people who are practicing being ordinary on purpose. Night brings letters. From the deputy clerk, interim election scheduled. Please refrain from marching bands. From McGonagall. If your friends intend to use the library for research that may set any books on fire, inform Madame Pants first. From Apollon. Your compact is adequate. Do not grow lazy. There is a biscuit in the box. Lemon. From Creature. Creature will speak if the noble and most ancient house of Black asks properly. Sirius laughs until he sits down quickly. From Dumbledore, nothing, which is also a letter. Harry files the notes. He sets the biscuit in the war room for Ron to find and pretend not to enjoy. He writes Creature, ask, not order in clean letters. He looks at the map. He doesn't try to carry it alone. He turns off the lamp. The sea outside hits the rocks with a steady rhythm like the room's clock. Somewhere inland, a man with no nose learns that 10% of his spells will misfire in the first hour after a ritual because a boy who refuses luck left him a sanded floor. In a small London kitchen, a retired Auror pours a drink and wonders if he should call his son back into the room to explain why his father isn't wearing the badge anymore. He doesn't call him yet. He will. Bones places the authorization back in the drawer and labels a folder Peveril. Bring receipts. Dumbledore feeds Fawkes again and looks at the chair he left and tries not to miss the weight. Hermione sharpens 2 pencils and writes 3 lines she will cut in the morning because they feel like triumph. She cuts them now. She leaves the line that says, we will not be the thing we fight to defeat. Ron dreams of hedges that move like pieces, and instead of fear, he feels interest. Fleur sleeps with one hand on the sheet like she might press iron in her dreams. Harry wakes once and doesn't reach for the bond. It hums anyway, quiet and certain as a heartbeat in another room. Morning will be maps and a house elf and salt. Tonight, the country rests on paper that is finally being written by people who read it. Chapter 9, The Siege of Secrets. Creature pops into the holdfast like the air changed its mind. He doesn't bow. He looks around like he's checking for dust you can't see. Chin high, lips thin. Sirius is already standing. He doesn't bark. He puts his palms together in front of his stomach like a man holding his temper and his family at once. Creature, Sirius says. Thank you for coming. Creature sniffs. The house calls. Creature comes. The house is not the house, he adds, glaring at stone that isn't Grimmauld. Creature disapproves. Fair, Sirius says. May I ask you about Regulus? The old elf's jaw pinches. His fingers curl around nothing. Master Regulus was good, he says, chest tight with a pride that sounds like grief. He was clever. He was brave. He did not scream when he should have screamed. Hermione sits forward, careful with her voice. We found notes he left, misfiled in an alchemy book. He mentioned a locket, a cave, an elf who would know. She doesn't say the name. She doesn't order. We want to finish what he started. Creature blinks hard. Once. The cave, he says. The Dark Lord's place. Cold. Salt. Creature took Master Regulus there because Creature was told to take the creature there first. His mouth twists. Creature obeyed. The creature drank and screamed and drowned and came back wrong. Fleur's hands tighten on her knees. Harry feels the bond hum, low and clean, not bright. Here. How did Regulus get the locket out? Ron asks, controlled, pencil ready, like minutes matter and he intends to keep them. Master Regulus made Creature drink, Creature says. It burned. It burned and showed things and made noise in Creature's head. The water woke and grabbed. Master Regulus took the locket while Creature screamed and burned. Master Regulus told Creature to go. Master Regulus did not go. His chin lifts with stubborn faith. Creature obeyed. Creature went. Creature came back. The locket was false. Creature has the note. The house did not listen. Sirius closes his eyes once. The line in his cheek goes hard. He tried, he says raw. He tried and no one saw him. We see him, Hermione says. Harry leans forward. Creature, will you show us the place? Not take us, show us. We'll take ourselves. We will not order you to drown for us. He keeps his voice even. We will bring him peace. Creature stares at Harry the way old things stare at new money. Then something, maybe the words we will not order you, untwists his mouth by a degree. Master Regulus left the mark, he says. Creature will show. Creature will also require that the house not call him filthy today. Sirius blows out a breath that shakes. Done, he says. Done today and not again. Creature lifts his chin. Creature will show. War room. Ron's map looks like a tide chart married a murder board. Operation Salt, he says, writing the word clean at the top. 2 teams. Inside Harry, Fleur. Outside, Hermione lead, Ileana, Callum, Oaks with 2 PSC on perimeter. Sirius floats between to punch paperwork if things go stupid. Extraction plates at 3 points, cliff, cave mouth, boat, keyed to us only. Anti-apparition field on a hair trigger. If we die in the water, we die near a rope. Cheerful, Sirius mutters. Hermione ticks boxes. Gear, 2 root plates. For ward plates for temporary shelves. Heat charms, shock wands, salt packets, rope, anchors, knives, potions against hypothermia. Blood kit A. She looks at Harry. You will not get clever with the door. You will prick your finger once. You will not bleed the lake. Understood, Harry says. Potions basin, Ron goes on. We don't drink. We don't touch with bare skin. We use the siphon if it works. If it doesn't, we use the Peveril inversion lattice. If that fails, we fall back to controlled sip with Fleur moderating, you countering, me and Hermione counting. We do not improvise without saying it out loud first. Fleur nods. If the water wakes, I will burn. I will not cook the cave. I will not cook you. She says it like a promise she is disgusted to have to say. Grindylows. Kelpies. Inferi. Callum lists bored voice that means he has 7 ways to make a problem less interesting. Don't let them get your ankles. Signals, Hermione says, as if they're belts on a plane. Iron if you damp. Glass if you need distance. Say careful if you can't find a term. Careful. Everyone says, quiet and in sync. They sound like a team that spent all their coin on competence and kept a coin back for luck. Extraction, Ron finishes. If anything goes wrong beyond 5, we pull. We don't martyr. We don't make Regulus's mistake because we want to feel like him. We finish his job by staying alive. Sirius swallows and nods once, grateful and angry both. Thank you, he says, for saying it like that. Harry sets 2 fingers to his sternum and then to Fleur's soft here. She returns the touch. Hermione sees, doesn't comment, writes calibrate in the margin and underlines it. They go at dusk because the tide listens better then. Creature points them to a stretch of black rock that looks like every other stretch of black rock along that savage bit of coast. There, he says, and disappears with a snap that sounds like, do not die and make my grief worse. The wind cuts. Salt stings. Oaks posts the PSC on the path and the cliff top with a line of sight to the sea. Ileana sets a glass bead on the ground. It hums and shows positions like ants on frost. Us/us/us and nothing else. Hermione takes the old Auror maps out of Bones' folder and matches defects in the cliff to lines in pencil. Mouth there, she says, pointing. Stupidly narrow. Good, Ron says. Stupidly narrow is rude to enemies and kind to funnels. They lower the dinghy on enchanted ropes. The sea tries to laugh them off and doesn't get to. Callum's hand on the bow is a spell all by itself. They slide into water so cold it tries to make Bone a hobby. Harry and Fleur climb in, masks and bracers and straps neat. Hermione kneels on the pier and touches Harry's jaw. Firm. 10 minutes if nothing bites. 40 if something does. We pull you at 60 even if you scream. Say it back. Pull at 60, Harry says. Even if I scream. Even if you scream. Fleur echoes. A slight edge that says she will hold him down herself to make the pull clean. Ron tosses the root plates into the boat and rests a hand on the gunwale. Go, he says. Bring me something ugly in a bag. Harry glances up once at Sirius. Sirius lifts his hand and then drops it, the gesture of a man with 100 things he doesn't say because saying them would set the room on fire. Don't show off, he says instead. Working, Harry returns. They row the last 30 meters to the cleft because magic gets offended if you insist it do the whole job. Fleur fits the bow into a cut in the rock. The boat sighs like a tired dog. Harry stands, bracer hand up, and checks the air. Cold. Old. Warded. Here. Plate 1, Fleur says. Harry drops copper. It bites the rock with a click that makes the whole mouth ring like a glass. The hum climbs his bones. Locked, he says. They squeeze through. The entrance scrapes shoulders. Water laps. The light behind them dies like a candle under a glass. Their wands cast a dull, practical glow. No drama. Just enough to avoid stupid. The tunnel opens without romance into a cavern with a black lake that isn't a lake so much as a hole the sea forgot. A narrow ledge rings the water. At the far side, a low stone block holds a basin that makes Harry's teeth ache to look at it. Door, Fleur says quietly, pointing at a cut in rock. Not a door, a seam. Blood. Harry pulls blood kit, flips it open, and chooses a sterile prick charm rather than a knife. He breathes, pinches, pricks, wipes, presses. A bead of blood falls and strikes the seam with a sound it shouldn't make. Tink. And the rock tastes and groans and slides backwards. Water licks like a dog led into a room. Polite. Ron whispers in his ear through the throat charm. Careful, Hermione says. They step out onto a conjured skiff, runes and wood and wait. It doesn't rock. It glides. Harry counts strokes. Fleur watches the water with a predator's patience. The bond hums low, iron held. At the island, the air goes wrong. Up close, the basin isn't metal. It's a container for a rule. The surface of the potion looks like glass but isn't. There's a ripple under it that has nothing to do with touch. Hermione's voice is clipped. Siphon first. Harry unrolls a narrow set of tube runes and clamps. He sets it into the liquid with hands that think about being steady instead of trying. The siphon refuses like a cat asked to do calculus. The meniscus doesn't break. The rune frame vibrates and spits itself out. Inversion lattice. Ron says, immediate. Set. Harry and Fleur lay a thin web of negative runes around the basin. Not touching. The web hums, hunts for a hold, finds purchase at the edges, and pulls. The surface tries to decide whether to be a surface. It glows once, ugly and clever, and resets like an insulted mirror. It keys on contact, Hermione says through her teeth. It wants a mouth. Fleur's jaw flexes. Then it will have mine, she says. No, Harry says. She doesn't raise her voice. I am better at hurting feelings than you are. If this potion is built to reach into what a person fears, it will try to turn you into a small boy. It will try to turn me into a toy. I will not break. Harry stares at the green not liquid and hears the echo of a cupboard. He breathes. We do not do this alone. He sets the bracer on her wrist beneath her own, adding steady pressure. We drop at iron if it goes wrong. Count, Ron says. Sip. Wait. Sip. Hermione. Tight. We know what we're doing. We hate that we know. Fleur cups her hands. Her fingers don't tremble until she forces them to stop. She dips. The potion pours like time. It hits her mouth and she swallows, high throat working, jaw set. She breathes through her nose. Her eyes stay clear and mad. Again, she says. Harry hears nothing beyond her voice and the hum of the bond. He watches the line at her throat for panic. He watches her fingers for clench. He watches for the moment the potion stops being a dull thing and decides to be a weapon. It decides on the fourth cup. Fleur's breath catches. Her pupils flare. Her shoulders go rigid. The bond spikes glass a grabbing heat. He dampens to keep from drowning her in him. She hisses and blinks and keeps swallowing. What? He says. Noise. She breathes. Not mine. Say iron. She shakes her head small. Not yet. It escalates. It always escalates. On the sixth, her fingers curl and her lips go white. She swallows and a sound comes out that's not a sound. More a no that doesn't want a word. Harry drops a palm to her sternum. Iron. He says it like a command and a prayer. She slams the wall up. The bond drops to a hum. His own panic drops with it. He cups another measure. Her throat works. Sweat beads at her hairline. Enough, Hermione says, voice breaking through a crack. We stop. We swap. No. Fleur manages. She yawns without air. I am not a charm. Harry wrenches his jaw shut because the right answer is I know and the wrong answer is you don't have to prove that to me here. He cups, she swallows, he counts 7, 8. Ron mutters numbers at a pace that says he wants to be done and refuses to rush. The level drops slow. The basin shows bottom like a smile you don't trust. On the 12th, Fleur's hand spasms and the cup splashes. A drop hits the back of Harry's hand. It burns cold. His spine fills with go back in the cupboard, you take up space. He almost laughs because he's exhausted enough to think the voice is boring. Iron. Fleur gasps, and he drops them both into quiet. The noise dulls. She breathes. 2 more, Hermione says. I hate it. 2 more. They take 2. The basin gapes shale white. There's a thing at the bottom that looks like jewelry and rot. The locket. Harry reaches to pluck it with tongs, and the lake wakes up. It doesn't roar. It moves. The surface goes from mirror to muscle. Cold hands slither up the skiff's edges. Fingers like driftwood seize Harry's wrist and take. Another pair hooks Fleur's ankle and pulls. Inferi, Ron says, voice gone flint. Now, Harry's body answers before his head does. He shoves power through the bracer and into the plates on the skiff, and the air in a circle around them thickens, pushing hands back. It buys a half second. That's all anything buys. Fleur inhales like she's forgot how and then remembers beautifully. She doesn't throw fire like a show. She exhales heat like a torch with manners. A clean ring snaps out from her ribs, low and sharp. The nearest inferius ignites. Not in a blaze, but in a disciplined way that makes Harry want to applaud. It drops. Another takes its place. Hands drag. Ankles slip. The skiff tips clack as 100 fingers test edges. A gray face bumps the hull. Its mouth opens on a sound like a wet rag torn in two. Don't fall in, Hermione says, voice too calm. Don't fall in. Copy, Harry grits. He drops a ward plate onto the skiff and speaks a runic chord through his teeth. The plate throws up shallow stepping stones around the basin. Anchors on nothing. It buys a path where the water lies about being floor. Go, he tells Fleur. Get the locket. I'll hold. She doesn't argue. She slides off the skiff to the nearest conjured stone. Boots sure, shoulders set. Hands slap at her calves. She burns them off. She reaches the basin and hooks the locket with the tongs. The locket's magic wakes with a hiss like steam on cold iron. The whole island shivers. The Inferi search. Harry, Ron barks. Now, Harry opens his palm and speaks a word the grimoire warned him about using casually. The air pressure jerks. The water in a ring around the island drops by an inch and stays there. It's not much. It's enough. The nearest Inferi trip in a clumsy, animal way and jostle each other like idiots. It buys 3 seconds. Fleur uses them. She drops the locket into a bag lined with runic mesh. The bag jerks. She jerks back harder. She turns and takes the stepping stones in 3 quick moves. Heat shimmering around her ankles like tight skirts. Hands brace on Harry's calves and try to pull him through floor. He slaps a palm to the air and smashes a pressure wave into the faces packed too close. Jaws crack. Arms snap. He keeps the force below Bonebreaker. He's not nice, but he's not cruel for sport. He hates he's counting that. Fleur lands on the skiff. Two hands grab the bag through the mesh and try to insist. She burns them without apology. Iron, she says. Harry drops the bond's heat to a hum. His brain clears like someone opened a window. Go, Hermione says. Now. Harry snaps the anchor at the skiff's prow. The boat lunges. Hands slap. Faces rise. Fleur breathes a tight curtain of heat around the boat that makes the water spit. The world stinks of salt and rot and burnt hair. Harry keeps pressure on the ring so the boat doesn't die on a wave. The seam of the door looms like a dare. They hit it. Harry slaps the root plate at his belt. Black Rook, he snarls. Locked, Ron says. Pull in 3. The water behind them climbs like a hand learning how to be a wave. The skiff shoots through the seam so close Fleur's braid kisses stone. The plate under the mouth bites whirled. The pull takes Harry by the ribs and yanks him up and out and into cold air that smells like home and blood and rope. They spill onto the ledge. Oak's crew hauls them like fish and doesn't apologize. Hermione clamps the bag like you clamp a snake. Ileana snaps the drawstring runes so tight they hum through her fingers. Callum kicks the dinghy into the rock and bolts it with 3 spells and a gesture that looks like contempt. Harry lies on stone and shakes like he's cold in July. Fleur kneels and presses her palm to his sternum. Iron. He drops the heat and it helps and he hates that he needs help and he lets it help. Sirius stares and then remembers to breathe. He crouches and reaches for Harry's arm and stops just short like that's the only part of control he has left. Alive? He asks. It's too light. It's perfect. Alive, Harry says. Wrecked. Ugly in a bag. Ron is already counting out of habit and superstition. 2 minutes later and the tide would have chewed you. You owe me biscuits for life. Done, Harry says. Not lemon, Ron adds. Then I refuse the debt. Ileana says, deadpan, and loosens the drawstring a hair to let the bag breathe without letting anything that thinks out. Hermione kneels, stares at the bag like it will bite, and then looks at Fleur. What did it show you? She asks. She doesn't pad the question. Fleur's eyes are clear and furious. That I am decoration, she says. That I am heat and hair and a soft place to put a hand while real wizards work. That I am an ornament to be pointed at a problem and praised for looking nice while the men decide things. Her jaw works. It is not clever. It is tired. Hermione's mouth ghosts a smile that isn't. Mine would have said you're a student who got lucky at books. Ron snorts and wipes his face with the back of his hand. Mine would have said you're the sidekick whose jokes don't matter. Sirius huffs. Mine would have said you're a dog. It's lazy, Harry says, voice flat. Then quieter because the cupboard is a room with a bad memory, not a god. It told me I take up space I didn't earn. Hermione puts her hand over his knuckles and presses. You earned it by breathing. The end. He nods once, short. He doesn't add thank you. He will later when he's not shaking. Move, Oak says soft, not apologizing for being the captain of leaving. The sea doesn't care if you just did something important. They move. Rope, boots. Cliff, cold. The bag hums like a bad secret. The wind tries to take it. Ileana doesn't let it. At the top, Bones' authorization in Hermione's pocket is a comfort and a weight. They pack to the holdfast without waiting to feel safe. War room. The bag sits in the center of the table like an angry heartbeat. Not here, Hermione says immediately. We don't open it here. Not in the house. We catalog and destroy elsewhere. Basilisk venom, Ron says. Sword. Fiendfire if we want to hate ourselves. Not fiendfire, Harry says. We aren't children playing with a bomb. Venom, and only after we've read it. It will talk before it dies. His voice does a thing he doesn't love, cold, clean, efficient. Fleur watches him and doesn't flinch. We sleep first, she says. Then we read it. Then we kill it. You will not kiss a locket at 3 in the morning because you think you can outstare it. Sirius half laughs. I'm writing that on the wall, he says. No kissing cursed jewelry after midnight. Ileana points at the bag. A quiet room. Runes that smother. No portraits. No house elf line of sight. And a bucket. Hermione writes destroy, tomorrow, venom and read. Controlled and then leans back and stares at the ceiling. The adrenaline shakes in her fingers finally give up and come out. She rubs her eyes with her forefinger and thumb like she's pushing triumph back into its drawer. Ron drops into a chair and lets his head thump once against the seat back. "We did it," he says. "It isn't joy yet. It's relief. It's a little sick. We didn't drown." Sirius looks at the bag again. "Regulus," he says, naming it as a prayer and a ledger entry. "We got farther than I did at 18, little brother." Creature appears without permission, because house elves don't need permits from rules. He sees the bag, goes very still, and then very straight. "Master Regulus's enemy," he says. "Creature would like to spit on it." Harry glances at Hermione. She nods. "Spit on it," Harry says. Creature leans in, spits, and the gob on the bag sizzles like oil on stone. He bares his teeth. "We will burn it," he says, savage. "We will burn the dark out the way we burn old curtains, and Creature will open all the windows." Sirius puts his hand over his eyes so no one sees the wet. No one says anything stupid. It's a good room. Later, without the bag, with soup that tastes like something made by hands that have shaken and are steady again, they sit in the little kitchen where they say truer things. Hermione sets her spoon down. "We used runes that don't care about the thing they crush," she says, matter of fact. "We cooked bodies. We burned a piece of sea. We did that. I'm not asking us to apologize. I'm asking that we not pretend we didn't." Ron swirls his spoon and doesn't look at his reflection. "We made choices the Ministry would call dark because the Ministry is lazy with its adjectives," he says. "But, yes, we heard a place to pull a tumor. We note it. We don't celebrate it." Harry sits with hands flat on the table so the shake has somewhere to go. "I felt the thing it wanted to show me, and I wanted to cut the world back until no one could look at me like that again," he says. "That urge. That one is the one that worries me." Fleur turns her cup in her hands. "I wanted to burn the whole lake until it was glass," she says, simple. "I did not. I am proud that I did not. I am also angry the urge exists." Hermione's voice goes precise. It's how she calms a room. "We are not going to become the thing we fight because we write down the rules and we follow them when we are shaking. No collateral. No children. No theater. No lies to make ourselves holy. We do not rename cruelty as clarity. We use ugly tools, we call them ugly. We put them down when the job is done." Ron nods, slow. "We also don't make a fetish of being sad about being effective. We're not play-acting guilt for points." "Good," Hermione says. "That would be boring." Harry looks at his hands. "Thank you," he says at last, to all of them, and to no one in particular. Covers too many things to name. It's enough. Sirius slaps the table once like he's sealing something. "Tomorrow we cut a Locket's throat," he says, fierce and tired. "Tonight we sleep so we don't cut our own." Creature appears again, not smug. "Creature has made the good tea," he says. "The one that does not taste like old brooms." Creature suggests the house drink and then be quiet. They drink. They are quiet. Night makes the holdfast a different animal. The sea thumps the cliff with the same patient hand as always. The war room lamps are off. The bag sits under 3 wards and a locked cabinet like a stifled insult. Harry knocks on Fleur's door and leans on the frame when she opens it. She looks immaculate the way tired people do when they refuse to give exhaustion the satisfaction. 2 minutes, she says. 3. He pushes, faint smile. Cheek, she says and steps back. He touches his sternum. Iron. She taps glass. He drops the wall half and lets the hum rise to a warm, steady thrum. Their breaths match by habit now more than magic. "What did it say to you besides the old insult?" she asks, quiet. "That I will enjoy deciding too much," he says. "That I will stop being a boy who likes rooms that work and start being a man who likes rooms that listen." She studies his face. "You will not," she says. "Because you asked Creature. Because you counted. Because you let me burn the lake and didn't call it pretty." He huffs. "Your fire is pretty. Shut up and kiss me," she says, barely smiling. He does. The first kiss is precise. The second is messy. Their breaths fog his glasses a bit. He doesn't care. The hum in his chest smooths into something like a heartbeat in another room. "Good," she says against his mouth. And it lands the way it always does. Calibration, not flattery. He steps back. Tomorrow, he says. Tomorrow, she echoes. She taps iron. He drops. They separate like people putting tools back on hooks. Bones' note arrives at dawn. Fast and formal. No or deaths last night. Thank you for not making me write any letters to mothers. Bring receipts today. A.B. Hermione puts it on the board where the maps go. Receipts, she says. Let's go make the ugliest one talk. Ron sticks a biscuit next to the note. Lemon. He rolls his eyes at himself and eats it anyway. Sirius pockets a tiny, stoppered vial of basilisk venom with a look that is not gleeful exactly. Call it grim anticipation. Regulus, he says again, soft. Time. Creature stands straighter than he has in years. Master Regulus will hear us when it dies, he says. Creature will make certain. Harry rests his hand on the cabinet a second. The bag hums back, faint and furious. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't gloat. He tells it, out loud. Not for it but for the room. You don't get to be a country. Hermione slides the cabinet open. Wards go down in careful measures. The bag comes out. The room braces. Careful, Ron says, just because. Careful, they answer in chorus. They go to the quiet room with no portraits, no echoes, and only one door. They mean to break a piece of evil until it stops being anything at all. They mean to do it with receipts. They mean to stand up afterward and still be the same people they were when they walked in. If that last part is impossible, they mean to notice the difference and fix it before it grows roots. The sea hits the cliff. The house breathes. The bond hums here like it's learning how to say home. Chapter 10, The Master of the Hallows. The quiet room has no portraits, no echoes, and only one door. Hermione checks the last ward with a touch and a nod. All right, she says. We do this clean. The bag sits on the table like an angry heartbeat. Sirius holds the basilisk venom like he's not sure whether to grin or swear. Creature stands on a chair with his hands behind his back, chin up, eyes on the prize. Harry puts both palms on the tabletop. Procedure, he says. We don't deviate. Hermione reads. Runic smother active. She taps the copper lines. They hum dull and obedient. Deadman plate armed. If the wearer goes unconscious, the plate clamps and the room locks. Venom, sealed. Counters, ready. She looks up. We ask our questions once. We do not bargain. Careful, Ron says, because he always says it when it's time to do a stupid thing smart. Careful. The room answers. Ileana loosens the drawstring an inch. Callum sets the anti-hex net over the mouth like a second throat. A cold wind that isn't wind pushes against Harry's cheeks. The hair on his forearms rises. Hermione nods at Harry. Open. He lifts the bag. The locket inside feels heavier than its size, like it's full of someone else's will. The serpent on the lid is an S that looks like a road to a bad town. He puts it in the center of the copper ring. Creature trembles once and then stills. Filth, he says softly. We end you. Harry touches the bracer on his wrist, sets the bond to a steady hum, iron, and breathes. You ready? He asks Fleur without looking away from the locket. Ready, she says. She is very still, hands flat, face neutral. The flame in her is banked, not gone. Hermione nods. Ask. Harry doesn't bother with riddles. How many, he says. Where? The locket is quiet the way rot is quiet. Then a sound slicks the air. It isn't a voice. It's pressure against ears. It decides on words slowly, like it's indulging them. Little lord. Dry pleased. Oh, the mask you wear. Did you steal that from your father's wardrobe? Save the warm-up, Ron says, bored. The voice changes direction. Weasley. The spare. Always the second chair at a table that was already set. Ron yawns. You're not paid by the insult. Hermione doesn't blink. Answer the question, she says. She taps the copper ring once with the quill. We can make you quieter and smaller, and we will. The locket laughs like cut glass. How many, clever girl? Enough. Where? Where you will never. Harry presses his palm flat to the table. The bracer clicks. Pressure drops inside the ring by one clean notch. The voice jerks, not pain but offense. Again. Hermione says, crisp. How many? 6, it snaps, proud. 7 with, your master, Harry says. We already know. He doesn't let the satisfaction color his voice. He glances at Hermione. She writes the number anyway. Specifics, Hermione says. We already took your locket. That made you angry. You'll make a show. Where do your cousins sleep? She is looking straight at the S. The locket's tone shifts. You think names will help. You think a list means victory. Little clerk. Little, Sirius leans in. Regulus Arcturus Black, he says, quiet and clear. You're thief. He got farther than you thought. His voice cracks on farther and he lets it. The locket's laughter breaks. It hisses. Blood traitor. He learned nothing. He left me here and died, because he was out of time, Hermione says. We aren't. Harry does not raise his voice. Gaunt ring, he says. In a shack or in a vault? Silence. The locket readjusts. Not shack. Not vault. Old blood owns old stones. Under the hawthorn, down a stair no one remembers except a snake. Hermione writes gaunt, hawthorn, snake path, below and underlines snake twice. Cup, Ron says. Hufflepuffs. Where is your trophy? The locket purrs. Ugly. In a room that pretends to be clean. You will need a key you won't get. Gringotts, Hermione says. She doesn't even look up. Director-level access. Borrowed via receipt or stolen via leverage. She moves on before anyone can argue. Diadem, Fleur says. First time she's spoken since ready. Her voice is soft and French-accented steel. Where? The locket chuckles at her like a drunk. Pretty heat. Look up when you should look under. You've walked past her crown 100 times, schoolgirl. Walls keep secrets for boys with maps. Hogwarts, Harry says. The room of requirement. Hidden things. We will find it. Hermione writes diadem. Roar like she's filling a grocery list. She doesn't let her hand shake. Snake, Ron says. You lot love your symbolism. Is it the pet or the piece? Both. The locket says, pleased to be asked a question it likes. Pet and piece. Mother's favorite. Snickers. She eats well. Nogginy, Harry says. He feels Hermione's eyes flick up. He doesn't look at her. They will deal with the word mother later. Enough, Hermione says. You've earned your last noise. She nods at Sirius. Sirius uncorks the venom. The room stinks of old stone and dead days. He tips one drop on the locket seam. Smokes, silent. The S writhes like it wants to slither off and can't. The locket tries a last trick. Harry, it says, and the voice is Lily's for one heartbeat, kind and tired. Baby, don't. Harry doesn't flinch, not once. Fleur presses 2 fingers to his sternum and taps iron without looking away from the locket. He keeps his breath even. Sirius adds a second drop. Smoke goes green-gray and mean. Creature's hands shake. Then they steady. For Master Regulus, he says and spits. The spit sizzles like oil in a pan. Sirius laughs once, raw, and then stops laughing because it sounds too much like a sob. The locket screams without sound. The bite of venom spreads along the seam and in through the hinge. Inside the copper ring, the air bows. Something like a memory blows out. The impression of a cold hall, a tall chair, laughter that never learned how to be human. Then it is only metal. Silence, real and heavy and good. Hermione waits a count of 3. Room holds, she says. No rebound. Harry exhales. Right, he says. Bag it. Ileana nets the ruined locket and slides it into a second-line sack. Callum seals it and writes scrap across the label like he's clocking off a job. Creature wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. His voice is very small. Master Regulus? He asks no one in particular. Sirius kneels so he can be level with the elf. He finished, he says. He just needed time. We gave it to him. Creature blinks fast and furious. Creature will scrub the floor where the filth sat. He says practical, which is how he says thank you. And Creature will open all the windows. They take an hour to drink tea that does not taste like old brooms. Then they go to the war room where the Peveril grimoire waits with a ribbon in a place that makes Harry's teeth itch. Hermione lays 3 sheets of onion skin beside the book. I translated the section that kept pretending not to be there, she says. It's written in a nasty form of proto-runic where negations are implied by line breaks. I hate it. Ron leans in. Give us the short version before the long version eats us. Hermione's mouth flattens, even for her. The Hallows weren't forged as trophies, she says. They were engineered as regulators. The cloak's original function wasn't hide me from death. It's keep death from seeing the part of me that panics and runs. It's a calm field. It keeps your magic from broadcasting fear. Harry runs a thumb along the edge of his cloak folded on the chair back. He thinks about nights he wore it and the way his breath always seemed easier. Fine, the ring. Hermione goes on, tapping the diagram of a circle with cramped notes around it. Isn't a phone to the dead. It's a focus for grief. It lets you encounter grief without breaking. Actual ghosts are a category error. What you meet are the pieces grief cuts out of you. You reconcile them or you go mad trying to hug air. Sirius stares at the page the way starving men stare at bread and decide not to steal it. He looks away first. And the wand? Ron asks. Besides the obvious big stick go boom. Hermione's finger rests on the smallest glyph, 3 lines crossing. It harmonizes incompatible magics, she says. Not stronger, just cleaner. It lets you push a lot of different kinds of power through a thin place without tearing it. In a duel, that looks like the strongest wand. In a ritual, it looks like nothing caught fire when it should have. Fleur reads the original runes, lips moving without sound. So the master of death, she says. Not the boy who owns toys. The person who uses the tools to keep fear, grief, and power from wrecking a room. Hermione nods. The text is very clear on one thing. You don't defeat death. You govern yourself so that death isn't driving. Harry sits with that. It's not comfort. It's framework. So the mandate, he says, isn't a title we made up in a meeting because it sounded pretty. It's a job description that happens to be written in the margins of my family's worst ideas. Pretty much, Ron says. Neat. Sirius squints at the ring's figure again. Then away. We don't have the ring, he says. We will. Hermione taps the onion skin with the hawthorn note. We do soon. The under the hawthorn, down a stair no one remembers except a snake, puts it on Gaunt Land, Little Hangleton. We'll confirm with a Muggle ordnance map and make a list of dead hedges. The ring will be warded to punish pride. We will not touch it with bare hands. We will not wear it. Her eyes flick at Harry and Sirius both. Sirius lifts both palms. I prefer jewelry I can take off. Harry rubs the heel of his thumb along the cloak. He can feel the calm field notion in his bones now that he's heard it named. A tool to quiet fear. A ring to hold grief without drowning. A wand to keep power from tearing thin places. Master of death as a man who can carry those without letting them own him. He breathes in and out. We build our last moves on this, he says. Not on superstition. On function. Good, Hermione says, because I'm about to argue for a functionally ugly move and I need you to hear it without being disgusted until after we've got the receipts. Harry looks at her. Fleur looks at her. Sirius watches, wary. Ron already has a pencil. Hermione doesn't waste preface. We need a high-value Death Eater alive who knows the current logistics of Voldemort's operations, she says. Not a junior who carries wands on Tuesdays. A lieutenant with a map in his head. Ron nods, slow. Thorfinn Rowell. Corban Yaxley. Jug's son if we're unlucky. Avery if he's been foolish in the last 6 months. Hermione taps the table where little Hangleton sits like a stain. We can't walk into the Gaunt place blind. We can't shake a ministry tree and hope the right bird falls out. We need to set bait. Harry already knows where she's going, but he lets her say it. A non-essential property, Hermione says. Peveril Townhouse on Burrowmere Lane. We've used it to host meetings with the Old Light when we needed them to feel important. Percy Weasley still goes there once a week to try to make himself useful to someone. Selwyn's daughter has tea there when she wants to be seen by someone who will report on it. We seed the idea that we are consolidating a vote there tomorrow night. We leak that 2 files, real enough to tempt, fake enough to survive discovery, will be present. Sirius tenses. People in the building. Hermione nods once. Yes, on purpose. But not at risk if we do this correctly. She points at Ron. Anti-app field. Silent alarms. Pressure plates. Reinforced rooms that we can lock down from the outside. And illusions layered for miscount so the Death Eaters think they're outnumbering children and they aren't. Ron's pencil is already moving. We set the anti-app field to snap shut only after the first 3 signatures pass the threshold. That gives us names. We route them with false corridors and choke points. We sedate our guests 10 minutes before with tea that tastes like lemon and is not. We put them in the reinforced cellar with a PSC medic. We make sure the Death Eaters see them on the way in. Then we take them off the board while the masks are busy congratulating themselves. Fleur's jaw tightens. You will risk them to bring out wolves. Not risk, Hermione says. Use. With guardrails. We pull at the first sign the wolves bite through faster than the plan allows. She doesn't smile. I hate this. I also hate that the alternative is busting down a random door in a village and hoping. We don't hope our way into the last act of a war. Harry watches Fleur and doesn't interrupt. Sirius wipes a hand down his face. Percy, he says. You're going to dangle Percy. He says the name like idiot and boy and Weasley all at once. He's a grown man who tried to sell us to the ministry, Ron says flatly. He's my brother. Those facts hold at the same time. He looks at Harry. Say it. It's your property. Harry patches the picture together in his head. Townhouse. Masks. Percy in a chair, head lolling because the tea was stronger than pride. Selwyn's daughter snoring like the entitled do. A corridor that lies. A cellar that can take a curse. Plates that hum. Do it, he says. Fleur's eyes snap to him. Harry, he turns to her, not defensive. Say it. This is not no collateral, she says low. This is deliberate bait with people inside. You are deciding who is allowed to be afraid in a room you built. He doesn't look away. Yes, and if something breaks, she says. If the wall eats the curse wrong, if the medic trips, if the mask decides to cut instead of gloat, then I take responsibility, he says. He doesn't raise his voice. Fully. On paper and with money and in front of the family and in front of the court. But I am not flipping a coin with school children on it to make you feel better about our purity. Purity, she repeats. There's heat in it. Is that what you think I am arguing for? No, he says. You're arguing for mercy. I want that. I also want results, and I want them before Voldemort can harden his lines and get smarter. She steps in closer, quiet and furious. Iron. She taps his chest. He drops the bond, puts the wall up, meets her eyes through the hum. This is the mandate, he says. It isn't nice. It also isn't cruelty. We control as many variables as we can, and we still risk. We do not throw children in front of curses. We do not ignite houses with people in them. We also do not pretend that the only ethical war is one fought with empty buildings and soft words. The rules we wrote, no collateral, no theater, no lies to ourselves, still hold. This fits inside them. Barely. I hate that it does. I still choose it. She breathes hard once. You are not a Dark Lord, she says. She makes it a test and a line. I am a sovereign, he says. And I owe the people under my roof an ending. The room is very still. Ron looks at the pencil as if it might give him a treat. Hermione's hands are flat and white on the table. Sirius stares at the floor because that helps with not swearing. Fleur stands for 2 heartbeats more. Then she taps his sternum again. Glass. The wall eases. The bond hums through like warm current. She doesn't step back. Guardrails, she says. I want them written. I want pull set at the first sign of failure, not the third. I want 2 medics in the cellar, not 1. I want a 3rd exit that you don't tell anyone about except me and Ron. Done, Harry says. And, she says, eyes like knives and not unkind. When this is over, you will write a letter to Molly Weasley before she hears our plan from anyone else. You will not ask her permission. You will tell her that her son will wake with a headache and a lecture. You will tell her this is how we save other people's sons. You will sign your name. Harry nods once. Yes, some of the heat leaves Fleur's shoulders. Not all. She leans in and presses her forehead to his. Once, hard. Then she steps away. We calibrate after the plan, she says, practical again. You are too sharp, he nods. After, Hermione clears her throat. Good, she says. Now that we've said the thing out loud and not pretended it tastes better than it does. Logistics. Ron points at the plan. Ileana, you handle the miscount illusions. Callum, you own the choke points. Oaks, pick the two medics who don't get heroic on me. I want people with boring blood pressure. Boring, Oak says. My specialty. Hermione scribbles the timetable. We leak to Selwyn and Percy via two different routes. Selwyn's through Scribner because he's a gossip who thinks he's an archivist. Percy's through concerned ministry friend. That girl at regulation who thinks Ron looks nicer with a haircut. Ron blushes. Do not use my haircut for national security. Your haircut has always been a security threat, Hermione says without looking up. Harry, you do the Molly letter before dinner. Copy, Harry says. Sirius rubs his jaw. And our prize. Rowell if we can, Ron says. Yaxley if we must. We'll take whoever is more arrogant at the door. We hold them at the townhouse in a neat little box with a noise dampener and a comfortable chair. We promise them nothing. We show them the receipts from tonight and let them think they're cooperating to minimize damage. Interrogations, Hermione says, looking at Harry. We keep ourselves human. We keep the room cold and clean. No pain spells. No show. We out-admin them until they crack. Sirius grins. Feral. Clerical sadism. My favorite. Fleur doesn't smile. No torture, she says. It makes stupid men feel smart. Agreed, Harry says. We don't need it. We have their maps and their pride. He turns back to the grimoire. If the ring is grief and the cloak is calm and the wand is harmony, then the master isn't a crown, he says. It's a person who can carry those without dropping them. Then carry them, Hermione says. And finish this night. Burrowmere Lane. The townhouse is elegant without being generous. Wardlines hug the brick like tight cuffs. Inside, the parlor looks like the kind of place where old men approve of each other's opinions. The tea is poured. The lemon tastes innocent. Selwyn's daughter arrives first, because of course she does. Her hair is a story. Her politics are a whisper. She sits and smiles and says things that make careful people write notes. Percy arrives 5 minutes later with a folder too thick. He starts 3 sentences with, as per ministry guidance. And then the tea does its work and he blinks slow and becomes very polite and very quiet. The PSC medics carry them downstairs with practiced care. Oak seals the door. The cellar lights go to a soft, non-threatening glow. There is a bucket and a sick basin and a list of rights on the wall because Hermione insisted and because it will make a useful footnote later. Ileana pulls the illusion net over the foyer like a curtain. It doubles footsteps. It adds 2 fake silhouettes to every real one. It makes 13 look like 19 and 9 look like 11. Callum tunes the pressure plates to trigger after the 3rd heavy boot. The anti-app field is asleep, then bright. Ron, in the back room with the plates, taps his pencil on the rim of a teacup. Places, he says. Phones off, egos off. We go by numbers. Harry and Fleur stand in the study behind a wall that isn't there if you don't know runes. The bond hums at 60%. Iron, so their heads stay cool. Hermione sits with a ledger in the butler's pantry, which she found hilarious for exactly 1 second. Oaks lifts 2 fingers. Visitors, he murmurs. The door opens without a knock. They always do that when they want to feel strong. The first 3 signatures cross the threshold. Heavy, entitled, fast. The anti-app field snaps down without a sound. The 4th and 5th slide in on cue. Masks like architecture. Coats too nice. Wands up. Now, Ron says in Harry's ear. A corridor that isn't a corridor opens to their left. They take it because arrogance reads movement as obedience. It brings them to the parlor that's a box. The door seals behind them without looking like it did. They see Percy through the glass, head back, snoring, and do a whole paragraph of gloating with their shoulders. Rowell is here. good. And Jugson. And Yaxley, worse luck. 3 more sweep the foyer and step on the 4th plate because they cannot count if a corridor smiles at them. Close, Ron says. 1, 2, 3. The pressure field slams down. Not a wall. Harry won't make a wall that turns panic into bone dust, but a soft, thick weight that pins wrists and ankles and makes mouths consider silence. The masks spit slur words and ugly curses that die in the smother. 2 try a synchronized shatter. Callum smiles like a craftsman and opens his palm. Their spell goes somewhere it can't be proud of. Yaxley grinds his teeth. You'll burn for this, he says through the field. It makes his voice sound like he's underwater. Fleur steps out of the Nada wall and into the room like an executioner and a queen and nothing that needs your compliments. She doesn't flame. She doesn't posture. She says, sit. And they all take a half-inch of stool because bodies like to obey when voices are certain. Harry follows. He doesn't raise his wand. He doesn't need to. We aren't here to burn, he says. We're here to correct. Raoul tries to spit. The field catches it and gives it back to his chin. Hermione makes a note that says field works on spit. Good, because she is incapable of letting useful data pass. Mr. Yaxley, Harry says evenly. Who's your logistics? Names. Hours. Routes. Yaxley smiles with small, cruel teeth. No, good, Harry says. This will take less time than I feared. He moves on. Thorfinn Raoul. You like to talk. Your friends resent it. Prove them wrong. Where does your master sleep tonight? Raoul shifts. The field makes it look like he's thinking in syrup. You think I don't see your little club? He sneers. Children with money. Children with foreign. Fleur's head tilts the smallest degree. My patience, she says soft. Raoul tightens his jaw. Riddle sleeps in a ruin, he says sudden. His mouth betrays him for the joy of being listened to. He thinks it's poetry. Old stone under old roots. Yaxley snarls. Shut up. Raoul enjoys that. You spent all your patience at the ministry, Yaxley. Go file something about it. He looks back at Harry. He takes from the village like it's his due. He walks underground where the family carved out the rot 100 years ago. There's an altar he pretends he found. He thinks the place makes him old. Coordinates, Hermione says, pen already moving. Raoul smirks. Buy me dinner. Names, Harry says. Who moves in and out? Who carries the snake? Raoul is happy now because he's hurting a rival. He talks. He gives them Rookwad on door wards, Dalahav with the night watch, Mulciber for ward maintenance, Electo on kitchen and knives, Greyback on the outer ring sometimes when Pride needs an audience. He says Nagini sleeps near the altar and watches Yaxley flush rage. Hermione draws lines like highways. Ron reads them over her shoulder and starts thinking in exits. Fleur watches Harry's shoulders for the exact moment he takes on too much weight. He doesn't. Not yet. Jugson tries to kick the plate. It hurts him and satisfies no one. Oaks hums, pleased, and makes a note to polish the plate later. Thank you, Harry says to Raoul, and means it in the cold way that makes men flinch. He doesn't promise anything. He doesn't threaten. He nods to Oaks. Box them, Oaks says. The PSC shift the field to fold the 3 into neat little chairs with neat little binds that are not ropes. Yaxley tries to smirk like a man with lawyers. The field hums louder and his smirk gets tired. Pull, Ron says in everyone's ear. 5 minutes. We don't get greedy. Harry looks at the cellar window where Percy snores without danger. He looks at Selwyn's daughter drooling on a silk cuff. He looks at the walls and the plates and the illusion nets and the careful lines they drew around a messy thing. He nods. Pull, he says. They lift. The anti-app field eases when Callum tells it to. The masks vanish into boxes with lids and wards and a chain of custody already half-drafted in Hermione's head. The townhouse becomes a building again. The medics wake Percy and Selwyn's daughter with the kind of bedside manner that doesn't invite questions. Oaks presses a hand to the doorframe like a goodbye to an object that did its job. Ugly, Sirius says when they are back on the street. But clean. Receipts, Hermione says, waving the folder. Fleur stands under the eave with rain in her hair that isn't romantic and doesn't need to be. She meets Harry's eyes. She doesn't speak. He taps his sternum, iron, and breathes. She nods once. Later. Holdfast. War room. Raoul in a clean, cold chair. No pain spells. No theater. Hermione asks for names and gets them because she is better at this than men like him plan for. 2 hours later they have a map. Little Hangleton. Gauntland. The Hawthorn and the Stair. The ruin underground that Riddle has chosen for his last pantomime of importance. Ward grids here, here, here. The way the snake moves. The way the kitchen empties at sunset for prayer. The path Greyback likes because it lets him sniff schoolgirls in his head. Hermione pins the last line with a brass tack and steps back. We have enough, she says. We can build Phoenix. Ron is already drawing boxes. Phase 1 curtain. Throw the anti-app net 30 yards out from the ruin. No flashes. Sink the stakes at dawn, trigger at dusk. Phase 2, teeth. PSC clears the outer ring in 4 teams with quiet sticks. No lights. No shouting. Greyback goes down early. Don't get bit. I won't feel sorry for you. Phase 3, throat. Team Alpha. Harry. Fleur. Oaks. Breach the altar room after I tickle the door wards with Rookwood's own rune order. Team Beta. Hermione. Callum. Ileana. Holds the corridor and kills alarms with paper and wires. Team Gamma. Sirius +2. Eats reinforcements with fraud and charm. We bring the French in as rain. They come down the second corridor like weather you can't sue. Codes, Ileana says. Careful is status check. Bread is pull civilians. Iron and glass stay with you too. Snake, Hermione says. We prioritize her. Venom again. If we can separate her and finish her before the duel, do it. Duel, Sirius says. There will be one. Yes, Harry says. Fleur doesn't look at him when she says, we fight together. Not because of some myth about love. Because we hit harder. Good, Ron says. No speeches. Movements. Practicalities. Heat. Pressure. We're not rewriting songs. We're cleaning a room. Hermione writes NO Theater large at the bottom of the map. Then under it smaller, no children. No collateral. No lies to ourselves. Sirius taps the table. We tell Bones what we're doing, he says. Not where, not how. Enough so she can keep the paperwork wolves from biting at our legs while we run. I'll send the note, Hermione says. Drafts are ready. Title, On the Imminence of Closure. Passive-aggressive, Sirius says, approving. Harry watches the map and the faces and the hands. He feels the cloak at his back like a calm hand. He feels the idea of the ring like a weight he doesn't want but will carry in his head. Grief held steady, not indulged. He doesn't have the wand. He doesn't need it. Harmony isn't a stick. It's a choice you make with people you trust. He looks at Fleur. Calibrate, he says. She steps in close in front of everyone because this is work. Fingers to sternum. Iron. He drops. Glass. He opens. The hum rises and evens. She watches his jaw and breath and the small twitch under his left eye that means he's thinking in cuts. 80, she says. Feels like 60. He lies. 78. She corrects and gives him one precise kiss and one messy one. Good, she says, which is a tool and a promise. Sirius clears his throat. If you two are done doing math, I'd like to go write a note to a boy who died in a cave and tell him we're finally taking the weight off his name. Do it, Harry says soft. Ron caps his pencil and points it like a wand. We roll in 48, he says. Eat, sleep, no heroics, no doom thinking. Tomorrow we pull the ring. The day after we cut the snake. Then we take the ruin apart like adults. Hermione pins the timetable next to the map. Bones' earlier note sits under a magnet. Bring receipts today. She smiles without humor. We'll bring receipts, she says. We'll bring change. After, when the room is quiet and the map glows under a low lamp, Fleur finds Harry in the corridor where the stone is cool and the sea slaps the cliff with a steady hand. You wrote to Molly? She asks. I did, he says. Told her what we did. Told her Percy will be furious when he wakes up and that's healthy. Told her we're going to end this before the year eats any more boys. What did she say? Hasn't answered yet. She will, Fleur says. She will be loud, and then she will make you eat until you fall asleep. She is a force. She is, he says. He leans on the wall. He doesn't try to look noble. He looks tired and necessary. Fleur steps in until their shoulders touch. You are not a monster, she says. I know, he says. You thought about the line, she says. You said it out loud. You made it with us. Yes, she breathes. Slow. I choose you, she says. Not romantic, not dramatic. I choose this. I will tell you when you're wrong. Please, he says, and he means that the way people mean food. They stand there until the quiet stops being loud. Morning will be maps and hawthorn and a ring that thinks it's a mirror. The day after will be the ruin under the hill and the snake and a man who calls himself more than a man. Tonight is the part where they put their tools on hooks and remember what the job is. Master of death is not a throne. It's a promise you keep when no one's clapping. Chapter 11, the mandate fulfilled. Dawn sits gray on the moor. The ruin under the hill breathes cold. Hermione checks the time and closes her folio. Curtain in 5, she says over the throat charms. Last confirmations. Anti-app anchors. Staked. Callum answers. Depth set. Net asleep until Ron kisses it. Teeth. Oaks. Teams in place. Quiet sticks ready. Greyback's trail confirmed. Throat. Here, Harry says. Fleur stands at his shoulder. Mask off because theater wastes oxygen. Her hands are still. Her eyes aren't. Sirius rolls his neck once. Rain's on station, he adds. French oars bored enough to be dangerous. Bones' reply is already filed as a note in Hermione's pocket. When it's over, I'll take custody and write the notices. Do not make me fill more than 8. A.B. Ron flips his pencil and checks the map tacked to a crate. Boxes. Arrows. A red circle for the anti-app radius. No speeches, he says. We do it clean. Careful every 5. If you get clever, say it out loud first. Harry taps his sternum. Iron. The bond drops to a quiet hum. Fleur taps glass back, opening the flow to a steady, warm line. Breath sinks. Shoulders loosen. Good, she says. Don't show off. He smirks. Wouldn't dare. Ron breathes once. Curtain. He presses the rune bar. The anti-app net wakes with a base thumb you feel in your teeth. It drops like weather you can't sue. 30 yards out from the ruin, invisible, firm. Curtain up, Callum confirms. No pop-ins. No pop-outs. Teeth, Ron says. For PSC teams break the ring like stains in water. Moving low. Snow grass hisses under boots. A sentry turns to spit and goes down with a soft puff of a dart. Another raises his wand and gets his elbow folded by a stick that doesn't show off. A third sniffs and grins. Teeth too long. Greyback. Left. Oaks murmurs. 2 silent stunners, 1 net. The net hums and tightens. Greyback thrashes and snaps. He doesn't howl. Oaks taps the net into a quiet, ugly purr. Down, he says. Outer ring at 60%, Callum reports. No alarms. They think we're the wind. Rain, Hermione says. Above, like a second sky, brooms drift into the net's edge and settle. French oars in dull cloaks. No stripes. No shimmer. Madame Delacour's second-in-command gives a hand signal that means ready to be useful and offended. Fleur's mouth twitches once. Then it's gone. Careful, Hermione calls. Careful. The ring echoes back. Ron points at the ruined door. Throat, he says. Alpha to the altar. Beta to the corridor. Gamma to the back stairs. Move. The ruined stone is older than pride. Riddle chose it because it feels like a crown to men who want to be statues. Beta first. Hermione, Ileana, and Callum slide to the service entrance and crack the latch with a paper clip and a rune whispered under breath. Inside, the corridor smells like damp and old lies. Wires. Bell jars. A hex lattice that thinks it's clever. Disarm in order of ego, Hermione mutters. She takes the first ward apart with a quill and a strip of parchment that reads you don't need to be special to follow instructions. The lattice sighs. The bell jars go still. Gamma next. Sirius and 2 PSC peel down the back stair to the inner ring. 3 Death Eaters, Mulciber, a boy with ambition instead of a jawline, and a woman whose mask sits crooked, turn at the wrong second. Sirius tilts his head. Gentlemen, he says, and the charm in his voice lands like sleep. 2 stunners, 1 bind, no speeches. Alpha waits in the nook by the altar room's door. The stone hums. Wards breathe in and out like a big animal pretending to be a room. Door, Ron says in Harry's ear. Rookwood wrote them out of habit. Answer in his own hand. Harry sets the Peveril plate to the hinge. He speaks a rune order like counting to 8 without stepping on the beat. The wards loosen like a belt. The door opens on a breath that thinks it's important. Inside, the altar room isn't grand. It's a rectangle with pretensions. An old table. Carved icons worn by hands that wanted gods. Fresh chalk over old lines. Nagini coiled near a shallow bowl, head up. The snake's eyes are intelligent and wrong. She tastes the air and chooses anger. Snake, Hermione says, voice tight in the charm. Now, Fleur is already moving. The venom bolt hidden in her bracer snaps free. A short, heavy dart kissed in basilisk. She doesn't throw it like a thrown thing. She drives it like a rule into the gap at the jaw's hinge with a whip of wrist. Thank. Nagini's head jerks. The body thrashes. The bowl flips. The chalk lines mean nothing. The bond snaps hot. Harry drops to iron without thinking, dampening the flare so it doesn't eat them both. Hold. Ron says in their ears, voice flat and fast. Do not admire. Harry steps in and slaps a pressure plate down to keep the thrashing from hitting foolish secondary wards. Fleur breathes a tight ribbon of heat along the floor to burn whatever tries to wake with the spill. No theater. No flourish. Just done. Snake down. Hermione reports from the corridor. Eyes on the wards climbing and failing. Good. Good. It hurts him, as if summoned. The air snaps cold. A shadow moves in the entry opposite. Riddle walks in like a man expecting applause and pauses because the room is not arranged for it. His eyes go to Nagini, then to the shattered bowl, then to the pressure plates, then to the pair in the center who do not look frightened enough. White face, red eyes, wand that wants to be a spear. He smells like old magic spent in the wrong rooms. Potter, he says cold. And the French ornament. Fleur's lip lifts a millimeter. Flatterer, she says. Harry doesn't bother with a greeting. He lifts his bracer and lets the plates sing. Voldemort moves like a man who learned to kill with words and then bothered to practice. The first curse is fast and thin crack, a cutter spell that aims for eyes. Harry drops a pressure pane that takes the edge and shears it sideways into the far wall where it bites stone. The second curse is old and heavy and green. Fleur doesn't throw fire at it. She floods the air with heat, thinning the curse's throat so it goes sloppy. It still screams. Harry slams a grounded ward between them. It takes the hit and pings like struck glass. Careful, Hermione says. Status check and reminder. Corridor clear. Rain holding. Teeth still eating. Careful. Harry answers, and lets his breath drop low. Voldemort snarls and moves again. He throws a web of black glass that eats light. Harry answers with a grid of runes that don't look like anything and feel like rules. The grid hums. The web meets it and comes apart in tidy squares that fall like dead moths. Fleur steps into the next beat and snaps a nonverbal that turns the dust hot. It hisses, dies. Riddle identifies the problem correctly. The bond, he says, disgusted. Tawdry. Fleur's eyes do not leave his hands. You spent decades trying to make yourself more than a man, she says. You ended as a smaller one. He bares teeth. Cruck. Harry hits him with pressure, short and hard. It slams into ribs and forces breath out. Whum, and turns the curse into a gasp. Fleur steps left and throws a clean ribbon of flame low, forcing him to hop to avoid roasted ankles. He does not laugh. Ron talks in their ears like he's moving pieces. 3 reinforcements coming up corridor 2. Beta, got them, Ileana says. Paper, wire, nap. A muffled thud. Callum, counting to 5. Done. Rain, stay off the windows, Hermione warns. Don't show him a crowd. He likes theater. Serious voice. Light. Gamma ate a Bellatrix who thought she was a storm. She wasn't. Focus. Hermione snaps. Voldemort tries a space splitter SCZT. A dirty slice meant to catch a collarbone. Harry answers with harmony runes, the kind Hermione named for a wand he doesn't have. He runs Vela heat and Peveril pressure through a thin place without tearing it. The split loses its edge and sulks. Fleur's heat kisses its back and boils it into air. The duel drives into the room's edges. Riddle's spells are precise, old, cruel. Harry's counters are ugly, functional, ancient in another way. Fleur is the hammer. Together they make a narrow corridor of options and walk him down it. He tries to talk. Boy, man, Harry says, and the correction is bone dry. Riddle tries the old green again because habit is a tyrant. Harry doesn't show off with a backfire. He tilts the floor a degree with pressure so the curse's line goes high. It sears a chalk mark off a saint. Fleur steps in and kisses a line of heat into Riddle's wand hand. Skin sizzles. He jerks and swears and the wand staggers. Now, Ron says in their ears, voice quiet and knife sharp. Harry drives the Peveril disruption into the bone of the room. It isn't a spell. It's a choice. Stop supporting this man. The old altar lines go slack. The stolen anchors he set in the floor lift like weeds in dry dirt. Fleur rides the hum and gathers. The bond feeds it, bright and clean, not romantic, just practical, 2 engines running on one axis. On 3, Harry says. 1. Fleur breathes. 2, 3, they release together. Not a beam. Not a color. A clean, synchronized strike that hits the hollow where Nagini's absence leaves a hole. It lands like a surgeon's hand. Tears nothing extra. It takes the last piece of a man built out of fear and leaves him a body. Voldemort opens his mouth as if he'll be allowed a line. He isn't. The red drains out of his eyes. The room exhales. The wand clatters. The body drops, thud, in a way that isn't grand at all. Silence. Hermione counts in their ears. 3, she says, voice brittle. 2, 1. She breathes. Status. Alpha clear, Harry says. His voice shakes. He doesn't hide it. Beta clear, Hermione says. Corridors locked. Alarms blind. Ileana has 6 masks napping. Gamma, Sirius says. And you can hear the grin he doesn't let your eyes see. Collected 4 and a cousin. No losses. Rain? Hermione asks. A French voice answers. Dry. We are bored again. Ron exhales. The sound is almost a laugh and almost a sob. Teeth hold the ring, he says. Curtains still up. Bread for any civilians. Oaks. 2 house servants in the kitchen. Pulled. No injuries. They're annoyed about soup. Good, Hermione says. No theater. No speeches. Bag him. Oaks and Callum come in with the clean sack you use for an ugly object. They don't touch the body with reverence or malice. They do it like a job. Fleur's chest heaves once. Sweat runs behind her ear. She reaches without looking and presses 2 fingers to Harry's sternum. Iron. He drops the hum, drops the heat, drops the shaking to manageable. He swallows hard and nods. Careful, she says. Careful, he answers. He looks at the floor where old chalk pretended to mean something and scuffs it with his boot. It's done, he says. No theater. No crown. Just the ledger. The mop-up is exact. Hermione runs the command table like a clerk who learned to be a general and never forgot pencils matter. IDs. Chain of custody. Names read in full, titles cut short on purpose. She calls Bones and gives her the number. 9 taken alive. 2 dead resisting. No civilians. No collateral. Bones. 8 letters. Good. A long breath. You finished it. We finished it. Hermione corrects, and ends the call because she wants to cry alone for 30 seconds and then not again until later. Ron walks the ring with a PSC medic, pointing at places to mark and places to leave. This path is safe for evidence. That one has a bite on it. He sends 3 French Aurors to the south wall. They take statements from 2 terrified house servants about soup and deliberate ignorance. He thanks them. He doesn't punish fear. Sirius stands over the sack for a long minute, thumb rubbing the knuckle of his left hand. He doesn't say anything to the bag. He says it to the room. Regulus, that's the receipt. Ileana sits on a crate and eats an apple because blood sugar is victory's first casualty. Callum counts plates and hums a little tune that means the gear will be oiled by lunch. Fleur wipes Nagini's venom bolt and returns it to its cradle. The bolt is ugly. Functional. Good. She thinks about the line she drew in the townhouse and how close they skated and how they didn't fall. She files the feeling and keeps moving. Harry steps outside into air that doesn't stink of old magic. The moor is still gray. His hands shake. He looks at the sky and doesn't feel big. He feels tired and finished. Hermione finds him there. She doesn't hug him. She stands at his shoulder and passes him a paper. Sign, she says. It says we acted under a declared mandate in a clear emergency, and that the ministry failed to provide relief. It logs the anti-app field and the medics and the lack of theater. He signs. His hand doesn't wobble much. Future? He asks. Now, she says. Her mouth twitches. We get to do my favorite thing. She tilts the folio up. The tab reads, Charter. Ron joins them and reads the title. He grins, exhausted. Let's commit administrative violence. Sirius sweeps up behind them like a man who has paid off a debt. Bones will meet us in 3 hours with a pen and a scowl. We'll bring biscuits. Not lemon, Ron says out of habit. Actually, fine. Lemon. Character development, Hermione says. Shut up, he says without heat. Fleur walks up last. She doesn't speak. She tips her chin. Harry reaches. She meets him halfway. The kiss is brief and clumsy because his lips are cracked and hers taste like ash. It's enough. Good, she says against his mouth, calibration and praise. They pack the ruin like a crime scene handled by people who love order more than they love victory. They don't line up the masks and count. They don't pose the bag. They don't let anyone take a photo. They leave the hill like a place where nothing happened. Weisengamot. 2 weeks later. The chamber is full because it smells like change. Old families. New faces. Bones in the center, tired and clean. Hermione at the lectern with a stack of documents and a voice that doesn't shake. This is the provisional charter, she says. It reduces hereditary votes by half, increases civic seats by merit exam, creates an independent audit branch, and separates the chief warlock from the head of Hogwarts permanently. It codifies anti-torture statutes enforceable by outside review. It requires that emergency measures expire on a timetable you can't move by shouting. An old wizard starts to bluff. Hermione reads his name and the amount his office skimmed off brooms in 1982. He sits down. Another waves a ring. Hermione recites his second cousin's bribe. He sits. Bones watches and does not smile because she is a professional. Ron presents the enforcement plan like he's recapping a Quidditch strategy meeting. We aren't doing raids for the thrill, he says. We're doing inventory. You stole. Give it back. You lied. Sit down. You killed. Go with the oar now. A witch stands up to call him cruel. He calls her ma'am, and reads the names of 4 Muggleborns she banned from apprenticeships. She sits. He doesn't grin. He doesn't need the point. Sirius moves through the floor like a knife in a pocket, whispering in ears and offering deals that feel like dignity. Vote, keep your seat under the new rules, and go home to your grandchildren, or step outside and watch the house be rebuilt without you, he says soft. Fleur sits at the side table with Madame Delacour, signing the mutual aid clause that makes French intelligence sharing a formal thing instead of a favor. No secrets about torture, she says in French. No secrets about money. Secrets about romance are allowed. Madame Delacour barks a laugh. Enfin. Harry stands at the rail and says very little. When a reporter tries to bait him into an epigram, he looks at Hermione's charter and says, "This is the story," and walks away. He doesn't owe them lines. The vote doesn't take all day. Nothing explodes. No statues bleed. Bones bangs the gavel once and the sound is clean. Done, Hermione says and sits hard. Ron drops his head back and grins at the ceiling. We just bored a revolution into place, he says. I'm framing that sentence. Sirius squeezes Harry's shoulder and murmurs. Regulus would have hated this part and loved it anyway. Fleur touches Harry's wrist. Iron. He breathes out and in and feels the calm feel of the cloak even when he isn't wearing it. He thinks about the ring as grief held steady. He thinks about harmony as work done together without tearing thin places. Master of death as a job, not a crown. Good. Hold fast. Months later, the house is loud in a way that isn't war. Paper everywhere. Steam in the kitchen. Bones by the fire with tea that isn't terrible. Ron asleep face down on a ledger. Hermione pulling a blanket over him and then pretending she didn't. Sirius in the garden arguing with a gardener about roses like he didn't design a jailbreak last year. Creature telling a portrait to stop sighing. Fleur sits on a sofa with a small person asleep on her chest, breath warm against her collarbone. The baby makes soft huh sounds and smells like milk and the future. A thin twist of magic hangs in the air around her skin. Peveril clean, Vila bright, calm like heavy blankets. Harry watches them from the doorway and forgets to breathe for a beat. Fleur looks up. You will wake her if you keep staring like that, she says low. He comes closer anyway. He puts a finger out. The baby doesn't wake. She grips it, absurdly strong, like she's testing him. He fails not to smile. What did we decide? He asks. We can't keep calling her the small tyrant. Fleur tilts her head. Aurelie, she says. Because your grandmother deserves a vowel. He huffs. She'd hate that. Perfect. Fleur strokes the baby's hair. Aurelie Peveril Delacour, she says, trying the shape. The child does not object. She will choose if she wants more names when she is loud, which will be soon, Ron says from the rug, muffled. If you say charter near her. Babies hate paperwork. Hermione throws a cushion at him and misses on purpose. Bones raises her cup. To boring wars and loud babies, she says. The only kind we want now. Receipts, Sirius says, and clinks his tea against hers. Creature appears, looks at the baby, goes very stern because emotions are a form of dust, and says, Creature will bring the good blankets, and vanishes. Harry sits. The sofa dips. He puts his palm against the baby's back and feels the hum. Small, firm, familiar like a song you didn't know you knew. Fleur taps his sternum. Glass. He lets the wall open and the hum knit into him and ease some ache he hadn't noticed until it quiets. Good, she says, the word they built between them, the one that means still here. He kisses her temple. She turns her head and steals his mouth for a second. He doesn't mind. He never minds. Outside, the sea hits the cliff with its old patient hand. Inside, the house smells like tea and ink and sugar. The world isn't fixed. It's functional. It's theirs to manage, not to pose with. No crowns. No statues. No speeches. Just work done, and more to do, and a small hand gripping his finger like a contract he intends to keep.